7. Drona Parva. 1. Radhaya enters the field. The 11th day of the great war dawned. It was a terrible dawn for the Kauravas. They had lost Bhishma. Their only hope was gone. The fall of Bhishma was a calamity, a great calamity. The Kaurav army without Bhishma was like the sky without the stars, like the heavens without the sun, like the earth without the green, like speech without correct words, like a woman who had lost her lord, like a river dried up during summer months, like a mountain cave without the lion and its roar. The Kauravas were desperate. They all looked to Radhaya as their only hope now. The entire host resounded with the words, Radhaya. Radhaya is the one person who can kill the Pandavas, now that the great man has fallen. They all went to the tent of Radhaya. Radhaya was preparing himself for the war. He knew that the time had come for him to keep his promise to Duryodhan. He spoke to himself, with the fall of Bhishma all is lost. He was the home of noble qualities. He was firm. He was righteous and he was brave. At the same time, he was very modest about his prowess. It was a great fall. This man, in whom all good things were found always, like beauty in the moon, is now fallen. After seeing this, who can be sure of seeing the sun rise in the east tomorrow? Bhishma, born on this earth for a cause, has fulfilled his mission, and is now waiting to go back to the Vasus. It is now the end of the world. The Kauravas have no hope of living. I must be the one to comfort them now. The sons of Dhritarashtra came to his tent, and found him grieving for the great Bhishma. Seeing his grief, their tears flowed anew. They sobbed, and Duryodhan clung to Radhaya once again for comfort. Radhaya wept with him. They comforted each other. Radhaya said, in this world, where everything is transient, we can be sure of nothing. Under the eyes of all the Kaurav heroes, the great Bhishma has fallen. It is easier to imagine that the sun has fallen from the sky. The unthinkable has become inevitable, and it is not right that we should forget ourselves in this difficult situation. Duryodhan, I will fight for you with my life as the stake, and I know that fame is the only lasting thing on this earth where everything else dies. The Pandavas are powerful. Yudhishthir the righteous, Bheem the powerful, Arjun the invincible, Nakul and Sahdev, the divine fighters, Satyaki who is the equal of Arjun and Krishn, Abhimanyu the most powerful of all of them, all these are teamed against us. We will fight with them to the best of our ability. If we win, the world is yours. If we do not, lasting fame will be hers. Let us not worry about the future. It is all in the laps of the gods. Let us fight. Duryodhan was very happy at the thought of Radhaya and Arjun meeting. He was sure of the death of Arjun. He left Radhaya to his preparations for war and went to his own tent. Radhaya was ready. He went to Bhishma and stood before him with his palms folded. He said, My lord, I am Radhaya. I am setting out for my first fight with the Pandavas. I have begun the work of sacrifice. I will follow in your footsteps in this work. You have laid down your life for the sake of Duryodhan, and I will do what you have done. After your fall, there is no hope for the Kauravas. They will all soon reach the abode of Yama. Arjun will burn up the entire army in no time. As for Duryodhan, he and his brothers will all be killed by Bheem. With Krishn holding the reins of his white horses, why should Arjun have any worry? I will go now and do my duty to my friend. Please bless me. Bhishma took his hand in his and said, You are the only hope of Duryodhan. Fight your best. You are a great man. Let your death be as great. Go and fight. I will bless you. Yours will be lasting fame. People will remember you long after they have forgotten many things. You have always wanted a good name and an unsullied reputation. They will be yours. You are a Kshatriya. Fight as a Kshatriya and die as a Kshatriya. Let the field of battle be like a mother's lap to you. You will die with a smile on your lips. You will not be born again in this world. Bhishma placed his hand on the bent head of Radhaya and blessed him. Radhaya took leave of him. He saluted him and took the dust of his feet. Radhaya walked to his chariot. He rode in all splendor towards the Kaurav army. To them who were sunk in gloom, the sight of Radhaya was like the rise of the sun after a night of darkness. They all cheered him and shouted, "Radhaya! Here is Radhaya! We need worry no more about the power of the Pandavs." Duryodhan welcomed him with smiling eyes. He said, "Radhaya, tell me what should be done now. I cannot think for myself. I am waiting for your words of advice. This army has to have a commander now. We had Bhishma. Who will take up the task now?" Radhaya said, "All the heroes who have assembled here for your pleasure are fitted to take up the command. Each will vie with the other in valor and bravery. If you choose one of them, all the others will feel offended. It is not right to differentiate between heroes. We must not let anyone be dissatisfied. I feel that your guru, the great Drona, will be the proper person to be the commander of your army. It is but right that he should succeed the great Bhishma. There is no one to equal him in archery. He is wise and brave and righteous. He is devoted to you. He will lead your army into the haven of safety. I feel that Drona is the most fit person to command your army." Duryodhan was pleased with the wisdom of Radhaya. He liked his decision. He now approached Drona. He said, "You are the one person, my lord, who has been as near to us as our grandfather. His mantle should rest on your shoulders. You must gladden our heart by doing this for me. You must be our commander. Please accept the leadership of our army." Drona was very pleased with Duryodhan and his humble words. He said, "I am pleased with your words. I accept this honor you have conferred upon me. I will be happy to do this for you. I will lead the army as best as I can." The coronation was performed for Drona. He was formally installed as the commander of the Kaurav army. The army was excited at the sight of Radhaya. They all said, "Radhaya can win the war. His valor is superior to that of Arjun. He will certainly kill all the Pandavs." They forgot the sorrow caused by the fall of Bhishma. Drona began to arrange his army in the Satyaki. Sakata means a wheel. The Chakravyuh was a circular formation. The Pandav army was again arranged in the Krunka formation. Radhaya appeared at the front of the army. It was wonderful to see him for the first time on the battlefield. He looked as pure and beautiful as the sun just after he had come out of the mouth of Rahu. Before he came to the front of the army, Drona spoke to Duryodhan. He said, "I want to do some special act for you. I want to please you. What act of mine will please you most?" Duryodhan thought for a moment and said, "If you capture Yudhishthir alive and bring him to me, I will be immensely pleased." Drona said, "I hope you are not planning to kill Yudhishthir. I will not capture him if that is your aim. If you can, kill him on the battlefield, but do not try to kill him by deceitful means. I will not be a party to it." The words of Drona brought a smile to the eyes of Duryodhan. He said, "Please do not be worried. If I do have Yudhishthir killed, the next moment Arjun will kill all of us. Even if we kill all the Pandavs, Krishn will take up his weapon and destroy us. There is no doubt about it. Neither will I be able to withstand the power of the brothers of Yudhishthir. I know that. I want Yudhishthir to play another game of dice with me. If he is defeated, we can send them all to the forest once again. That is the reason for my request. Bring Yudhishthir to me, alive." Drona thought for a moment. He said, "I can do it only on one condition. If Arjun is not there to protect him, you can consider Yudhishthir to be my captive already. But Arjun cannot be conquered by me. He was once my pupil. But now he is far superior to me. I am afraid of him. If, however, you manage to remove Arjun from the neighborhood of Yudhishthir, I can bring him to you as a captive." Duryodhan was satisfied. He would think up means of luring Arjun away from Yudhishthir. For the moment, the assurance that Drona would bring Yudhishthir to the Kaurav camp as a captive was more than enough. The spies of the Pandavs hurried to them to tell them about this plan of Duryodhan. Arjun was very angry with Drona for agreeing to this mean proposal of Duryodhan. He decided not to leave the company of his brother during the war. 2. To capture Yudhishthir. The two armies had been arrayed. The fight began. Under the leadership of Drona, the army had assumed a terrible aspect. They could forget Bhishma in this new excitement. Sahdev was able to meet Shakuni in a single fight. Drona was accosted by the man who was to be his death, Drishthadhum. Vivimsati, the brother of Duryodhan, tried for a while to fight with Bheem, and found that it was not possible. Bheem had killed his horses and he split his chariot into fragments. Vivimsati had to flee from his fury. Bhoorisravas fought with Shikhandi. He was covered by the arrows of Shikhandi. But he staved them off with arrows of his own. It was a good spectacle. The old warrior and the younger man were not satisfied with ordinary fighting. They were causing a great sensation by their duel. Ghatoat-kuch and Alambusa met in a fierce duel. It was fascinating to see these two. Both were masters in the use of Maya tactics and both were using it to the utmost limit. Chekithan met the Avanti brothers Vinda and Anuvinda. Virat encountered Radhaya first. The army stood and watched, with bated breath, this first battle of Radhaya. They were amazed to see the dexterity with which he handled the bow, and the quickness of his hand. Abhimanyu fought several duels today. He was in very good form. No one could withstand his arrows. He was making the battlefield glow with his beauty and charm. He was deadly too. It was a wonderful sight to watch him fight. He fought a duel with Salya. He was too powerful for Salya. In fury, Salya descended from his chariot. With mace uplifted, he approached the young son of Arjun. Bheem came to the assistance of Abhimanyu. He challenged Salya for a single fight with the mace. They looked like a tiger and an elephant which were about to attack each other. They won approbation from both sides. Both were excellent fighters with the mace, and it was a fight of no mean order. Only Bheem had the strength to bear the force of Salya's mace, and only Salya could bear the power of Bheem's mace. It was a wonderful sight. Bheem once hit the mace of Salya, which was flung away from his hand and fell on the ground like a torch. They went on fighting for a long time. But finally Salya was felled by Bheem. Kritvarma came and took away Salya in his chariot. Vrishasena, the son of Radhaya, had come to the front today. He was like a comet which suddenly shoots into the sky, illuminating the entire sky and earth with its glow. He was harassing the army of the Pandavs. Satyaki, the son of Nakul, accosted him. He was finding it difficult to tackle him single-handed. The other sons of Draupadi came to his aid. Ashvathama came to the help of Vrishasena. The field that day looked like the end of the world when 12 suns are supposed to shine all together. The many heroes vied with each other in valor, in brilliance, in grace and skill. It was indeed a glorious sight to see so many of them together. But the army of the Kauravas had suffered a great loss. Abhimanyu, Bheem, Satyaki, Drishthadhum, and Arjun had been steadily destroying the army of the Kauravas. Drona thought that he should now set about the task of capturing Yudhishthir. He saw that Arjun was not in the neighborhood of his brother. Drona's chariot came as fast as wind towards the Pandav host. Drona spoke to his charioteer. There in the distance can be seen the white umbrella of Yudhishthir. Our army is being shattered to fragments by the Pandavs. I will now proceed towards Yudhishthir and take him unaware. It is hard to think of fighting with my pupils. They are all of them my pupils, the Pandav brothers, Drishthadhum, Shikhandi and Satyaki. I have to fight with them all. But this is not the time for all these thoughts. I must hurry before Arjun comes back. The army of the Pandavs was helpless against the fury of Drona. He was just flitting past them, raining arrows on all sides. He was making straight for the spot where Yudhishthir was. He now attacked Yudhishthir, who was taken by surprise. Yudhishthir fought valiantly, but he could not resist the onslaught of Drona. Drona cut his bow into two. He was just helpless. Drishthadhum hurried to the spot to lend assistance to Yudhishthir. He checked the powerful Drona as the land does the sea. The protector of the chariot of Yudhishthir was harassed by Drona. Drona hurt Shikhandi and Uttamauja with his arrows. The sons of Draupadi were powerless against Drona. Satyaki came up and Virat too. They were all being defeated by the great Drona. Drishthadhum realized the seriousness of the situation. He was fighting desperately. But an inhuman strength seemed to have come to the arms of Drona. He was just like the god of death. He was terrible. No one could do anything to check his advance. His advance was very fast. Drona was fighting for the sake of his promise to Duryodhan. He had to capture Yudhishthir. The Pandav army led by Drishthadhum was fighting for the life of their king. They were losing. The people around said, Yudhishthir is sure to become the captive of Drona today. The war will be stopped now. Yudhishthir will go back to the forest with his brothers. Duryodhan will be happy now, and his father too. There was heard the sound of a quickly approaching chariot. It was the chariot of Arjun. Krishn was driving the chariot as he had never driven before. They came faster than the wind. On either side of the chariot the dead bodies of the soldiers of Drona could be seen. It looked as though Arjun was swimming across a river of blood. He now proceeded fast towards the chariot of Drona. The field was dark because of the denseness of the arrows of Arjun. He routed the army of Drona. He harassed the greatest of all archers, Drona, with his arrows. He was wild with anger against his guru, who could consent to do such a heinous thing to please Duryodhan. He could forgive Drona for fighting on the side of the Kauravas. But this promise of his to Duryodhan was unforgivable. It was an act to which he should not have agreed. They were all there when the game of dice was played 14 years ago. The horror of it could not have left the minds of righteous-minded men. This Duryodhan had planned another game of dice, and this guru of theirs had agreed to be an accomplice to this conspiracy. In that one moment, all the respect Arjun had for his guru was lost. His mind was shocked and grieved by the behavior of his guru. Just yesterday grandfather had fallen. And today Duryodhan was up to his mean tricks again. With his eyes raining anger, and with his hands perpetually raining arrows against Drona, Arjun fought furiously with his guru. Drona knew that he was beaten. He had a chance and he had tried to grab it. But he was not quick enough. Arjun had come to the rescue of Yudhishthir. The sun had set already. No one noticed it. The two armies were withdrawn. Arjun's face was still red with anger and indignation. The chariots of the heroes returned to the camps. It was night. The 11th day of the war, the first day of the leadership of Drona, was over. It was more a day for the Pandavs in spite of the wonderful feat of Drona. Arjun had easily outshone his guru. 3. The Trigartas. The armies had returned to their tents. In the Kaurav camp Duryodhan was, as usual, dissatisfied with the way things were going. In the presence of everyone he began to show his displeasure. He said to Drona, "My lord, you, of your own accord, offered to do something to please us. We asked you to bring Yudhishthir to us as a captive. You had a chance today. But you did not do it." Drona was upset by the words of Duryodhan. He said, "Of course I promised. But I had also told you that I can do it only if Arjun is not in the neighborhood of Yudhishthir. I had almost captured your cousin Yudhishthir today. But Arjun came there at the critical moment. I could not manage to defeat him. If it is possible to lure away Arjun from his brother for some time, I will capture Yudhishthir for you." When these words were spoken, Susharma, the eldest of the Trigarta brothers, said, "We brothers bear a grudge against Arjun. We hate Arjun. It will give us great joy to kill him. This grudge we bear him is a very ancient one. I have a feeling that the time has come when we can take revenge on him. All these days, we have been fighting with him, but not to my heart's content. The suggestion of the Acharya is pleasing to us. We will challenge Arjun to fight with us alone. There is no place in this world for the Trigartas and Arjun. Either we kill Arjun, or we will be killed by him. My lord, tomorrow we will challenge him, and take him away to the southern side of the field. It is not going to be a short fight. He is powerful and so are we. Before our work is completed, the Acharya can surely capture the eldest of the Pandavs. I am sure this suggestion of mine will be approved by all of you." The Trigarta brothers were Susharma, Satyarata, Satyavarma, Satyasa, and Satyadharma. These brothers now took a terrible oath in front of the blazing fire that they would either kill Arjun or be killed by him. They would not return from the field of battle without their oath being accomplished. They were called the Samsaptakas since they got bound by an oath. The morning of the 12th day of the great war dawned. The army of the Kauravas was arranged in the form of a Garuda, the sacred eagle. The Pandav army was in the form of a crescent. Early in the morning, the Samsaptakas came to the front and challenged Arjun. Arjun was in a fix. He knew that Drona had promised to Duryodhan that he would capture Yudhishthir and surrender him to Duryodhan. He wanted to stay by the side of his brother all the time. Yesterday it was almost a successful attempt on the part of Drona. Arjun had come just in time to avert the calamity. But now this new complication had set in. It looked as though this was a deliberate maneuver. But Arjun was helpless. It was the rule that a Kshatriya should not refuse a challenge. The Trigartas were calling him out to fight. Unless he accepted that he was not able to fight them, he would have to go. Arjun decided to fight with the Trigartas. He went to Yudhishthir and said, "The Trigartas are challenging me to fight with them. If I do not accept their call, the world will call me a coward. I am not a coward. I cannot refuse their challenge. My dear brother, I hate to leave you and go, but I have got to go. I am bound by the rules of war to go and fight with them." Yudhishthir said, "My child, you have heard about the promise of Drona to his king Duryodhan. Please make his promise false. You must fight with the Trigartas. I know that. I know that today is the last day in the lives of these terrible brothers. But you must make proper arrangements for my protection. I do not want to be captured." Arjun said, "Brother, please do not be worried. This Satyajit, the brother of Drupad, will be here to protect you. So long as he is alive, no one can touch you. If, however, he is killed, I ask you as a personal favor to play the coward and run away from the battlefield. You must not allow the terrible Drona to capture you. You must promise me that you will run away if Satyajit is killed." Yudhishthir promised that he would. He blessed Arjun and sent him to fight with the Trigartas. 4. Supritika, Bhagadatt's elephant. The army of Duryodhan saw the white horses of Arjun going towards the southern side of the battlefield. They were sure of the success of the plan of Drona. After Arjun had left, the two armies clashed with the intention of destroying each other. Arjun went to the southern side of the field. The Trigartas had arranged their army in the shape of a crescent. Just single-handed, Arjun had to fight with this huge army. He did not mind it. While the chariot was proceeding towards the Trigartas, Arjun said to Krishn, with a slight smile on his lips, "Krishn, look at these people who have made up their minds to die today. I am amused to see the Trigartas smiling. They must be weeping. But perhaps they are smiling because they are going to reach heaven. Considering the fact that they are such sinners, this is the only way they can go to heaven. Or else they can never even get a peep into the realm of Indra. That, perhaps, is making them look so happy. Come, let us hurry. I must finish these people and go back to Yudhishthir." Arjun took up his Devadatta and blew it lustily. The Trigartas were prepared for his coming. Their arrows greeted Arjun. He returned their attack. Susharma and his brothers were fighters of no mean order. Arjun was, of course, excellent. It was no wonder that the battle went on for a long time. Arjun and Krishn were literally enveloped by the many arrows from the enemies. Subahu, one of the enemy kings, was now facing Arjun. He was a very good marksman. Arjun cut off his bow and then his hand. Then came Susharma and 10 great warriors. Arjun was more than a match for all of them. Sudhangvan was the first to be killed. The others followed very soon, all except Susharma. The army became nervous and there was a general scramble towards the main army. Susharma was very angry with them. He said, "You have all sworn that you would win or die. It is not right that you should all run away and face the sneer of all the others." They all came back because they had to. Part of this army was made up of the Narayanastra, the cowherds who had been given to Duryodhan by Krishn. They all came back to fight. Arjun was slightly irritated by the return of the army. He was hoping that it was the end of the fight. He said, "Krishn, they have decided to die. They are not fond of their lives. I can see that. Watch me kill all of them." Even as he was saying this, Arjun was caught in a rain of arrows. They were coming so fast and so very thick that he could see nothing. The chariot of Arjun could not be seen. He was furious. He now thought that the time had come when astras should be used. With his forehead wrinkled up with a beautiful frown, Arjun blew his Devadatta. He invoked the god Twashtar and sent the astra. It was a wonderful astra. It made the soldiers see thousands of Arjuns and thousands of Krishns. Each man thought that his neighbor was Arjun. They were all killing each other. There was a complete massacre of the army of the Trigartas. Those who remained assaulted Arjun. They were now being killed by Arjun in hundreds, but the Trigartas were undaunted. They covered up Arjun and Krishn with their arrows. The darkness caused great fatigue to Krishn. With his body wet with sweat, Krishn gasped out, "Arjun, where are you? I cannot see you. I cannot see anything. These arrows are overpowering me. I do not know if you are alive or dead." Arjun was wild with anger. He invoked the astra called Vayavya. There was then a terrific gale. The cloak of arrows disappeared in a moment. Arjun and Krishn could now see the army being borne on the field by the gale. The soldiers looked like so many dried leaves being carried away by the breeze. They could not withstand the fury of the astra. Several of the great warriors on the side of the Trigartas were killed by the 2 astras sent by Arjun. Arjun was hoping that he was now free to go back to the spot where Yudhishthir was fighting. Arjun did not know what havoc had been caused by Drona. In the meantime, the main scene of fight was going on. Even at the beginning, Drona advanced towards the spot where Yudhishthir was stationed. His intention was to capture him as soon as he could. He knew that Arjun was powerful. He did not know how soon he would return from his fight with the Samsaptakas. He therefore hurried to the presence of Yudhishthir. Yudhishthir had Drishthadhum by his side. He said, "We must be careful not to let Drona capture me." The commander of the Pandav army smiled at Yudhishthir. He said, he might have promised to do so. "But my lord, it is not easy for him to keep up his promise when we are all here to see that his words are just words. Drona, in his desire to please that hateful Duryodhan, has undertaken to do a very mean action. It will not happen. We will punish that man for his unrighteous action." When Drona, in his desire to capture Yudhishthir, advanced towards the Pandav army, he found that Drishthadhum was already advancing towards him. This made Drona pause for a moment. He was not pleased to meet Drishthadhum, who was to be his death. It looked like a bad omen to the superstitious Drona. He avoided him and went forward. He was met by the army of Drupad, which was stationed to protect Yudhishthir. Just to distract the attention of Drishthadhum, Durmaka, a brother of Duryodhan, came and challenged him. Drishthadhum covered him with his arrows and he tried to fight with Drona at the same time. Durmaka kept on harassing Drishthadhum. It was a good duel. In the darkness that had been caused by the arrows of Durmaka, Drona managed to get past the defense put up by Drishthadhum. He had come very near Yudhishthir. Drona looked like a lion which had come to catch a calf which had been separated from the cow. Satyaki was there defending Yudhishthir. He attacked Drona. Satyaki had his bow cut up by Drona. He took up another bow and continued to fight. Another brother of Drupad, Vrika by name, came to the help of his brother. Drona harassed them both with his powerful arrows. Drona killed the valiant Vrika. This infuriated Satyaki. He sprang at Drona and killed his charioteer. He cut the bow of Drona into two. Drona cut off the head of Satyaki with an arrow shaped like a half-moon. When they saw Satyaki killed, the Pandav army was shocked. The Kakaya brothers and the other brothers of Drupad came to defend Yudhishthir. Virat was also there. They saw Drona making straight for the chariot of Yudhishthir. Virat's brother, by name Supritika, came to the front. He tried to prevent Drona from approaching Yudhishthir. He fought well. But Drona cut off his head from his body. Seeing three great heroes killed within a few moments, the Pandav army became panicky. No one could come near the dreadful Drona. The battlefield seemed to be the stage set for the death dance of the god of death. Shikhandi, Vasudhana and Satyaki were the next three who came to challenge Drona. But he was undaunted. He was able to send them back with his terrible arrows. They were not arrows. They were like live coals which burnt up anyone who came near. Drona had come very near Yudhishthir. Yudhishthir remembered the instructions of Arjun. He mounted the fastest horse he could get and rode away from the field. The Pandav heroes could not help being frightened of Drona. They could not stop his onslaught. He was worse than Bhishma in his fury. Several of the brothers of Drupad and Drishthadhum were there fighting with him. The prince Suchitra fell down dead. All over the field could be heard the shouts, "Kill Drona! Kill the bloodthirsty commander!" But no one could kill him. He routed the entire army. But he had not been able to achieve what he set out to achieve. He could not capture Yudhishthir, in spite of this ruthless killing. Duryodhan was standing in the middle of the field with Radhaya, watching the panic in the army of the Pandavs. Duryodhan was extremely pleased with Drona. He said, "Look, Radhaya. Look at the great army of the Pandavs being routed by our Acharya. The heroes on their side are not able to meet Drona. I have a feeling that they will never think of war anymore. They are too busy avoiding the arrows of Drona to think of fighting with him again. Look at Bheem. He is not able to meet the Acharya. He is realizing that our Drona is too much for him. The Pandavs will now give up hopes of living through this day. They will give up all thoughts of the kingdom. I am sure of it." Radhaya did not like the speech of the king. He said, "My friend, do not think so lightly of the great Pandavs. They are not cowards. Nor are they people who will forget the past. They are powerful warriors, they are heroes, they are spirited people. Do you think they will forget the several injustices done to them? Do you think Bheem will forget the poisoned food you gave him when he was a small boy? How can he forget the city called Varnavat? Can he forget the game of dice? Can he forget the 13 years of suffering that they had to undergo because of you? Please do not lull yourself into a sense of false security because of the passing success of your guru. They will certainly fight back. They are all not ordinary heroes. Think of Satyaki and Drishthadhum and the Kakaya brothers. Look, my lord, Bheem is coming along with his eyes red like live coals. The other heroes are now following Bheem like a crowd of rain clouds surrounding the sun. I have a feeling that the great Acharya is now in a precarious position. It will do well if we go to his assistance. It looks as though he needs it badly. Duryodhan was slightly disconcerted by the words of Radhaya. But he saw the truth of it. With his brothers he went to the help of Drona. Radhaya was with them. There was then fought a great fight between the two hosts. Nakul and his brother were burning up the Kaurav army. The sons of Draupadi were in the front causing great destruction. Abhimanyu was as wonderful as ever. The usual duels were fought. The fact that Yudhishthir had escaped without being captured by Drona put new life into them. The elephant army of Duryodhan was being destroyed by Bheem, as was his custom. Then came Bhagadatt with his magnificent elephant Supritika. This appearance of Bhagadatt was a terrible thing. His elephant was invincible. It was a great source of danger to the Pandav army. They dreaded the sight of this fine elephant and the equally fine Bhagadatt seated on it like the Lord of Heavens on his elephant, the Airavata. This elephant seemed to enjoy annoying Bheem. It would always make straight for Bheem and his chariot. It was the same today. It broke the chariot of Bheem into splinters. The army was terrified. Everyone thought that Bheem had been killed by it. Yudhishthir came there with the Panchal army. He was afraid for Bheem. The elephant was now bent on destroying the army. The king of the Dasavarnas brought his elephant. Yudhishthir covered Bhagadatt's elephant, and the rider too, with many of his sharp arrows. But they fell on them just like raindrops. The fight went on. Bhagadatt now prodded the elephant with his toe. It made straight for the chariot of Satyaki. In a moment the chariot was just a heap of wood and metal. If he had not jumped out in time, Satyaki would have been killed in a matter of moments. The elephant proceeded once again against Bheem, who had come again to the front. Bheem was caught in the trunk of the elephant. The elephant had wound his trunk round the form of Bheem, and lifted him up in the air. It would have dashed him to pieces, if he had not managed to extricate himself. Bheem got under the elephant. He began to harass it by making it turn round and round. He was standing between its legs and annoying it. The elephant tried to kill Abhimanyu by rushing against his chariot. He saved himself by jumping out nimbly. The army of the Pandavs was held at bay by a single elephant. It was terrible. They could do nothing about it. Bheem had met his match. He could do nothing to this elephant. The sight of Bhagadatt seated on its neck, sending arrows and javelins in all directions, was causing panic in the army. There was terrible shouting of agony from the Pandav army and of joy from the Kaurav army. The noise resounded in all the four quarters. 5. The fall of Bhagadatt. Arjun heard the sound from a distance. He had just routed the Trigarta army with his Vayavyastra. He said, Krishn, Bhagadatt, the king of Pragjyotish, has come with his elephant. I can guess that by the deafening noise from the army. That elephant cannot be hurt. Neither can its rider. I think I must go there now. Only you and I know how to tackle this Supritika. Bhagadatt, the friend of my father, Indra, is too sure of himself. I must teach him a lesson. He is a great man. He is an old man. He has one name as one of the noblest of men who have walked the earth. This noble man has taken the side of the Kauravas. I have got to kill him and his elephant. For the last so many days it has done enough mischief. Bheem is unable to do anything to this one elephant. Come, let us go. Krishn turned the chariot. The moment the chariot was turned, the Trigartas called Arjun again to battle. Arjun was caught on the horns of a dilemma. He knew that his army was suffering because of Bhagadatt. He had to go there. Here were the Trigartas calling him to fight again. He did not know what to do. He had to choose. Finally he decided to fight the Trigartas first. Their attack was terrible this time. Krishn said, Arjun, send the astra called Vajra and destroy these sinners. They are becoming impossible. Arjun invoked Indra and sent the Vajra, the personal weapon of Indra. It rained havoc in the Trigarta army. It was a great achievement. Krishn was very pleased with Arjun. The chariot was once again turned in the direction of the main fight. Susharma had not been killed. He still had a few of his brothers. Again he challenged Arjun. The temper of Arjun was frayed. He was exasperated by these devils. He spoke to Krishn, "Look at this Susharma. He has appeared again from the beyond to challenge me. My ears are becoming deaf hearing the cries of our harassed army, which has been caught up in the coils of Bhagadatt and his elephant. I really do not know what to do. You have the reins in your hands. You lead the chariot where you will. I leave the decision to you." Krishn did not speak a word. Quietly he went towards the Trigartas. Arjun fought as he had never fought before. In a few moments one of the brothers was killed. Arjun now fought till the entire army began to run away. He made Susharma faint in his chariot by his arrows. Krishn stood up in his chariot. He grasped the hands of Arjun in his and said, "Arjun, today you have fought wonderfully. You are the greatest archer I have seen. You have routed the Trigarta army single-handed. I am proud of you." Arjun was very happy to hear the praises of Krishn. They hurried towards the main army. Looking at the white horses of Arjun galloping towards them, the Pandavs heaved a sigh of relief. They all looked in the direction of Arjun. The Kaurav army began to falter. The bow of Arjun was proving its name as the most terrible bow that had ever been drawn against enemies. The joyful shouts of the Kaurav army began to change its tone now. The army was being slaughtered. Arjun had been fighting since morning with the whole army of the Trigartas. It was not an easy fight. On top of that he saw the ruin that had been wrought in the army. He looked like Kartikeya the son of Shankar when he went to fight with the Asuras. Arjun advanced towards the spot where Bhagadatt was stationed. Arjun's chariot was brought up in front of Bhagadatt. Bhagadatt immediately attacked Arjun with his elephant. A rain of arrows was shot by the old veteran from atop of the elephant. The arrows were stopped midway by the counter-arrows of Arjun. This duel went on for some time. Bhagadatt became impatient. He made his elephant advance straight at the chariot of Arjun. Krishn drove the chariot so very skillfully that he managed to avoid the coming elephant. It missed the mark by a very narrow margin. For a moment everyone thought that Arjun and Krishn had been crushed by Supritika. Again the old king began to pour his arrows on Arjun. Several of them were aimed at Krishn. Arjun snapped the bow of Bhagadatt into two. Bhagadatt had a number of javelins to throw. Arjun allowed 14 of them to be thrown, and he broke every one of them. Arjun concentrated on breaking the armor of the elephant. A powerful Sakti was now hurled by Bhagadatt at Krishn. Arjun broke that and two more of them which were being sent one after another. Bhagadatt sent another at Arjun. It hit against the jeweled crown of Arjun. Setting it right with one hand, Arjun kept on sending arrows with his other hand. He cut the bow of Bhagadatt. With another bow Bhagadatt began to harass Krishn. It looked as though he was more angry with Krishn than with Arjun. This bow was also broken. The old king became very angry with Arjun. He had been till now undaunted, and this steady return from a man much younger than himself irritated him perhaps. In a mad fury Bhagadatt threw a goad at Arjun, the goad which was used to lead the elephant. This goad, however, was not just any weapon. Bhagadatt had invoked the great Vishnu, and it became the most terrible of all astras. It sped towards Arjun like a hawk bent on killing a dove. All the people were looking at it with their blood frozen. It looked like the end of Arjun. In a moment Krishn stood up in the chariot, and took the full impact of the astra, on his beautiful chest which was decked with the jewel called Kaustubha. Bheem embraced Yudhishthir when he saw that Arjun and Krishn were both well. There happened a miracle. The goad, the great Vaishnavastra, fell on the chest of Krishn, and the people around saw it change into a garland of flowers. They were amazed at the sight. Arjun was upset at the thought that Krishn took the dart on himself. He looked at him and said, "Krishn, why did you have to do it? I am here. Why did you come between me and the goad which was aimed at me? You should not have done it. It looks as though you are breaking your promise not to take an active part in the war." Krishn smiled and said, "You are right, Arjun. I should not have done it. But my dear friend, it belongs to me and I took it back. Once in a wrong moment, I gave this Vaishnavastra to Prithvi, who was the mother of the great Naraka. She wanted him to be immune from every weapon. He had it with him. I killed him later. This astra was given by Naraka to Bhagadatt. If it is aimed at anyone, it will just have to kill the victim. I cannot afford to lose you, Arjun. That is why I had to come between you and the astra. I am sorry. But now this Vaishnavastra has come back to me. It was because he possessed this that Bhagadatt was, till now, invincible. He has thrown it away. He has lost his immunity, and his elephant too is now like any other elephant. It will not be hard to kill him now. Be quick, Arjun." Arjun sent a sharp arrow towards the elephant called Supritika. The arrow entered the head of the beast. It went right into the elephant. The magnificent animal collapsed on the field. The elephant of Bhagadatt would never more harass the army. It was dead. Arjun aimed a sharp crescent-shaped arrow towards the chest of Bhagadatt. It pierced his chest. The great Bhagadatt fell down from the elephant. They were both terrible to look at, the Grand King and his Grand Elephant. There was no one to equal either of them. The death of Bhagadatt was a great incident in the fight between the two armies on the second day of the leadership of Drona. Arjun descended from his chariot. He made a pradakshina round the fallen Bhagadatt. He had to pay his last respects to a great man. Bhagadatt was the friend of his father. He was one of the noblest ancients. His fame was great. Arjun saluted the great man and returned to his chariot. This gesture of Arjun was greatly appreciated by all the heroes on either side. 6. Drona's promise. Arjun went back to the field. The sons of the king of Gandhara were ready to meet him. They were good fighters and the fight went on for some time. Finally Arjun killed both of them. Duryodhan and his brothers were grieved to see the death of their uncles. Shakuni came up to avenge the death of his brothers. His army was routed by Arjun. Shakuni was rather good at fighting with the use of Maya tactics, and he tried it on Arjun. But it was futile in front of Arjun's astras. Arjun said, "Listen to me, you cheater. This Gandiv of mine does not know how to throw the dice. It can only throw sharp arrows which are like fire. Come and face them if you can." Shakuni had to give up and go away from the presence of Arjun. The noise of the Gandiv struck terror into the hearts of everyone there. They all rushed to Drona for succor. Arjun had been joined by the other members of the formidable team, Bheem, Satyaki, Drishthadhum, Abhimanyu, Nakul, Sahdev, Shikhandi, and the sons of Draupadi. Drona now advanced to check the progress of these men. Wherever he went, Drona was met by Drishthadhum. Yudhishthir came to the front. The sight of Arjun made him happy and bold enough to come to the presence of Drona. Duryodhan's brothers met Yudhishthir. Ashvathama came to the help of his father. He was spitting fire. He was wild with the Pandav warriors. There was a prince called Nila, of Mahishmati. He was a brave young man, and a very good fighter. He had been causing quite a lot of damage in the Kaurav army. Ashvathama went to him and challenged him, "Fight with me. I am here to defend the army." They fought and Nila was killed by the powerful Ashvathama. The Pandavs were infuriated by the death of the young prince. They attacked Ashvathama and the fight became general. Bheem rushed on the army. Drona fought with him. Radhaya joined Drona. All the warriors on either side joined in the fight. It was a grand sight to see them all together. Arjun and Radhaya met in a duel. Everyone was watching it with fascinated eyes. Radhaya sent the Agni-astra, and Arjun quenched the fire from it by his Varanastra. The spectacle was magnificent. There were others who joined in the duel and made it general. Arjun killed Satyaki, one of the good fighters on the side of the Kauravas. Drishthadhum killed several more of them. Bheem, Nakul, Sahdev, Drishthadhum, Satyaki, Arjun and Abhimanyu were fighting against Drona, Radhaya, Ashvathama and Duryodhan. When the fight was still going on, the sun set on the gruesome scene. The fight was stopped and both the armies returned to their camps. The 12th day of the Great War ended. Arjun had today achieved something that was considered impossible. He had been able to defeat the Samsaptakas, and he had killed the great Bhagadatt and his elephant. The army of the Kauravas had suffered a great loss. The Kaurav camp was sunk in gloom. All the Kauravas were thinking of only two things, the valor of Arjun and the fact that Drona was not able to capture Yudhishthir. Duryodhan spoke to Drona with great sorrow and disappointment in his voice. The tone was that of a sulky child which had not been given what it wanted. He spoke words which looked as though they were just affectionate and chiding but were, actually, very harsh and cruel. Bhishma had been used to this tone. Drona was not. He had been the commander for only 2 days. He did not know that it was not possible to please Duryodhan, try as he might. The fact that he tried would not be noticed by the king. Duryodhan remembered only one thing, Drona had promised to capture Yudhishthir, and that he would bring him as a captive. He had failed to do what he promised to do. He said, "It is obvious, my lord, that your honored self is sympathetic towards the opposite side. Nothing else can explain the fact that Yudhishthir could not be captured by you. You told us that, if Arjun is away from the spot, not all the gods in the heavens could prevent you from capturing Yudhishthir. Evidently you have deliberately let the chance pass you by. Arjun was lured away according to your wishes and so Sharma has lost all his army and several of his brothers because of you. You are just fighting mildly with your favorite Pandavs. Or perhaps you are overrating your strength. You granted us a boon, and now you are not keeping your promise to us." Drona was touched to the quick by the cruel words of Duryodhan. Bhishma was, at least, the grandfather of Duryodhan. The bonds of affection made him unmindful of the tone of his grandson's words. But Drona could not brook the sarcasm in the voice of Duryodhan. He was very upset. He said, "You know I tried my best. I had almost done it. Yudhishthir ran away. Before I could do anything about it, Arjun came back. Nothing could be done after that. I assure you that, in tomorrow's battle, I will see that one man, one great warrior, one Mahabharata on their side is killed. I am going to arrange my army in the formation called Chakravyuh or Padmavayu. It cannot be broken by even the gods. Arjun, of course, knows the art of breaking up that phalanx. He must be lured away from the battlefield. He must be away for the day. I will achieve something for which you will thank me. I am sure of that." Duryodhan was pacified. The Trigartas agreed to challenge Arjun once again. There was great excitement in the Kaurav camp. Tomorrow something terrible was to happen. Drona had assured them of that. They were eagerly waiting for the sun to rise. 7. The Chakravyuh and Abhimanyu. The 13th day of the Great War dawned. It was the 3rd day of the leadership of Dronacharya. Early in the morning, the Trigartas came and challenged Arjun. He had to proceed towards the southern side of the field. After he had left, the commander of the Kaurav army arranged his army in the formation called Chakravyuh or the Padmavayu. The heart of the flower was the king. The many petals were the several heroes of the Kaurav army. Duryodhan was placed at the center, the very heart of the flower. He was surrounded by the first layer of petals, Radhaya, Arjun, Kripa and some others. The next layer was made up of Jaydraoth and his immense army. By his side was the son of the Acharya, Ashvathama. Then came the many sons of Dhritarashtra. Then came Shakuni, Kritvarma, Salya, Bhoorisravas and his brother Sala. They were all wearing red silks. They had red flower garlands. In the light of the morning sun the army looked just like a huge big lotus which had bloomed on the ground. Drona stood on the outskirts of the view. The attack began. Bheem led his army. With him were Satyaki, Drishtadhum, Drupad, Kuntapajay, Keshatradharm, Brihatkshatra, Drishtakata the son of Sishapal, Nakul, Ghatoat-kuch, Sukhdev, Yudhamenyu, Uddamauja, Shikhandi the sons of Draupadi, Virat, Yudhishthir, the Kakaya brothers and many others. They attacked the Padmavayu in a body. Drona, however, was stationed at the outside of the view. He looked like a range of mountains buffeted by the breakers of the surging ocean. They could do nothing. The Pandav heroes were warded off by Drona, who was riding a chariot drawn by chestnut-colored horses. There was nothing to be done. The Pandav army began to melt at an alarmingly fast rate, and not one of them could enter the view. Yudhishthir did not know what was to be done. He was afraid that the entire army would be destroyed by the time evening drew. If only Arjun had been there, it would have been so different. But he had gone away to the south end of the field. They did not know when he would return. Susanna was very angry with Arjun, and he was bent on fighting till the end of the last man in his army. There was only one thing to be done. Their only hope was Abhimanyu, the son of Arjun, the beautiful charming child of Subhadra. He had been taught the technique of breaking the Padmavayu by Arjun. Yudhishthir knew this. He decided to place on those young shoulders the great task of breaking into the Padmavayu. Yudhishthir called his dear nephew to him and said, "My dear child, we have to do things in such a way as to escape the scolding of Arjun. If he comes back and sees our army destroyed, he will blame me for not doing the right thing. This view of Drona is now impregnable. 4 people know how to break it up, Krishn, Pradyumna his son, Arjun and you. I do not know a 5th. They are all not here. I request you, my child, to help us. You are my only hope. Please do the needful and break the view." Abhimanyu pondered for a moment. He smiled a sweet smile and said, "Of course I will do it, uncle. I am worried about only one thing. My father has taught me only one half of it. He has taught me how to enter the view. But he has not yet taught me how to come out of it. If I get caught up inside this huge lotus, if danger assails me inside this, I will not be able to come out of it. I am worried only about that. I can easily break into it." Yudhishthir said, "I do not think we need worry about that. Once an opening is made in the view by you, my child, we will do the rest. We will all follow you very closely. The moment you make an opening into it, we will be there to follow you and break up the formation." Bheem said, "My child, I will follow you closely. With me will be Drishtadhum, Satyaki, the Kakayas, Panchals, the great Prabhadrakas and the Matsyas. Once the opening is made by you, it will only be a matter of a few moments before the view is shattered by us." Abhimanyu was very happy that he had been asked to undertake such a great task. His eyes flashed with joy. He was a very handsome young man, but today he looked like the full moon with all its beauty and all its glory. He looked as though a divine light was suffusing him. He was glowing. There was no one like him. Yudhishthir looked with pride and affection at the son of Arjun, who was as glorious as his father. Abhimanyu said, I am sure I will be able to do this today. You will see the Kauravas being burnt up by me like moths that fall against a flame. I will today bring lasting fame to the two families, the house of the Kurus and the house of the Vrishnas. I will make my father proud of me. I will make my uncle proud of me. I will make my mother feel that she is the mother of the noblest hero that fought on the great field of Kurukshetra. Today my valor will be such that no one will forget it. After today, no one can utter my name without their eyes being lit up with admiration for me. Let the Kauravas see me in action today. Yudhishthir said, "May your words come true. May the gods above make this task of yours successful. I am sending all the great heroes on our side to protect you. They are like Rudra and the sun combined. God bless you, my child. Bring glory to the name of Arjun and Krishn." Abhimanyu saluted his uncles and set out on the dangerous mission entrusted to him. He was sure of his success. His father had taught him the method of breaking up this Padmavayu. He knew the trick of entering it. The view had a knack of closing up as soon as someone entered it. His father had warned him about it. That was the only thing that ought to worry him. But then, his uncles and the others were there to take care that the petals of the lotus did not close up and trap him as a real lotus traps the bee that comes to it for honey. There was absolutely no need to worry. He did not know how to come out of the view. But then, the view would be destroyed by the others in a short time. The chariot of Abhimanyu was ready. He ascended it. His banner was the Kovidara. Abhimanyu stood in his chariot and turned his smiling eyes on all his uncles. They were proud of the young son of Arjun. They all stood aside to let him pass. They all saw the chariot going fast towards the terrible Padmavayu guarded by Drona. All of them now followed him in their chariots. It was a grand procession. "Quick! Quick!" said Abhimanyu to his charioteer. "Take me quickly to the Kaurav army. I am impatient to break this view of Drona. I must do it before the army of my uncle is destroyed. I must hurry." The charioteer was worried. His voice was grave when he heard the words of the young man. He said, "I do not like to take you there. I feel that the Pandavs have placed too big a burden on your young shoulders. You should set about a task only after making sure that you will be able to do it. This sinful Brahmin, this Drona, is a past master in the handling of astras. You are still a child and he is a veteran. I am feeling very nervous. I do not like your going." Abhimanyu laughed at his charioteer and his words. He said, "I am looking forward to this encounter with the great Drona. He is so sure of himself that it will be a pleasure to undermine his smug complacency. Why are you nervous? Why fear about my safety? I am the son of Arjun. I am the nephew of Krishn. I can defy Indra, the lord of the heavens. It is nothing to me to fight this Drona. All the warriors on the opposite side put together cannot equal me. How can fear approach the son of Arjun? I will burn the entire army of the Kauravas. I will not call myself the son of the great Arjun and Subhadra if I do not succeed in routing the army of the Kauravas." The charioteer was silent. Very unwillingly, he coaxed the horses to carry them towards the formidable Padmavayu, the triumph of Drona. 8. Jaydraoth is formidable. The chariot of Abhimanyu flashed towards the view like a streak of lightning. If it had not been for the banner which was different, people would have thought that it was Arjun who was hurrying towards the enemy army. The two armies clashed. The son of Arjun, the handsome Abhimanyu, broke up the entrance to the view. He did something which was beyond the ken of human beings. The great Padmavayu, which was considered to be unbreakable, was opened by Abhimanyu under the very eyes of Drona. Breaking it, he entered the view. There was panic in the Kaurav army. The great son of Arjun, the 16-year-old Abhimanyu, had managed to break the phalanx. He had outwitted the old man Drona. Abhimanyu faced the combined onslaught of many chariots and warriors at the same time. But he was death itself. He was just raining arrows on them, literally raining arrows. The field took up the aspect it usually presented at the end of the day. The heap of dead men rose every moment. The Kauravas looked in all the 10 directions for help. It was impossible to stop the progress of this child. Duryodhan was the first to attack Abhimanyu. He was wild with him for having broken the view. Drona saw this and came to the help of the king. He knew that it would be dangerous for Duryodhan to face Abhimanyu. Drona, Ashvathama, Kripa, Kritvarma, Radhaya and Shakuni hurried to the side of Duryodhan. Actually, the king was at the very heart of the view, but Abhimanyu had managed to reach it in a matter of moments. All the heroes attacked Abhimanyu. He reveled in the fight. He was undaunted. The others joined up now, Bhoorisravas, Dasashun, and the other brothers of the king. They had absolutely no chance. Radhaya was hurt terribly by the arrows of Abhimanyu. Most of them had to beat a hasty retreat. They were powerless to stop Abhimanyu's progress. Salya and Radhaya with some of the Kaurav heroes were still fighting. Radhaya was made to fall on the ground. He got up and fought again. Salya was faring badly in his fight. In short, there was no one who could stand up against Abhimanyu. Indeed, he was the son of Arjun. Single-handed, he was keeping the entire army at bay. All the heroes who had been stationed to protect the view were being treated as so many bits of wood by the young Abhimanyu. The smile did not leave the face of the child when he was harassed by the many warriors. The nephew of Krishn outshone his father and his uncle in his valor. It is no exaggeration to say that he was killing the enemies by thousands. He had all the astras at his command. And he was using them all. He was a very graceful and skillful fighter. His archery was in a class by itself. They saw it. The arrows which came from his bow looked like the rays of the sun coming out in millions. Drona was watching his progress. He told Kripa, Abhimanyu ranks among the greatest archers. He has come here today to please his uncles Yudhishthir, Bheem, Nakul and Sahdev. If he makes up his mind, he can destroy this entire army easily. I am surprised that he has not done so already. Duryodhan was not pleased with the words of Drona. Drona praised the enemy, and he did not relish it. The enemy was the son of Arjun, the favored pupil of Drona. Duryodhan looked at Radhaya and said, Radhaya, this our Acharya, is a great man. Not Indra nor Yama can defy him in battle. Why then think of the fate of mere mortals? If he makes up his mind, he can kill this young fool. But Radhaya, you forget the most important secret. Abhimanyu is the son of his dear beloved pupil Arjun. Since our Acharya is very fond of Arjun, he is protecting Abhimanyu. He has not the heart to hurt him or to wound him. Sure of this partiality of Drona, this young man is proceeding into our army with so much confidence. I can see it clearly. I can easily explain the courage of Abhimanyu. Dasashun was impressed by the words of Duryodhan. He came forward and said, You are right. It is no use depending on our Acharya to kill Abhimanyu. I will kill him now. I will cover him as Rahu does the Sunday hearing that Abhimanyu is dead. Krishn and Arjun will lose their arrogance. They will die with the sorrow of his death. With their death the Pandavs will all die. Because of the death of this one person, all the Pandavs can be killed. I will please you, my lord, by doing this service to you. He went to the presence of Abhimanyu and challenged him. The fight lasted a few moments and Dasashun was found fleeing for dear life. He was replaced by Radhaya. He suffered the same fate, though the fight lasted longer. All the heroes on the side of the Pandavs were following the chariot of Abhimanyu from the moment he left their camp. They were able to keep up with him until he entered the view. They were Yudhishthir, Bheem, Shikhandi, Satyaki, Drupad, Drishtadhum, Virat, Nakul, Sahdev, the Kakayas and Drishtakata. They were all almost accompanying Abhimanyu. Just at the entrance of the view, Abhimanyu turned round from his chariot and looked at them with a beautiful smile lighting up his face. That was the last of him they saw. They tried to follow the disappearing chariot of the young child who smilingly took leave of them. They were stopped by Jaydraoth. Bheem laughed at Jaydraoth. He remembered the time when Jaydraoth had carried away Draupadi. He had been well punished by Arjun and himself. This Jaydraoth had now the audacity to challenge the progress of the Pandavs. Yudhishthir and Satyaki attacked Jaydraoth. He withstood their attack. He was able to tackle all of them. He would not let them advance even by a hairbreadth. He sealed up the opening which had been made by Abhimanyu. Abhimanyu was going further into the view. He was going farther and still farther away from them, and they could do nothing because of this dreadful Jaydraoth who seemed to be winning by fluke. Yudhishthir cut his bow into two. But Jaydraoth took up another bow and continued to fight. Bheem cut up that bow and his banner too. That did not stop Jaydraoth. He laughed and took up another bow. He killed the horses of Bheem's chariot, and his bow was cut too. Jaydraoth had obtained a boon from Shankar that he would be able to defy the Pandavs single-handed, provided Arjun and Krishn were not there. He was, therefore, able to keep the Pandavs from entering the view along with Abhimanyu. They fought furiously and desperately since everything that was dear to them was at stake. Jaydraoth would not let them enter. He had sealed up the entrance to the view, and was keeping guard over it. The Pandavs were overcome with the horror of the situation. They remembered the thoughtful look on the face of Abhimanyu when he said, "If I get caught up inside this lotus, if danger assails me there, inside this, I will not be able to come out of it. I am worried about the afterwards." Yudhishthir was horror-stricken at his own thoughtlessness in sending the child. Depending on the strength of all of them, the son of Arjun had entered the jaws of death. Now they were helpless against the power of Jaydraoth of all men. Once the opening is made by you, it will be a matter of a few moments before the view is shattered by us, Bheem had said. He looked at Yudhishthir with such anguish in his eyes that even the gods in the heavens wept. 9. The killing of Abhimanyu. Abhimanyu was continuing his work of destruction inside the view. The army was losing hopes of living through the day. It was not possible to estimate the loss to the Kaurav army. Abhimanyu was mowing it down so fast and so steadily that Duryodhan was quite desperate. Rukmarata, a son of Salya, challenged Abhimanyu. He was a good fighter. The duel was interesting to watch. But Abhimanyu killed him. Other sons of Salya came to the presence of Abhimanyu. They were all carried away from the field as they fainted in their chariots, unable to bear the arrows of Abhimanyu. Everyone who came to fight with Abhimanyu had to run or die. Seeing his valor, Drona, Ashvathama, Kripa, Brihadbala, the king of the Kosalas, Duryodhan, Radhaya, Kritvarma and Shakuni came to fight with him. Laksharta Kumara, the son of Duryodhan, challenged Abhimanyu. Both were young and both were handsome. Both were very powerful fighters and an excellent duel was fought. But in a few moments, under the watching eyes of Duryodhan, Lakshmana Kumara was killed by Abhimanyu. Duryodhan was shocked and grieved by the sudden tragedy. He shouted, "This sinner has got to be killed." It was then that the horrible, cruel tragedy took shape. 6 great men took part in it. Drona, Kripa, Ashvathama, Radhaya, Brihadbala and Kritvarma together attacked Abhimanyu. He fought with all of them, and he attacked Jaydraoth also. The child must have realized that the Pandavs could not enter the view along with him because of Jaydraoth. He did not know the way out. He wanted to destroy the entire view, and thus avoid that problem. There would be no view at all. He fought desperately with Jaydraoth. If Jaydraoth could be defeated, the way was clear for the Pandav warriors. But Jaydraoth blocked the passage of Abhimanyu with an array of elephants and a huge army. Abhimanyu looked like the newly risen sun surrounded by dense black rain clouds. He now fought furiously with all the 6 Maharatikas. They harassed him with their weapons, but they were all defeated. Abhimanyu was able to make them go back. They were not able to fight with him. He had killed their horses. Their bows were gone, and their chariots too. They tried again and again to meet his onslaught. Abhimanyu hurt Radhaya with his terrible arrows. He was attacked by Ashvathama, Kripa and Drona. Salya and Brihadbala joined these men. Abhimanyu sent a sharp arrow towards Brihadbala. He fell down dead, his heart torn by the arrow of Abhimanyu. Radhaya's body was covered by blood. The son of Duryodhan came to challenge Abhimanyu. Abhimanyu said, "I am glad to see that you are a better fighter than your father." He ran away from the fight. "You seem to be braver than that coward." Ashvathama came to the help of the son of Duryodhan. Shakuni went to the king and said, "It is not possible to kill this young man. It is not possible to stop his progress. He has got to be killed. Let us all kill him together." Radhaya went to Drona and said, "The son of Arjun is bent on killing all of us. Please make haste and tell us how he can be killed. Either he has to be killed, or we will all have to die. I am standing here because it is my duty to be with my king. Or else I would go away from here. These arrows of Abhimanyu are burning my entire body." Drona said, "There is no one to equal the son of my Arjun. Hurt as I am by his arrows, I cannot help admiring his skill and valor. If he is to be killed, his armor has to be broken. Arjun has taught him to wear this impenetrable armor. That is why he is able to withstand our arrows. So long as he has his chariot, so long as he has his bow in his hand, he is invincible. If you want to kill him, you must kill his 2 charioteers, you must destroy his chariot, you must deprive him of his bow. If you can do all this, then, perhaps, you may be able to kill him. Let me see if you can do it. Cut the string of his bow when he is not looking. You cannot do it if you are facing him." Drona stopped talking and Radhaya walked away. The meanest act in his entire life was then performed by the man Radhaya. When the child Abhimanyu was fighting, Radhaya went to him. He stood behind Abhimanyu and cut his bow with his arrows. The startled young warrior turned round to see who could have done such a dastardly thing. Drona at once killed the horses of Abhimanyu's chariot. Kripa killed the 2 charioteers of Abhimanyu. The others attacked him with their arrows. These were Kritvarma, Ashvathama and Duryodhan's son. 6 of the Maharatikas attacked this single warrior. Abhimanyu did not have a chariot. He did not have a bow. The defenseless child was attacked by the 6 heroes on the side of the Kauravas. Abhimanyu's eyes were red with fury and contempt. He looked at Drona and said, "You are a great man. You are the commander of the Kaurav army. You have done this injustice to me. How dare you do this?" Abhimanyu turned towards Radhaya and said, "You call yourself a disciple of Bhargav. You dare to think that you are equal to my father in archery. I thought that you, at least, were capable of noble thoughts. My uncle has said that you are a noble man, that you are a chivalrous fighter. So this is all your nobility. You are all men whose names are spoken with affection, and all because of your valor. Is this all the valor you are capable of? How is it the earth does not open up and swallow you? How can she bear the shame of bearing people like you?" Abhimanyu had no time to think. He had to fight. He took his sword and shield and jumped out of his chariot. He jumped at them with the intention of killing them. Drona saw him and his fury. With his sharp arrows he cut the hilt of the sword of Abhimanyu. Radhaya shot his arrows at the shield of the young child and broke it to pieces. Young Abhimanyu was now without a bow, without a chariot, without a sword, without a shield. He was absolutely defenseless and completely at the mercy of 6 cruel men who were bent on killing him. For a moment Abhimanyu thought of his father. He was sorry only about one thing. He would not be able to see the pride in the eyes of his father when he heard about his wonderful feat. He thought of his mother, the beautiful Subhadra. His thoughts were sad. He knew that her heart would be broken. He thought of Krishn. It was just his bad luck that he could not see his father and his uncle before he died. Yudhishthir and Bheem came to his mind's eye. Poor uncles, they tried their best to come to him. But they could not. Jaydraoth was in their way. Yes, Jaydraoth. His father would kill that man Jaydraoth when he came to know about this. Yudhishthir would be horrified at the crime committed on the Kurukshetra field. But then, when the time came, his death would be avenged. These 6 heroes would regret their cowardly attack on him. Abhimanyu was helpless. He rushed to his chariot and took the wheel of the chariot in his 2 hands. He whirled it about his head. With his form full of the arrows of his enemies, with his frame drenched in blood, with his face glowing with anger and sheer contempt and pride, the young warrior stood there in their midst with the chariot wheel in his hand, looking like the Lord Vishnu. He said, "Even now it is not too late. I am giving you all a chance to redeem your honor. Come and fight with me. Come one by one. I will fight with you. Come, one by one. I can fight with each one of you. Come." Even as he was saying this, Abhimanyu rushed at Drona. He looked like Vishnu himself, with the wheel in his hand. His hair was flying in the breeze. His face had taken on an unearthly glow. He was the most wonderful sight as he stood there, with a smile on his lips, with the wheel upraised. Even before he could fling it on Drona, the 6 of them broke that wheel into 100 fragments. Abhimanyu now took up the mace. He said once again, "Come one by one, yes, one by one. I can fight all of you if you come one by one." His words fell on deaf ears. Abhimanyu rushed at Ashvatthama. Terrified at the sight of Abhimanyu advancing like the god of death, Ashvatthama ran away from his neighborhood. Abhimanyu killed the horses of Ashvatthama. He rushed towards the chariot of the son of Dusashan. He broke his chariot. Dusashan's son leaped at Abhimanyu with his mace raised aloft. The 2 were engaged in a fight for life. Abhimanyu had become completely fatigued by the terrible fighting of the day. He did not mind it. He fought desperately. Each was bent on killing the other. When he saw Abhimanyu fall down, the son of Dusashan rushed at him. Abhimanyu was recovering from his faint. He was just about to rise. Then the son of Dusashan raised his mace and hit Abhimanyu on the head. Abhimanyu fell down again, not being able to stand the force of the stroke. He fell down, never to rise again. Abhimanyu was killed. Abhimanyu was killed most treacherously by the brave warriors on the side of the Kauravas. 6 great warriors dared to commit this most dastardly crime on the holy field called Kurukshetra. Drona, the commander of the Kaurav host, proved himself to be as sinful and treacherous as the king for whom he fought. The son of Drona, Ashvatthama, the son born by the grace of Shankar, was party to the murder of a child of 16. It was a crime, the like of which had never been committed before. Arjun's beautiful son was lying dead, and these men danced around the dead form of that hero like animals, like beasts without any feelings. No, a beast would have been more sympathetic. They were monsters. Abhimanyu was killed by 6 great heroes on the side of the Kauravas. He had churned the army of the Kauravas like a whale which churns the sea. They looked on him as he lay on the battlefield, with his beautiful face like the moon on the eastern hill, with his lotus eyes closed, with his form full of the arrows that had been shot at him. There was great joy in their hearts. They shouted for joy. The cry was taken up by the others and the army resounded with their war cry, their cry of victory. The cry struck terror into the heart of Yudhishthir and Bheem. They knew at once that Abhimanyu was killed. The thought of the young child as he stood in his chariot, smiling at them, made Yudhishthir fall down in a faint. They were not prepared for this calamity. In the absence of Arjun and Krishn, this grave injustice had been done, and the Pandav host did not know what they were to tell Arjun when he came back from the fight with the Trigartas. The sun had set. The Kauravas had returned to their camp with great joy at the death of Abhimanyu and the Pandav. Camp was sunk in the lowest depths of despair. 10. Arjun's Oath. Yudhishthir sat on the ground with his eyes raining tears. He said, "That child went to fight with the words, 'Do not fear.' I will certainly break the view. If I get caught up inside it, I will not be able to come out of it. That is what is worrying me." I assured him that we would all take care of him. What is the use of my living when I could not do what I promised to do? I sent him to his death. Please kill me, all of you, before Arjun comes and asks me, "Why did you kill my son?" My child defeated all of them, Kripa, Salya, Duryodhan, Drona, Ashvathama, and so many others. They were all not able to meet the dreadful fighting of my child Abhimanyu. This hero was killed in the most treacherous manner imaginable. What can I say to Arjun when he comes back? What am I to say to Krishn? What to Subhadra? I love Arjun and Subhadra. No one is more dear to me than Krishn. And I have done this to them. I sent that child to his death. In my desire to win the war, I killed my child. Nothing will make me forget this. I killed him. I killed Abhimanyu. Yudhishthir fainted away. Arjun had finally defeated the Samsaptakas. The sun had set, and the chariot of Arjun was turned towards the camp of the Pandavs. The omens did not speak well. Arjun was perturbed by it. He was talking to Krishna about the several things which had happened that day on the battlefield. But his mind was upset by the evil omens. His throat became parched. He said, "Krishna, my mind misgives me. I am feeling as though I have a fever in my limbs. I have never before felt fatigued by the battle. But today I feel listless. These evil omens make me afraid. I do not know what has happened. I hope nothing has happened to my brother." Krishna said, "I am sure nothing has happened to your brothers. Nothing can happen to them. Your fears are unwarranted. Cast off this worry and be happy at the thought that the Trigartas are all subdued. They will not challenge you any more. No one can lure you away from the battlefield from now on." They reached the camp. Silence greeted Arjun. It was a silence, the like of which he had never known before. He said, "Krishn, what is this? There seems to be nothing here. Every day, music could be heard from the venas that were played. We would always hear the trumpets and other war instruments announcing our victory. But today nothing seems to be alive. Look at all these soldiers, Krishn. No one seems to welcome me. They are all avoiding me. What have I done to deserve this? They dare not meet my eyes. No one is here to greet me with words of praise for my fighting. I am afraid. No one is here, none of my own people. My brothers are not waiting for my coming. I hope nothing has happened to Virat or Drupad. I do not see my Abhimanyu or the sons of Draupadi. My Abhimanyu usually welcomes me with his charming smile." They went to the tent of Yudhishthir. There they saw all of them sitting dejectedly. Arjun could not understand it. He looked at Yudhishthir. Yudhishthir hung his head down and wiped his eyes with his hands. Bheem was just limp with grief. Arjun had never seen him thus. Bheem got up to greet Arjun and fell down on the floor, his face convulsed with grief. Nakul was staring at the ground. Satyav was looking out of the tent. He would not look at Arjun. No one would look at Arjun. This was terrible. Arjun scanned the people there, who were sitting in the gloom. There were no lamps lit. Arjun looked and could not see Abhimanyu anywhere. He spoke to them all, "Your faces are all pale and pained. I dare not guess what has happened. I do not see my darling child Abhimanyu. He would have welcomed me as soon as I came. He is not here. Where is he?" No one answered him. Only the sobs of Yudhishthir broke the silence. Arjun tried not to guess the truth. He said, "I was told that Drona had arranged his army in the terrible Padma view. Do not tell me that you sent my child into that death trap. No one spoke. Arjun continued to talk. No one among you can enter that view except my child. I had taught him how to enter that view, but I had not taught him how to come out of it. Did you send him into that Padme-vayu? He paused for an answer. No one spoke. Again the sobs of Yudhishthir broke through. Arjun knew. He turned horrified eyes on all of them. They were afraid to look at him. Yudhishthir came to him and said, "Do not speak a word more, Arjun. Kill me first. You can talk afterwards. First kill me who killed your child. It is only thus you can avenge the death of Abhimanyu." I killed Abhimanyu. Yes, I killed Abhimanyu. Again he fainted away. Arjun was too stunned to speak. He could not imagine his Abhimanyu as dead. Krishn could not stand up. He sat down on the floor near Bheem. His eyes were filled with tears. But looking at the anguish in the eyes of Bheem, he took his hand in his and squeezed it in silent sympathy. Bheem broke down. Arjun had fainted. He got up and said, "Tell me, someone, how it happened. How did he die? How could he die? He was not taught how to get out of the Padme-vayu. He must have told you that. If he had been caught in it, he is sure to have been killed. Which man, prodded by fate, did dare to kill my son? How could he have had the courage to touch my son? How can I live after this? He was so brave and chivalrous. He would never attack first in a fight. He was the flower of chivalry. How could anyone have had the heart to kill him? I am not able to believe it." Arjun lamented the death of Abhimanyu for a long time. He then turned to Yudhishthir and said, "How could you do it? How did you allow him inside the Padme-vayu without helping him? You were there, and Drishthadhum and Nakul and Satyaki and Sahdev. How could this have happened? I cannot understand how anyone could kill Abhimanyu. He is so hard to defy. Tell me who that man is." He did not get an answer to his question. He said, "I am sure there must have been some foul play. Or else Abhimanyu cannot be killed. I am certain of that." He threw down his bow and arrows. He fell down in a faint. He was revived. Krishn took his hand in his and said, "Arjun, do not grieve so. Abhimanyu died the death of a hero. He died so that others may live. He has reached the heavens. It is a fitting death for a great hero like Abhimanyu. Look at your brothers, Arjun. They are sunk in the depths of sorrow. It is up to you to comfort them. They are just broken with grief and self-reproach. Talk gently to your dear ones. Seeing you grieve, their grief is increasing. You cannot imagine how they must have suffered today. Abhimanyu is the beloved child of all of us. Remember that, my friend." Arjun went at once to Bheem. He fell at the feet of Yudhishthir and Bheem, and their tears now mingled. Arjun spoke to Yudhishthir, "In my grief, I was blind to your feelings. Forgive me, my dear brother. Bheem, I am sorry I forgot myself. I can see what this must have meant to you all. I can compose myself. I am feeling that I am now strong enough to bear to hear the details of his death. Nakul, Sahdev, Satyaki, tell me, all of you, how it happened. Drishthadhum, my friend, tell me the name of that fool who has dared to do this to us. Yudhishthir, my lord, my mind is now strong enough." Arjun broke down again. He said, "My heart must be made of stone. Or else it would have been broken all to pieces when I heard that Abhimanyu is dead. He is dead and I am living." Yudhishthir made Arjun sit down and said, "Arjun, I will tell you everything that led to the death of the jewel of the Pandavs, the dearest possession of yours. I will tell you. The Trigartas came and took you away. After that, Drona arranged his army in Dai Padme-vayu. We had a counter-arrangement and the fight began. It was not possible to resist their onslaught. The view was terrible. We could do nothing, absolutely nothing. It was like a fort which resisted all our skill. Our army was being defeated, and all the while Drona was standing outside the view, with a complacent look on his face. I knew that our army would be completely destroyed before the evening. I could not bear to see our innocent army being killed ruthlessly like that. Arjun, I went to Abhimanyu and asked him if he would break the view for us. He was pleased. He said, "Do not fear, my uncle. I will certainly break the view. My father has taught me that. If I can do this service to the great Pandavs, I will be proud of it. But I know only half the truth about the view. I know how to enter it. But my father has not taught me how to get out of it. He has told me that the view has a knack of closing up after someone has entered it. If I get caught up inside it, if danger assails me there, I will not be able to get out of it. That is what is worrying me. Here, the voice of Yudhishthir broke. He could not continue. Bheem spoke. He said, "Yes, Arjun, that child said he could not come out of the view. But we all assured him that we would take care of that. I assured him that we would all be with him and that, once the opening was made, then we would break it open. We were all there, Yudhishthir, myself, Nakul, Sahdev, Drishtadyumna, Satyaki, Drupad, Virat, the Kakaya brothers, the sons of Draupadi, and so many others. That child took on his young shoulders this great task which we all placed on him. The last we saw of him was when he stood on the chariot, and turned back, and looked on us with a beautiful smile of infinite charm lighting his face. That was the last we saw of him." Bheem could not speak any more. He sobbed into the chest of Arjun. Again Yudhishthir took up the narration. He said, "We followed him in our chariots. We saw him enter the view. We were just behind him. We could have entered the view very easily. We saw the opening. Just as we were about to enter, Jaydraoth came and stood before us. I thought that it would be easy to get past him. We saw Abhimanyu course through the enemy ranks like a meteor. We were sure of joining him. But then the petals of that huge lotus closed up once again. Jaydraoth blocked up the passage, and we could not enter. We saw the child caught up inside the view, and all of us, tried in vain to defeat Jaydraoth. Single-handed, he managed to keep us all at bay. We heard the progress of Abhimanyu by the shouts of despair rising from the army of the Kauravas. He caused havoc. But in the end he died. Abhimanyu died. Yudhishthir stopped. He could not tell Arjun about the murder of his son. Sahdev now came near Arjun. He said, "My dear brother, prepare yourself to hear the story of the greatest crime that was committed on the field of Kurukshetra. Your son was surrounded by 6 Maharatikas, Drona, Kripa, Radhaya, Ashvathama, Kritvarma, and the son of Dasashan. These 6 surrounded him. Radhaya cut his bow from behind, Drona killed his horses, Kripa killed his charioteers. The son of Dasashan killed Abhimanyu. Yes, Arjun, they all murdered that child even under our very eyes. We saw it, and we could do nothing about it. You can punish us as you like. We all killed Abhimanyu." Sahdev was overcome with grief. They all sat silent, looking at Arjun and his mounting fury. Arjun fell down in a dead faint. They came near him and revived him with perfumed water. Arjun got up. His frame was trembling with fury. He trembled as if with an ague. He stood up and said, "I promise you, I will kill that Jaydraoth tomorrow. Even if he comes to me or to Krishn or to Yudhishthir for succor, I will kill him. Even if he is guarded by all the sons of Dhritarashtra, even if he is in the keeping of Shankar himself, I will kill him. I am to be his killer tomorrow. If I do not kill him, let me lose all the merit I have acquired so far. Let me go to the hell meant for the worst of sinners. Listen to my oath. I swear in the name of fire and in the name of my beloved Gandiv, that I will kill that Jaydraoth tomorrow. I will do it before the sun sets tomorrow. No one can prevent me from doing this. Jaydraoth will be dead tomorrow. If I do not kill him, I promise that I will enter the blazing fire with the Gandiv in my hand." Arjun twanged his bow. The noise filled the four quarters. Krishn at once took up his Panchajanya and blew it lustily. The terrible noise filled the air. The earth did tremble when the notes of the conch of Krishn mingled with the vibration of the string of the Gandiv. The Pandav camp was now happy. The thought that Jaydraoth was to be killed by Arjun made them feel elated. The Pandavs threw off their cloak of grief. Bheem was exhilarated. His voice became harsh with the emotion in his heart. He looked at Arjun and said, "Even at this very moment the enemies would have heard the noise of your bow and the music of the Panchajanya. They would have died already. I am proud of you. I know that you will do what you have sworn to do." The gloom lifted from the hearts of the brothers of Arjun. They felt that the death of Abhimanyu would be avenged. They knew that all 6 of the murderers would be punished by Arjun for their inhuman crime. Nemesis was already on their track. It would be just a matter of days before they would all be killed. All of them tried to forget the death of Abhimanyu in the desire for revenge. But they could not forget the thoughts of Abhimanyu. They could not wipe from their memory the picture of Abhimanyu when they last saw him, standing in his chariot and smiling at all of them just before he entered the terrible Padmavayu. Everyone in the Pandav camp, from Yudhishthir to the lowliest soldier, was mourning the death of Abhimanyu. No one slept in the camp that night. Along with the grief at the death of Abhimanyu, a new worry had entered their minds. It was the oath of Arjun. Everyone thought, in his grief at the death of his son, Arjun has sworn to do a thing which seems impossible. May God grant him success in tomorrow's fight. May he come back to the camp with victory. We will stake all the punya we have acquired so far. God, please make his oath come true. May Arjun come back victorious from the battlefield. So prayed everyone in the camp of the Pandavs. 11. Jaydraoth's panic. There was happiness in the camp of the Kauravas today. The Acharya had done what he had promised to do. He had killed one of the great heroes on the side of the Pandavs. They were all gloating over their success. They were thinking of the grief of Arjun when he came back from his fight with the Samsaptakas. Duryodhan heard that their army had been defeated. The brave Susharma, who had challenged Arjun to please Duryodhan, had been vanquished by Arjun. He had lost all his brothers and his army. But Duryodhan was not very upset by this. He was extremely pleased at the fact that Abhimanyu had been killed. They were all celebrating their victory. The Kaurav camp was startled out of its pleasant thoughts by the sound of Arjun's Gandiv and Krishn's Panchajanya. They did not know what it meant. They had been sure that Arjun would be plunged in woe. It looked as though they were mistaken. The twang of the Gandiv meant only one thing, that Arjun was very pleased about something. The Panchajanya, which was blown so lustily by Krishn, meant that he was happy too. This was not what they expected of the Pandavs. They were waiting for a different kind of noise. They were hoping that the Pandavs would take thought and die. Duryodhan was waiting impatiently for their spies from the Pandav camp to bring them news about the latest development in their plan. The spies came. They told him about the oath of Arjun. Jaydraoth was terrified. He rushed to Duryodhan. He said, "I am sure Arjun will do what he has sworn to do. There is nothing else for me to do except run away. I will go back to my kingdom. I will go back to my father. No one can kill a man who has run away from the battlefield. It is against the dharma of a good Kshatriya. Arjun is righteous. He will not pursue me. I will save my life by running away." Duryodhan was not so upset as he ought to have been about the fears of Jaydraoth. Jaydraoth had served his purpose. Duryodhan, who always thought of himself first and then of others, laughed at the fears of Jaydraoth. He said, "Do not be so frightened. Arjun cannot kill you. You say that you will run away from the battlefield, that a righteous warrior will not kill a man who has run away. But remember, our killing of Abhimanyu was anything but righteous. Arjun knows it. In fact, the spies have just told us what he said. Even if he is in the keeping of Shankar himself, I will kill him. There is no use in your running away. As for your fears, they are just foolish. You will be guarded by all of us. In the midst of so many of the Kaurav heroes, you will be safe. Indra himself cannot do anything to you. I will guard you. Radhaya, Vivimsati, Sala, Salya, Chitrasena, Bhoorisravas, Vrishasena, Purumithra, Kripa, Poja, Vikarna, Dharmaka, Dasashun, Vinda and Anuvinda, our Ashvathama, Shakuni and Alambusa are some of the heroes who will guard you. You are yourself a great fighter. Why should you fear the power of Arjun? He is not a god. Cast off all your fears. We will all take care of you. I will see that not a hair of your head is touched. There is also this to be said. Arjun has sworn that he will fall into the fire if he does not keep up his oath. Because of you, we will be rid of Arjun. Without Arjun, the Pandavs can do nothing. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Let us not lose it. Duryodhan's words were comforting to Jaydraoth. But they were not reassuring enough. He went with the king to the presence of Drona. Jaydraoth asked him, I want you to tell me if I am the better fighter or Arjun. I want your frank opinion. Drona said, you have both had the same teacher, I know. But he has improved his skill by constant practice, and also he has in his possession all the divine astras. But that is all beside the point. I am here to protect you from Arjun tomorrow. I will build a view which will baffle even Arjun, and I will keep you inside that. I will stand guard at the entrance of the view as I did today, and no one can pass me and enter, not even Arjun. I am sure of it. Why are you so afraid? I will try my best to protect you. If I fail, you must face death. After all, one has to die sooner or later. You will die on the battlefield, fighting. You will reach the heavens. There is no use in fretting about something which may not happen. Go and rest in peace. I am going to build a triple view tomorrow. The first portion will be a Sukkot view. Beyond this Sukkot view I will have a Padme view. Inside this will be a Suchamuk view. At the other end of this third view you will be placed with all the heroes to guard you. I will be guarding the views. It will not be possible to get past me. Even if Arjun manages to get past the first two views, he will find it very difficult to reach you. By the time he reaches the third view, it will be evening. His oath will become false. Do not worry so much about tomorrow. Drona's words made Jaydraoth feel that there was not much danger for him. He was reassured. They all went back to their tents. There was absolutely no chance of Arjun succeeding in his attempt tomorrow. That was the feeling in the minds of all of them. Krishn went to Arjun's tent. He said, Arjun, it is a very rash thing you have done. Today, you have taken an oath in the presence of your brothers and all the heroes that you will kill Jaydraoth tomorrow before the sun sets. Why did you take the oath without consulting me? I would have given you proper advice. You have taken upon yourself a very great task. I only hope that you will not have to face the ridicule of the world. What made you think that the task will be easy? I have just now heard from our spies that every precaution is being taken by your dear Acharya to guard Jaydraoth. As soon as they heard the twang of your bow, the Kauravas were worried about the reason for your happiness. Then their spies went and told them about your oath. They have asked Drona to protect Jaydraoth. He has promised to do so. Drona is going to have a triple view. The first portion of the army will be half a Sukkot view and half Padma. Beyond that will be a Suchamuk view. All the great heroes like Radhaya, Bhoorisravas, Ashvathama, Vrishesana, Durjaya, Kripa, Salya, Durmukha and Drona will be there to guard the views. The final view will baffle you. At the very end of it will be Jaydraoth, and all along the needle will be placed the best fighters on their side. Arjun, you will have a terrible task ahead of you. I am worried about the fighting you will have to do tomorrow. I wish you had not taken it. If you fail, I dread to think of the consequences. I do not want to lose you, Arjun. Arjun smiled and said, I know that all the heroes you have mentioned are all far inferior to me. I can also defeat Drona and his son. I am sure to kill Jaydraoth tomorrow. Duryodhan thinks that his commander is great. He is depending on him to win this war. I will tackle the great Drona first. Krishn, watch me kill all the great warriors on the side of Duryodhan. I will show them what I can do. Watch my Gandiv tomorrow. It will glow as it has not done so far. Jaydraoth has got to be killed by sunset tomorrow. My Abhimanyu will be watching me. I cannot fail. I will not fail. We must leave early in the morning tomorrow. Please keep all the weapons ready in my chariot tomorrow. Krishn, I have a bow called the Gandiv. It is the best in the world. I am Arjun. I have been called the best archer in the world. I have a charioteer by name Krishn. He is the best man in this world. Why then should I worry? Do not insult yourself and your friend in this, my other friend, the Gandiv, by thinking that tomorrow I may not be able to keep my promise. You are with me. That means victory is mine. They both sat silent for a few moments. They were both thinking of Abhimanyu. Suddenly Arjun said, Krishn, I cannot face Subhadra and her tears. I cannot face her now. Please go to her for my sake and comfort her. Krishn said, I know. It will be hard for you. I will certainly go and see her now. Krishn went to see his beloved sister. It was awful to see the grief of the mother at the death of her son. He went and sat by her side. They sat thus for a long time. Krishn said, Subhadra, you must not grieve for your son so much. He has reached the heavens. He is part of the moon. He is happy. We must not grieve for one who is happy. He is alive as long as his name is alive. Can anyone forget Abhimanyu in this world? Weep not, my dear sister. He lived as no one has lived. As for his death, why, many will vie with each other for a death like that of Abhimanyu. We are all mortal. We all have to die. But it is not possible to die a grand death as Abhimanyu did. People perform a number of good acts and a great number of sacrifices and yagnas to reach the realms of Indra. But young Abhimanyu has reached that realm because he is a Kshatriya, and because he died on the battlefield. You are the daughter of the house of the Vrishnis. You are the sister of heroes, the wife of the greatest hero in this world, the mother of the most wonderful hero that fought in the battle. It is not right that you should weep like this for our Abhimanyu. Come, rise up and wipe your dear eyes. Subhadra heard these words of Krishn. She said, Krishn, you ask me not to weep. But how can I do anything else? When I think of his beautiful face and lotus eyes, when I think of his dear voice calling me mother, when I think that his body will now be on the battlefield covered by dust and blood, what can I do but weep? When the 5 Pandavs are alive, when the great Arjun and Krishn were alive, how could this happen to my son? He was great. He was brave. He was gentle and sweet-natured. How could this have happened to him? Krishn, how could you have allowed this to happen to my child? How is it the great Pandavs were not able to protect this child? I thought they were all heroes. I see that I was mistaken. Krishn said, in your grief you are saying this. My dear sister, Abhimanyu was killed by unfair means. He could never have been killed in fair fight. When I was away with Arjun, these murderers trapped the child in their deadly view and managed to kill him. How can you say that the Pandavs did not protect him? On the holy field called Kurukshetra, Adharm has been born today. Do you think those men will go unpunished for this vile crime of theirs? You will see it tomorrow. Arjun has sworn that he will kill that sinful Jaydraoth tomorrow before the sun sets. This is the last night he spends on this earth. He will be killed mercilessly tomorrow. Cast away this sorrow. Think of your son as one of the gods today. He died as a Kshatriya should. Think of the many mothers who have lost their sons during these 13 days of war. Have they not been brave? You are to stop this weeping and comfort poor Uthara, who is heartbroken. She is bearing Abhimanyu's son. You must guard her. You must now be her mother and wipe her tears. Abhimanyu died the death of a hero. He was killed ruthlessly by 6 great heroes on the side of the Kauravas. His death will be avenged by Arjun. You can be sure of that. Come now, console your child Uthara. Krishn made her go to Uthara, and after comforting them both and Draupadi, he came back to Arjun. Arjun was waiting for him. He had all the things ready to worship Krishn. This was, to him, a daily ritual. He offered flowers and fruits and honey to Krishn after worshipping him. Krishn said, "Go to sleep, Arjun. I will strive for your success in the war that is to be fought tomorrow." Krishn took leave of Arjun and, ascending his chariot which was driven by Derek, he went to his apartments. 12. Krishn's preparations. Krishn lay down on his snowy bed, and was immersed in thought. Sleep would not come to his eyes. It was long past midnight. Still Krishn could not sleep. He sat up in his bed. He sent for Derek. Krishn said, "Derek, you have also heard the oath of Arjun, that he is going to kill Jaydraoth tomorrow before sunset. Duryodhan has also heard about it, and he has made arrangements to guard Jaydraoth. Arjun is a great hero. He has fought with the enemies of Indra, and destroyed them single-handed. I know that. But I am feeling that this task he has undertaken will be too much for him. The array tomorrow will be formidable. Drona is at the head of the team of warriors who are to guard Jaydraoth. The time of the year is such that the sun sets early. It is now Dakshinayana. Arjun will not have time to reach the Satyaki view before sunset. I am afraid of that. Derek, you know the affection I have for Arjun. I do not love my sons or my wives or my relations or my other friends as I love Arjun. If Arjun fails to do what he has sworn to do, he will fall into the blazing fire and kill himself. I cannot live even for a moment in a world where Arjun is not living. I feel that I will have to fight in tomorrow's battle. I have sworn not to. But I am prepared to break my oath in order to make the oath of Arjun true. I will kill Radhaya and Duryodhan if need be, and save Arjun's reputation. Let the world see my prowess tomorrow. I will fight for the sake of my heart's dearest friend. I will use my chakra called Sudarshana, and my mace Kamadaki. The world will then see my love for the Pandavs. Their enemies are my enemies and their friends are my friends. Half my body and soul is Arjun. Arjun is part of Krishn and Krishn is part of Arjun. No one can come between us. Now, Derek, tonight, you must do something for me. Prepare my own chariot for the war. Place all my weapons in it. Place my bow Saranga, my chakra Sudarshana, and my mace Kamadaki in it. Also my Sakti. Fix on the chariot my banner, the Garuda. Yoke my dear horses Valahaka, Saibya, Megapushpa and Sugriva. Place the armors on the horses. You must also wear your armor. Wait for me. If at any time of the day, you hear me blowing my Panchajanya in the Rishabha note, come to me at once. I will then prove to the world how much I love Arjun. I must guard him as I would my brother. We have shared all our joys and all our sorrows. I will try my level best to make Arjun keep his oath. If it looks as though he cannot, I will interfere and do the needful. Jaydraoth must die tomorrow before the sun sets. Derek listened in silence. He looked up when Krishn finished talking. He said, "My lord, Arjun cannot lose. He is sure to be successful. You are his charioteer. How can he lose? However, I will do as you have commanded me to do. I will keep the chariot in readiness." Derek left the presence of Krishn. Krishn sighed a sigh of relief. He looked as though a burden had been lifted off his mind. He lay down on the bed. Arjun lay on his bed. For a long time thoughts of tomorrow and the task ahead of him robbed him of his sleep. He thought again and again of the words of Krishn, that he should not have taken the oath so rashly. His mind began to wander. He was hoping that he could kill Jaydraoth. With these thoughts in his mind, Arjun drifted into a troubled sleep. His sleep was haunted by a dream. Krishn melted into his dream. He said, "Arjun, do not worry." "Why are you worried? Tell me that." "Worry is a sure destroyer of success. This your worry will benefit the enemies and weaken you. Do not let the disease destroy you." Arjun said, "Krishn, I have taken a terrible oath that I will slay Jaydraoth tomorrow. I must do it before sunset. The Kauravas have made all arrangements for his protection. If I am not able to do what I have sworn to do, the world will laugh at me. I will die if I am not able to kill Jaydraoth. I do not want to be false to my oath. That is what I am worried about. Will I be able to do it?" Krishn said, "Arjun, do you not remember your Pashupata? You performed tapas for it on the mountain called Indrakila. You got it from the Lord Shankar. You must use it against Jaydraoth in the battle tomorrow. For the success of your oath, pray in your mind to Shankar. He will justify his name. You will be able to kill Jaydraoth." Hearing the words of Krishn, Arjun purified himself by touching pure water with his hands. He sat on the ground and thought of Shankar. He went to Shankar in his mind. A strange thing happened. Arjun saw himself flying in the sky with Krishn. They were traveling faster than the mind. Their course was as straight and swift as that of an arrow which had been shot from a bow. Krishn had caught hold of his right hand, and they were swimming together in space. They were proceeding towards the north. They passed many beautiful places. He saw the great mountain called Mandara. They seemed to be going higher and still higher, and finally they came to the mountain of silvery snow. There they saw the great Lord Shankar. Like 1,000 suns shining at the same time, he was glowing, brightening the entire mountain with his radiance. They fell at his feet and adored him. Shankar was pleased with their worship and said, "What is your desire? I will grant it." Arjun said, "I want the reputed Pashupata." Even as he was saying this, Arjun looked in the presence of the Lord. He saw there the offerings he had made to Krishna that night. Shankar said, "There is a lake of nectar. There I have placed my own arrow and my bow with which I destroyed the Asuras. You can go and get it from there." Some of the many attendants of Shankar went with them to the lake of nectar. There in the lake they saw a serpent which was deadly. On closer look they saw another which was spitting fire. It had 1,000 heads. Then Arjun and Krishn chanted the hymns from the Mahabharat. The serpents changed their forms. They now became a bow and arrow. Arjun and Krishn took them up in their hands with great reverence and went to Shankar. Shankar smiled at them. Suddenly from his body there appeared a brahmachari who had red eyes and blue-black hair. He was fierce-looking. He took up the bow and the arrow. Arjun watched the way he did it. He learned from him the art of drawing the bow and fixing the arrow to it. Arjun heard Shankar reciting the holy incantation for the Pashupata. The brahmachari now flung the bow and arrow into the lake from there. Arjun now remembered the duel he had fought with Shankar on the Indrakila mountain. He had been granted a sight of the Lord with his consort Parvati. He realized they were in the presence of that same Shankar. They fell at his sacred feet once again, and he smiled on them. With a great elation in their hearts, Krishn and Arjun returned to their camp. This was the strange dream of Arjun. 13. The 14th day dawns. The 14th day of the great war dawned. It was the 4th day of the leadership of Drona. Yudhishthir got up early in the morning. He had finished all his morning worship. Krishn came to his tent. After him came all the lions on the side of the Pandavs. Yudhishthir asked Krishn, "Did you spend a pleasant night?" Krishn smilingly replied, "Yes. And now, looking at your peaceful countenance, I know that there is nothing unpleasant that will ever happen to me." Bheem, Drishtadhum, Satyaki and Shikhandi, Nakul, Sahdev and the sons of Draupadi, Chekithan, Drishtakata, the Kakaya brothers, Yuyatsu and Ghatoat-kuch, Drupad and Virat came there too. Yudhishthir honored all of them, and then they began to discuss the plans for the day. It was not like other days. It was an important day in the lives of all of them. Yudhishthir said, "Krishn, we are depending on you for everything. It is up to you to see us through this war with success, at the end of it for all of us. You must have thought out a way of making the oath of Arjun come true. With you as his charioteer, my Arjun is sure to succeed today like all other days." Krishn said, "There is no archer like Arjun. There is no fighter like Arjun. He is brave, he is skillful, and he is a master of all the divine astras. Looking at his noble face and his panther-like walk, who can dare defy him, unless he has decided to die? I will do my best to help him to destroy the Kauravas. We will bum up their army today. I am sure there is to be a great loss in the army of Duryodhan. With the death of Jaydraoth, their spine will be broken. They will realize that the oath of Arjun is not just a string of words, but a string of arrows which will be a noose of death. I have been watching the omens too. They speak well for our side and they spell calamity for Duryodhan. Please do not have any worry about Arjun and the possible failure of his oath. I am here. I will not let it fail. You can be sure of it, Yudhishthir." Even as they were talking thus, Arjun came to the tent of Yudhishthir. He fell at the feet of Yudhishthir and all those who were elder to him. Yudhishthir embraced him with affection and made him sit by his side. He said, "Arjun, I can see from the happy expression on your face that success is sure to be yours today. You look strangely happy, and so does Krishn." Arjun had still not got over the experience of the previous night. His dream was still vivid. He told them about it, about his meeting the great Shankar in his dream with Krishn. It was a thrilling experience for him, and everyone who listened was overcome with emotion. They fell on the ground and worshipped the Lord. They were now sure that Arjun would be able to keep his oath. Great shouting was heard in the camp of the Pandavs. Everyone was excited at the thought of war. The conchs and trumpets made music. They all began to get ready for the war front. Satyaki and Krishn got into the same chariot and left the tent of Yudhishthir. They reached the tent of Arjun. Krishn descended from his chariot. His role was to be changed. He was the charioteer to Arjun. Smilingly he took leave of Satyaki and proceeded to the stables. He washed the horses with loving hands. He placed their armors on the 4 white horses of Arjun. The chariot was equipped with all the necessary weapons. He did it all with loving care. Fortunate indeed was Arjun, who was loved so much by Krishn that he should do these things for him. The 8th banner was fixed and the great chariot was brought to the presence of Arjun. Krishn got down from the chariot and went to Arjun. He said, "The chariot is ready. Come, Arjun, let us go." Arjun had put on his golden armor. It was the gift of Indra, and it could defy the onslaught of 1,000 arrows at the same time. His golden crown fretted with heavenly gems was placed on his head. It was a magnificent sight these two presented, Krishn and Arjun in the golden chariot yoked with the white horses which were famed throughout the world. The morning sun gleamed on the 8th banner. Krishn took up the reins in his left hand. The journey was on. The omens were all favorable to the Pandavs. Arjun went to Satyaki and said, Satyaki, in the excitement of the killing of Jaydraoth, we must not forget Drona's promise to Duryodhan that he will capture Yudhishthir. We must guard him. It is most likely that the Acharya, seeing me advance towards the Padma view, will come to our army front and try to capture my brother. I have great faith in you. I know your prowess. You are my equal in everything. You can replace me easily. Two important things have to be achieved today, the killing of Jaydraoth and the guarding of Yudhishthir. We will do both the things. The omens predict success to our side. There is no need to worry about me. I am protected by the Lord Krishn. There need be no worry about Yudhishthir since he will be protected by Satyaki, the cousin of Krishn and the disciple of Arjun and his equal. I can go to the front with a mind free of all worries. Satyaki saluted his guru and said, So be it. I will do what you command me to do. You can safely leave Yudhishthir in my hands. The Kaurav army was ready to meet the advance of the Pandav army. The conchs and trumpets made deafening noise. Drona could be seen moving about in his chariot drawn by the chestnut-hued horses. He went to Jaydraoth and said, Do not be afraid. Bhoorisravas, Radhaya, Ashvathama, Salya, Vrishesana, and Kripa will be with you at the back of the Suchamuk view. There will be 100,000 horses and chariots and elephants in your army. It will be at the van of the army with my army. Not even the gods can get at you, guarded as you will be by these great warriors. Why then worry about Arjun? Be easy in your mind. You will see the sun rise again tomorrow. Poor Jaydraoth felt slightly relieved. But the terror had not left his eyes, not entirely. Drona had arranged his army in the terrible triple formation. It was indeed formidable. No one had seen the like of it before. The Kauravas were sure that Arjun would never be able to break into it. Drona was standing guard over the Padma view. At the opening of the Sukkot view was stationed Durmashana, the brother of Duryodhan. He was a brave and powerful fighter. He was sure of defying Arjun. He said, I will check the advance of Arjun today. I will curb his pride. Let him see today the valor of Durmashana. 14. Arjun plows through the army. From the Pandav camp could be seen the gleaming chariot of Arjun. Brave as they were, the Kauravas could not help a momentary shiver as they heard the rattle of the chariot. To Jaydraoth, who was just buried under the immense army which was to protect him, the sight of Arjun was like the sight of Yama. He trembled in all his limbs. The golden armor of Arjun was brilliant. His face was as terrible as that of death. The Gandiv glowed in the light of the morning sun. The chariot came to a halt at the open field. Arjun took up the Devadatta and blew pure notes on it. It was accompanied by the notes of the Panchajanya. The noise had not ceased to strike terror into the hearts of the enemies, even though they had become familiar with it for the last 13 days. Every day it seemed new, like the sunrise, which is the same every day and yet different every day. With a great glow of joy in his face, Arjun said, Krishn, go fast towards the spot where Durmashana is stationed. I will break up his view and enter it. The chariot of Arjun proceeded towards Durmashana. There was a great meeting of the two warriors. The fighting was terrible. Arjun was beginning to destroy the army. The heads of the warriors rolled off their trunks in quick succession. So easily was he doing it that it looked as though Arjun was cutting flowers for the worship of Shankar, who loved a garland of skulls. Arjun was so fast with his bow and arrows. No one knew when he took the arrow in his hands, when he fixed it on the bowstring, when he drew the string, and when he shot the arrow. It was not possible to watch the entire procedure. The flight of the arrow could not be followed by the eye. The Kaurav army could not stand up against the onslaught of Arjun. Many died, and those that were not killed began to run away from the field. Durmashana had to flee from there. Duryodhan came with his elephant army. He accosted Arjun. The Gandiv was making perpetual music. There was no pause even for a moment. The elephant army was routed in a matter of a few moments. Arjun was wonderful. The smile on the face of Krishn became more and more pronounced. This irritated Duryodhan. He was trying his best to fight a duel with Arjun. But Arjun's arrows were hurting him terribly. Arjun said, "You talk brave words, Duryodhan. Let me see if you are able to act up to them." Duryodhan could not. He ran away. Arjun had passed the first view of the triple view. He had destroyed the elephant army of Duryodhan. The first view had been destroyed. Arjun reached the outskirts of the Padma view guarded by Drona. He came to the presence of Drona. He folded his palms together and said, "My lord, angry because of the death of my child, I have today decided to kill Jaydraoth. I have come this far. You are my guru. I am like a son to you. In fact, there is no difference between me and your Ashvathama. You have said so once and I hope that you think so still. I am hoping that you will bless me and allow me to enter this formidable view of yours. You must bless me as a father blesses his son." Drona smiled at him and said, "Arjun, you cannot enter this view without defeating me." Arjun rained arrows on his guru, who was dear to him. The war was distasteful to him whenever he was forced to do these dreadful things. His grandfather, and now his guru. Even the fact that Drona was the main actor in the tragic drama of the previous day was not making Arjun hate him. Drona was firm about defending his view. He could not let Arjun get past him. He could not afford to. Arjun was equally determined to enter the view. They fought furiously. Both were undaunted. Each could anticipate the other's move. It was fascinating to watch the two. Arjun cut the bow of Drona, and he hurt his horses and his charioteer. Drona fought back valiantly. The fight went on for a long time. Neither could defeat the other. Krishn was watching this fight for a while. Then he said, "Arjun, I am afraid you will have to give up all thoughts of killing Jaydraoth if you tarry here longer, fighting with this guru of yours. The time is flitting past on the wings of speed. You are wasting time, every moment of which is precious. Abandon this man and proceed into the view." Arjun realized the significance of his words. He said, "You are right, Krishn. I cannot afford to spend my time on this duel." He asked Krishn to do the needful. Krishn smilingly turned the chariot. It made a pradakshina round Drona. Arjun smiled at his guru and said, "My lord, I have to go." His words were greeted by a sneering smile from Drona. He said, "What do I see, Arjun? You are running away from the enemy without defeating him." Arjun shouted back with a smile, "For the moment it is more profitable to think of you as my guru and not as my enemy. A father cannot be angry with his son, and a guru cannot be angry with his pupil. I am on my way. Please wish me well." The words came to Drona borne by the breeze. Arjun had gone far away into the view without his permission. Arjun had lost valuable time in his duel with Drona. He fought furiously since he had to make up for lost time. With him went, as the protectors of the wheels of his chariot, Abhimanyu and Abhimanyu, the Panchal brothers. Ever since the war began, the two brothers had been always with Arjun. Arjun was challenged by Kritvarma, Sudakshina the king of the Kamhojas and Sratayos. They had immense armies with them. Drona pursued Arjun. He led the host of the Kauravas who had come to challenge Arjun. The fight was the most amazing display of the prowess of Arjun and of the heroes on the opposite side. Arjun was able to withstand the arrows of Drona by invoking Brahma. The Brahmastra was able to cut up all the arrows which had been sent by Drona. Arjun thought of destroying the army of Kritvarma. There was a duel between these two. Arjun knew that he was one of the 6 men who had murdered his child. The fury could be seen in his fighting. Krishn was watching. He said, Arjun, time is passing. Do not hesitate to hurt this man. Do not show him any mercy. Forget the fact that he is my cousin. Cut him up cruelly. He deserves to be. Only a few moments more and Arjun hurt Kritvarma so badly that he fainted away. The king of the Kamhojas was the next person he had to tackle. This was easier. Then came the king called Sratayudha. He was a great warrior. He was reputed to be invincible because of the famous mace he had with him. His attack was quite fierce. At the outset he began to harass Krishn and Arjun. His mace was given to him by Varun. Varun had told him that no one could defeat him or kill him as long as he had this mace with him. If, however, he aimed his mace at a man who was weaponless, the mace would prove to be a boomerang and kill the man who had sent it. Sratayudha was using this mace in his duel with Arjun. Arjun could not subdue him. Then, with his memory clouded because of the workings of fate, Sratayudha hurled his mace at Krishn. Krishn received it on his wide shoulders. It did not hurt him. But a terrible thing happened. The mace, angry with the king who had sent it against a weaponless man, turned against him. It struck a fierce blow at Sratayudha, and he dropped down dead, his body broken by the avenging mace belonging to Varun. Seeing this dreadful sight, Sudakshina, the king of the Kamhojas, attacked Arjun again. They fought for a while. But Arjun was terrible today. He killed Sudakshina with a sharp arrow which pierced his heart. There was panic in the army at the sight of the fall of two of their heroes. Arjun was enveloped on all sides by the immense army of the Kauravas. But he was undaunted. He continued to destroy it. There was something so terrible in the systematic way in which he set about killing all the men. Then came Sratayus and Ashatayus. They were brothers. They were very good friends of the heroes who had been killed just then. They wanted to avenge their death. They began a furious attack. In the beginning Sratayus was very good. He made Krishn faint with the power of his arrows. The other brother hurt Arjun with a sharp javelin. For a moment everyone thought that Arjun had been killed. He stood up clinging to the staff of his chariot, and began to fight again. He invoked the great Indrastra to combat the rain of arrows from his enemies. Arjun killed the two brothers. At the death of the four heroes of their army, the Kauravas lost all confidence. The soldiers began to run away. The progress of Arjun was becoming easier every moment. 15. The glory that was Drona. Duryodhan was watching the progress of Arjun. He went to Drona and said, Arjun has entered the second view. Nothing can be done about it. There is no one to impede his progress. Please make proper arrangements so that he may not kill Jaydraoth. Your view, my lord, was considered unbreakable. You were guarding it yourself. And yet this man has been able to penetrate it and get past you. It is a terrible thing that has happened. I am now nervous about Jaydraoth. I am beginning to wonder if all the many precautions you have taken for his safety may prove futile. It has been a fact established beyond doubt that no one can get past you. It looks as though it is not true anymore. I realize now and only now that my army is weak. In fact, I feel that I have no army at all. I believe that you are capable of defying Arjun. It was this belief which made me make Jaydraoth stay on. Or else he would have run away to his country. It looks as though I stopped him only to offer him up as a sacrifice to the god of death. There is hope for one who has entered the jaws of death, but not for my poor friend Jaydraoth, when once he falls into the hands of Arjun. Please protect him. Please do not let him be killed by Arjun. Drona listened in silence until the tirade of Duryodhan was over. He then said, I tried to keep him at bay. I tried to stop Arjun from getting past me. But he was too quick. His horses are divine and his charioteer is Krishn. Before I could see the arrows dispatched by Arjun, His chariot had passed me by several hundreds of yards. I am not so quick. I am an old man and my progress is slow. I have another responsibility. I have promised to bring Yudhishthir to you as a captive. Arjun is not there to protect him. I do not want to leave my view and pursue Arjun, foregoing my chance of capturing his brother Yudhishthir. Duryodhan, why should you not go and fight with Arjun? Why should you not protect Jaydraoth? You and Arjun are equals in age and in many things. I feel that you ought to go to the front and accost Arjun. You can avenge the death of all your friends who have been killed just now by Arjun. Duryodhan turned pained eyes on his guru. He said, My lord, you are trying to laugh at me. He has passed you, and he has proceeded towards the heart of the view. You have not been able to stop him. How can I do what you have failed to do? I may be able to defeat Indra in single combat but not Arjun. Under your very eyes was Kritvarma, our hero, beaten. You were standing there like Shankar with his Pinaka. But I saw that, even as you were looking on, Surtayudha, Surtayus, Ashutayus and Sudakshina were killed, and their entire army destroyed. And you ask me to defy Arjun. How can I do it? Please protect us. Drona was sorry for him. He smiled at Duryodhan and said, You are as dear to me as my son Ashvathama. I have your welfare in my mind. I will make it possible for you to defy the arrows of the gods even. I will make you able to defy Arjun. I will bind on you an armor which is impenetrable. It is presided over by the Lord of all creation, Brahma. I will protect you with it. You can then fight with Arjun. Drona covered the king with the armor. It was the same armor which protected Indra in his fight with Vritra. Duryodhan was very happy. Drona sent him to the heart of the view. Arjun was busy entering the heart of the view. Duryodhan collected his personal army and planned to attack Arjun. The army was pleased to see the king coming to their aid. Arjun had proceeded halfway. Duryodhan planned to go to the front of his chariot and challenge him. Seeing the king in the van of the army, the others rushed to the spot. In the meantime the Pandav army, led by Drishthadhum, was advancing in a body towards the enemy troops. Drona was defending his view. The meeting of the two armies was like the blending of the golden waters of the Ganga with the midnight blue of the Yamuna. The Pandav army could not face the fury of Drona. His reputation was at stake. Drishthadhum was facing him. The two were equally matched. Actually, several warriors came to Drona's assistance. Some of the brothers of Duryodhan came. They all fought well. The army was melting under the fiery touch of Drona. Bheem and his brothers were met by Vivamsati, Chitrasena and Vikarna, the brothers of Duryodhan. Vinda and Anuvinda were there. Salya had come to attack Yudhishthir. Dasashan joined them with his army. He met Satyaki. Shakuni met the twins. Vinda and Anuvinda fought with Virat. Balika met Shikhandi. Ghatoat-kuch and Alambusa had one of their usual fights. All the other warriors were stationed round Jaydraoth. His wheels were protected by Ashvathama and Radhaya. He was guarded behind by Bhoorisravas and his army. Kripa, Sala and Durjaya were the others who were near him. Balika was riding with the brave Drishthadhum. Then he fought with the sons of Draupadi. It was a grand fight. It looked like the conflict between the mind and the five senses. The other remarkable fight was the one between Satyaki and Dasashan. Satyaki was made to faint by Dasashan. After recovering from the faint, Satyaki fought furiously with him. Shakuni, as usual, ran away from the powerful twins Nakul and Sahdev. Drona and Drishthadhum were bent on destroying each other's army. In the duel between them, Drona was steadily gaining the upper hand. Suddenly Drona managed to kill the horses of Drishthadhum and his charioteer. His bow was cut, and when he was helpless Drona was about to kill him with a powerful arrow. Satyaki came just in time to save his friend from the weapon of Drona. Seeing that he was baffled in his attempt, Drona turned on Satyaki with fury. Satyaki felt that thunderbolt after thunderbolt was being hurled at him by the commander of the Kaurav army. He found his attack to be so terrible. But he was not upset. He spoke to his charioteer, "This cruel man has taken up the dread profession of a kshatriya. He is not a born kshatriya. He is a Brahmin. A Brahmin is said to have great anger. A kshatriya is said to be very brave. Drona is a dreadful combination of both the qualities. He is the only refuge of Duryodhan and his friends. He is our only fear, since Yudhishthir has got to be protected by all of us against his attack. You must proceed towards his chariot quickly. I must prevent him from getting near Yudhishthir." The fight was on between the two. It was obvious to everyone that Satyaki had made up his mind to fight his best that day. He remembered the instructions of Arjun too well. He defied all the arrows of Drona very skillfully. Drona was amazed at the valor of Satyaki. He thought to himself, "I have seen so much valor only in Arjun, in Bhishma, in my Guru Bhargav and in Kartikeya. Satyaki is a great archer. The disciple of Arjun is as great as Arjun." Drona was all admiration for Satyaki. The archer in him had to admire Satyaki. The number of bows which Drona had to lose that day was countless. The entire army had stopped fighting. They were all watching the magnificent duel between the two great archers. Drona would send an astra and Satyaki would send the same astra. Drona was very angry with him. He sent the Agni-astra. Satyaki counteracted it easily by his Varnastra, which quenched the fire which Drona's astra was emitting. The denizens of the heavens had all assembled to watch the wonderful sight. Nakul, Sahdev, Bheem and Yudhishthir came to help Satyaki. Drishtadhum and Virat, with the Kakaya brothers, joined them. On the other side there came Dasashun and several brothers of Duryodhan. The fight became general. 16. Arjun's horses are tired. The sun was slowly but steadily wheeling his way towards the west. Arjun was now fighting against time. He was fighting with double the vigor he had shown at the beginning of the day. Wherever his chariot went, destruction followed in its wake. The skill of Krishn in guiding the horses was a pleasure to see. No one else's chariot could move as fast as that of Arjun. It roared through the ranks. But the horses of Arjun began to look tired. They had been yoked to the chariot in the morning. They pulled the chariot with difficulty. They were thirsty and very tired. They had been wounded too by the many arrows which had been shot at them. Since they were divine, these horses could not be killed. But they were tired. Still they passed through the ranks valiantly. It could be seen that the chariot of Arjun had lost speed. Seeing it, the Kauravas were happy. The spot where Jaydraoth was stationed was still far away. The sun had begun to slope slightly towards the west. The horses of Arjun were tired, and they could not go fast. Seeing this, the brother Vinda and Anuvinda of Avanti came and challenged Arjun. They harassed him, Krishn and the horses too. Arjun cut off their bows with 2 arrows. They took up other bows and continued to fight. On other days, perhaps, Arjun would have kept up the fight. But today he was hard-pressed for time. He could not afford to waste time in fighting duels. He cut off the head of Vinda with a sharp arrow. Anuvinda tried to avenge the death of his brother. He too was killed by the next few arrows. The angry host of the Kauravas fell on Arjun. He was undaunted. In the midst of the fighting, Arjun spoke to Krishn. Krishn, Jaydraoth is still far away. My horses are fatigued. They have been hurt too much. They are not able to go fast. They must be rested. You must decide on what is to be done. Tell me what we should do now. Krishn said, I have also been feeling the same thing. We must release them from the chariot for a while until they are refreshed. How shall we set about it? Arjun said, I will fight on foot. You do the needful. Krishn agreed to it. Arjun descended from the chariot. There was nothing flurried or hurried in his movements. The smile was on his face as though everything was normal. He stood with his gandiv in his hand. He looked beautiful as he stood there, like Kama, the god of love with his bow made of sugarcane. The Kauravas thought that this was the time to harass him. He had no chariot. He was standing on the ground, an easy target for all of them. So thought the Kauravas. They all surrounded him even as they did Abhimanyu the previous day. They had a surprise in store for them. Arjun fighting on the ground was more terrible than Arjun in the chariot. The army was absolutely helpless against the prowess of Arjun. In the midst of all this, Krishn came to Arjun and said, Arjun, there is no water here. Without satisfying their thirst, how can I yoke the horses to the chariot? Krishn's words were heard by everyone there. Arjun, with a smile, said, but there is water. Look. Arjun took up his bow and arrow and invoking Varun, he shot an arrow into the ground. There then came into view a beautiful lake full of sweet clear water. The lake was bound on all sides by the arrows of Arjun. He had built a pavilion with myriads of arrows. The army was amazed at the feat. Krishn was extremely pleased with this display of prowess by Arjun. Well done, said Krishn, and went to his horses to bring them to the lake. He released the grateful animals from the chariot. His eyes were wet when he looked at the dear animals. Very gently he pulled out the many arrows which had been lodged in their bodies. The entire army was watching the performance with wonder and admiration. Arjun was fighting on foot all the time. He was very cool. The Kauravas were all admiration for Arjun and Krishn. They said, what a miracle! In the midst of the field has been created a lake. With a single arrow Arjun has been able to do this. The water birds have begun to collect in the sky at the sight of the lake. No one was interested in fighting. They were all watching Krishn as he tended the horses. The smile on the face of Krishn was bewitching. He looked as though he were in the midst of his gopis in Gokula, and not in the midst of warriors who were bent on killing Arjun. His calmness upset the morale of the Kauravas. Without showing any flurry, Krishn stroked and massaged the horses. Even as the Kauravas were looking on, he spoke to the horses gently and made them relax. They were rested for a while. Krishn was skilled in the art of handling horses, and his loving touch was enough to cure them of all fatigue. He made them drink water to their heart's content. Coolly he yoked them again to the chariot. They looked as fresh as newly opened flowers. Krishn brought the chariot to Arjun and stood it in front of him. Quite some time was spent in this incident, but it was essential for the horses. It also helped to impress on the enemies the fact that Krishn and Arjun were not worried about the waning of daylight. It looked as though they did not care about the passage of time. They were so sure of their winning. This had a great effect on the army. Arjun ascended the chariot. They hurried to the spot where Jaydraoth was stationed. Their speed was greater than that of wind. Killing the army on either side, they proceeded like a forest conflagration which spreads, aided by the wind. They reached the end of the view, the formidable Padmavayu of Drona. They were to enter the last view. The Kauravas thought that Arjun would not be able to cross the several views. But these two had managed to do the impossible. The sons of Dhritarashtra were desperate. They all surrounded these two. The progress of the chariot was also impeded. Arjun just smiled at Krishn. They did not care for the obstruction. They passed them all by. Arjun had passed Durmarshana and Drona the Terrible. He had passed Kritvarma, and he had destroyed all the kings who had dared to cross him. He had now almost reached the end of the journey. It looked certain that Jaydraoth would be killed. Krishn and Arjun could now see him. He was terrified and they were jubilant. Looking at these two proceeding at such a fast rate, Duryodhan came in front of them with a desire to protect Jaydraoth. He had the armor of Drona to protect him. He stood in front of the chariot of Arjun. Krishn said, Arjun, the lord of the Kauravas, Duryodhan himself, has come and wants to fight a duel with you. You must be careful. He is a powerful opponent. His arrows can travel a long distance. He is hard to fight. He will justify his name. Duryodhan is a great fighter on the chariot. He has been brought up in the lap of luxury. He is very proud and highly sensitive. He is a great hater of the 5 Pandavs. He is now very angry. He is desperate too. A desperate man will fight 10 times as well as he does ordinarily. Duryodhan is the root cause of all the many sufferings of the Pandavs. I cannot understand his asking for a duel with you after seeing you in action. Arjun, see that he loses his arrogance. Drunk with power, he has never known what suffering is. He has never met you, so far, in a duel. Let him see what it is to oppose the great Arjun in a duel. Arjun said, I am pleased too, to see this man who has been the cause of all the many sufferings of Yudhishthir. I must avenge those wrongs. The two were very excited at the thought of fighting with Duryodhan. They were surprised to see that he was just as eager to fight. He was also just as excited. The entire army of the Kauravas was so pleased to see their king take up their cause and fight with Arjun. Duryodhan was smiling all the while. He spoke to Arjun, Come, Arjun. I have been hearing so much about the many astras you have at your command. Let me see some of them. Try and fight with me now. Duryodhan began the attack. He sent several sharp arrows which had the power of piercing even steel. They were so strong. He hurt both Krishn and Arjun. Before Arjun could return them, several more were sent by Duryodhan. Krishn said, I have never felt so much pain before. These arrows of Duryodhan are terrible. Arjun was very angry with Duryodhan. He sent several arrows which were like snakes. They literally hissed out of his bow. But they were powerless against Duryodhan. All the arrows of Arjun were powerless. They could not hurt Duryodhan. Krishn said, Arjun, I am being harassed by this man. You are also hurt by him. Your arrows do not seem to have any effect on him. It looks as though he is the better fighter. Your hand has lost its skill, or perhaps, your Gandiv has lost its power of old. Evidently, fate is against us. The sun is fast proceeding towards the west. You are being defeated by Duryodhan of all people. Jaydraoth is indeed fortunate since he has a good champion to fight for him. We may as well go back and admit defeat. Duryodhan is too good for you. Arjun said, knowing everything, why do you taunt me, Krishn? You know as well as I do that this coward is not capable of standing in front of me unless he is sure of baffling me. Our great Acharya has placed on him the armor which can defy all my arrows. It is a great armor. Of course no one can hurt the man who is wearing it. Only my guru and I know it. With the help of this borrowed armor, Duryodhan has the courage to defy me. You know it well. Look now. I know the astra which can break this armor. Indra, my father, has taught me that. Arjun fixed an arrow to his bow and invoked the Manavastra. The arrow was just about to leave his bow. Ashvathama, from a distance, broke that arrow into two. Arjun knew that the Acharya's son had guessed his intentions and baffled him in his attempt. The astra could not be used again. If it were, it would kill him who invoked it. He said, the son of my guru has baffled me. Still, watch me harass Duryodhan. He knows nothing about this armor. He is wearing it as a woman with the armor which a man should. He is not at home in it. He is like a bullock which is carrying a precious load without knowing its worth. Arjun sent a shaft and then still another, and attacked just the spots on the body of Duryodhan, which had not been covered by the armor. The fingers of Duryodhan did not have the guards at the tips, since it is necessary to leave the fingertips naked for shooting with precision. The palms were naked too. Arjun shot arrows which entered the hands through the fingertips, through the nails, through the palms. Racked with torture, Duryodhan fled from the field. Laughing with amusement, Krishn and Arjun proceeded very fast towards Jaydraoth. The sun was nearing the west at a dangerously fast rate. Time was indeed very precious. They had to count the moments. Their chariot was fleeing towards the Chakravyuh. They wanted to reach the presence of Jaydraoth in a few moments. Krishn was in a fix. A whole crowd of chariots and warriors surrounded their chariot on all sides. They were still 2 miles from the spot where Jaydraoth was stationed. Krishn said, "Arjun, I want some cheering up. Draw the string of the gandiv and twang it as loudly as you can. I will also blow my Panchajanya. That will make these men afraid, and it will exhilarate me." There arose the twang of the bow called gandiv. Drowning that noise rose the sound of the great Panchajanya. Krishn's face was covered with dust. His face was looking very tired. The sound of the Panchajanya seemed to split the sky with its blasts. The protectors of Jaydraoth saw that Arjun had advanced too near to their liking. There was a terrible assault by the Kaurav heroes. Bhoorisravas, Sala, Radhaya, Vrishesana, Kripa, Salya and Ashvathama together attacked Arjun. 8 of them fought against 1. They had their army too with them. The fight was terrible. They all blew their conchs and attacked Arjun. Ashwathama's arrows were returned to him tenfold. Radhaya was harassing Arjun, along with Vrishesana and Salya. Never had Arjun fought so well as he did then. They were each one of them wounded by the arrows of Arjun. The fight went on for a long time. The sun was imperceptibly sailing towards the western hill. Krishn and Arjun were very much worried. But they would not show it. Arjun fought desperately, and the opposite side was equally desperate. 17. Yudhishthir's fears. In the meantime, the fight with Drona was going on in the Pandav army. A duel was fought between Yudhishthir and Drona. It was a wonderful sight. Yudhishthir was excelling himself. He wounded Drona severely. He covered him with his numerous arrows, and once he threw a sakti which was terrible like the thunderbolt of Indra. The onlookers thought that Drona was sure to be killed by it. Drona had to use the Brahmastra to stop the sakti. He went towards the chariot of Yudhishthir. When he was quite near, Drona threw a mace at Yudhishthir. Yudhishthir threw one of his, and the 2 maces clashed against each other and fell on the ground. There were sparks of fire which had been caused by the terrific impact. Drona broke the banner of Yudhishthir. He killed his horses. He tried to break the chariot. Yudhishthir had to jump down from the chariot to save himself. Drona saw him on the ground without a chariot, without anyone by his side. He made him faint by sending an astra which made all the army faint in a moment. Drona rushed towards Yudhishthir like a lion towards a lamb which is unprotected. There was great tumult in the army. They were all sure that Drona had captured Yudhishthir. Satyaki came there just in time. Yudhishthir leaped into his chariot, and Satyaki bore him away from there. Drona was baffled again in his attempt to capture Yudhishthir. This was the 3rd time this had happened. On the first day he had nearly succeeded, and Arjun came in time. On the second day too, Yudhishthir had been almost caught. But he had run away from the field, and a later attempt could not be made because of the appearance of Arjun. Today Satyaki, the student of Arjun, had saved Yudhishthir from his hands. It looked as though all his attempts were doomed to be failures. Drona was very disappointed and very angry. He was sorry he could not please Duryodhan. The fight became general once again. One of the Kakaya brothers, Brihakshatra by name, was hurt by one of the warriors on the side of the Kauravas. His name was Kshimidhurti. They fought for a long time and Kshimidhurti was killed by Brihakshatra. Varadhanva, a Trigarta, was causing great harm to the army of the Pandavas. After destroying a portion of the army, he came and accosted Drishtaketa, the king of the Chetas, who was a great asset to the Pandavas. He fought a terrible duel with Varadhanva and finally killed him with a powerful javelin. Satyaki, Nakul and Sahdev were in the front. No one could fight with them without running away or being killed. Again there was a duel between Drona and Satyaki. The sons of Drupadi were in excellent form. The king Sala could not stand the onslaught of these 5 young men. They fought for a long time. In the end, the son of Sahdev killed Sala. Bheem fought a duel with Alambusa and defeated him. Alambusa and Ghatoat-kuch fought a very good duel. Each reveled in outwitting the other with his illusory fight. Alambusa began to harass all the warriors on the side of the Pandavas. Ghatoat-kuch fought with him for a long time. When he saw Alambusa harassing the army, he thought it was time he was killed. The duel had assumed a dreadful aspect. It was a gruesome sight. They had given up their Maya fighting now. They were engaged in a wrestling bout. It reminded Yudhishthir of the fight Bheem had with Hidimba years back. It was amazing how much Ghatoat-kuch resembled Bheem. Everyone was watching the duel with great excitement. Finally Ghatoat-kuch descended on Alambusa like a hawk. He lifted up Alambusa and dropped him on the ground. His body was shattered to fragments. The great Alambusa, the friend of Baka, had joined the army of Duryodhan to avenge the death of his friend by killing Bheem. He was killed by the son of Bheem. There was a deafening shout from the Pandav host when this feat was performed by Ghatoat-kuch. The Kauravas were shocked to see the dead form of one of their most powerful fighters. Yudhishthir embraced Ghatoat-kuch. Bheem was immensely pleased with the valor of his son. It was then that they heard the sound of Krishn's Panchajanya. Krishn had blown the Panchajanya so loudly that the twang of the Gandiv was drowned. Krishn had done it deliberately. He saw that the army which surrounded their chariot could not be destroyed within the time limit they had imposed on themselves. He wanted someone to tackle the army. Hence this maneuver on his part, without letting Arjun know about it. His purpose was achieved. Yudhishthir heard the sound of the Panchajanya. Without hearing the twang of the Gandiv, he became extremely worried about the welfare of Arjun. He then heard the noise made by the conchs of the Kaurav heroes. He was sure that something terrible had happened to Arjun, and that the blowing of the Panchajanya was a cry for help. Yudhishthir rushed to Satyaki and spoke to him about his fears. He said, "You must now help us. Satyaki, you are interested in the welfare of the Pandavas. You are dear to Arjun, and he loves you as his brother. As for you, you worship Arjun. I know that. You are just as famous and as great as Arjun and Krishn. You must now proceed to the spot where Arjun is being harassed and help him. I can think of no one else who can be of help to Arjun in this emergency which seems to have arisen." Once in the Dwaitavan we were discussing the future and the war which would have to be fought. Arjun said, "Satyaki has a light touch. He is a very graceful archer. He is highly intelligent. He will never lose his head in an emergency. He is my disciple. Satyaki is very dear to me. And I am very dear to him. For my sake he will do anything. He will set his life at stake and fight for me. Of all the heroes of the Vrishni house, barring Krishn, I will prefer Satyaki to Balram, Anirudh, even Pradyumna, or Gada who is my friend, or Sarana the brother of Subhadra, or Samba. I think very highly of Satyaki. I will take him on our side. He is enough to win this war. So spoke your guru and friend. As for me, Satyaki, I do not find any difference between you and my beloved brother Bheem. You must go immediately to the assistance of Arjun. Do not worry about me. Bheem is here to take care of me. Look how Bheem and Drishthadhum are melting the army of Drona. I am worried so much about Arjun. I do not know if he is alive or dead. I think of the danger assailing him, and my mind is upset. I am thinking only of that dark handsome brother of mine. The dark curly-haired Arjun is in trouble. Ever since the day dawned, he has been fighting alone. He entered the immense army all by himself. Because of this worry, I cannot concentrate on fighting. I know that he is protected by Krishn, the Lord of the universe. He can kill everyone, I know that. But still, the mind misgives me. I am terrified that his energy is failing him. The sun has begun to glow in the west. Please go at once to the help of Arjun. Satyaki spoke words of comfort to Yudhishthir. He said, all that you say is true. I am more fond of Arjun than I am of my life. You are as fond of me as you are of Nakul, Sahdev, Bheem or Arjun. But I must not go now. Arjun is able to tackle the army of the Kauravas. I am not worried about that at all. I am worried only about you. Drona is terrible. Just before he left for the front, Arjun entrusted me with the task of guarding you. You know the promise of Drona. He will try his best to capture you. Just a while ago, he had done it almost. I must stay by your side like a mother by her child. If something happens to you after my departure, I will never forgive myself and Arjun will never speak to me after that. Barring Pradyumna, there is no one equal to me in the art of fighting with all the divine astras which Drona has at his command. Please do not worry about Arjun, my lord. He is safe. The moment I leave you alone, Drona will sweep down on you like a hawk, and I dare not think of what may happen. There is no one to protect the wheels of your chariot. Bheem, Drishthadhum, and I are protecting you. If I go away, the task will be too heavy for the other two. I do not want to go. Yudhishthir said, all that you say is true. But my mind is thinking of only Arjun. I will be very carefully guarded by the other two. I am not afraid. I have Bheem, Drishthadhum, the sons of Draupadi, the Kakaya brothers, Ghatoat-kuch, Virat, Drupad, Shikhandi, Nakul, Sahdev, Drishtakata, Kuntabhoja, and all the army. Do not have any worry. You must go. Satyaki was in a real fix. He had to agree to the suggestion of Yudhishthir. He did not want to leave him and go. But then, he was afraid that people would call him a coward if he did not go to the assistance of Arjun. His voice was choked with tears. He said, my lord, I hate to leave you and go. But I will go. May the Lord protect you. Now that I have decided on joining Arjun, my heart is singing. I will be so happy helping the greatest man that ever was born on this earth. I love Arjun as I have not loved even my father. He means so much to me. I am happy to go and join him. I stayed on here since he had asked me to. But now you, my dear elder brother, have commanded me to go. I will certainly obey you. Krishn is prepared to lay down his life for the Pandavs, and Satyaki is just as eager to do the same. I will now proceed towards the Suchamuk view of Drona, and kill all those who are in the way of Arjun. I know that Jaydraoth is buried in the heart of that immense army, which is roaring like the ocean at the sight of the full moon. I will just wait till my horses are refreshed and yoked to my chariot. I have a long way to go and the horses cannot afford to get tired. Satyaki equipped his chariot for the fight ahead of him, even as Arjun did in the morning. Satyaki had had a hard day till then, fighting more than one duel with Drona. Once he had to rescue Drishthadhum, and once he was just in time to prevent the capture of Yudhishthir. Both the times Drona fought furiously with Satyaki. They had fought after that too. But Satyaki did not mind the fatigue to the body. His mind was exhilarated at the thought of the great feat he would have to perform today in order to reach Arjun and his troubles. Arjun had gone so far away from him. There were two views to cross before he could reach Arjun. The first was comparatively easy. Arjun had almost destroyed it. But the second was being guarded by Drona. But Satyaki was sure of his own prowess, he would be able to do it. His horses had been refreshed and rested. They were yoked to the chariot. His charioteer was the brother of Derek. Satyaki's banner was the lion. He now looked beautiful. He had just refreshed himself with a bath, and he was wearing a garland of lovely flowers. He had drunk wild honey to give him new energy. He ascended the chariot after saluting Yudhishthir and taking the dust of his feet. He looked just like Krishn with his beautiful smile and well-clad figure. Yudhishthir sent Bheem with him so that he could accompany him for some distance. The chariot of Satyaki began its journey. After going some distance, Satyaki stopped his chariot and spoke to Bheem. I am going to Arjun's help because Yudhishthir is worried about him. Arjun had placed the burden of Yudhishthir's safety on my shoulders, and I now place it on yours. I know that you are capable of guarding Yudhishthir. Hence I am without worry. Bheem, be very careful about the attack of Drona. Now that I am going, he will hurry to your presence and try to snatch Yudhishthir under your very eyes. Bheem said, yes, I know it. It is a difficult task. But rest assured. Drishthadhum, and I will be able to guard our brother. Go now, Satyaki. It is getting late. The two friends embraced each other and parted. Bheem stood watching the chariot of Satyaki as it bore him away. Drishthadhum had already stationed himself by the side of Yudhishthir. He said, Satyaki will return with glory. The omens are all favorable to us. Let us prepare ourselves for the attack of the furious Brahmin, who is waiting for his death at my hands. 18. The prowess of Satyaki. Satyaki followed the path which Arjun had taken in the morning. The army attacked him furiously. They knew that he was not an easy person to defeat. They were bent on preventing him from entering the view. But he killed everyone with great speed. Drona saw the devastation caused in the army by Satyaki. He hurried to his presence and challenged him. Satyaki was stopped when he came to the commander of the Kaurav army. They fought for a while. The fight had no chance of ending. The two were furious with each other. They rained arrows and javelins, and it looked as though the fight would never end. Drona was smiling to himself all the while. He knew the object of Satyaki, and he would not let him pass through to the presence of Arjun. With a taunting smile, Drona said, Your beloved guru, Arjun, played the coward when I met him. He would not fight with me. Admitting his defeat, he made a pradakshina to me with his chariot and went away. Your guru is such a coward. I will not let you pass me without your killing me, or without anyone killing you. Satyaki was amused by the easy way in which Arjun had got the better of Drona. He said, There is no greater glory for a student than to follow in the footsteps of his guru. I am only too proud to play the coward if my guru did it. So saying, Satyaki turned the chariot, making a pradakshina around Drona, and hurried away from his presence. Drona was furious. He followed Satyaki as fast as he was able to. Satyaki told his charioteer, Go quickly. Drona will follow me. I must reach Arjun as early as possible. Just ahead of me is the army of Balika. Beyond that is the army of the king of the south. By the side of the army of Balika is stationed the big formidable army of Radhaya. Take me quickly there. Go towards the left side of the army. We will miss the army of Balika and meet the army of the south and that of Radhaya. Satyaki, followed by Drona, was busy attacking the army of the south. He went to destroy also the army of Radhaya. Satyaki was like Arjun himself. People saw the same quickness of hand, the same coolness, the same smile, the same unruffled way of fighting. It was a great pleasure to watch him proceed, slaying the army ruthlessly. Kritvarma came and stood in front of the chariot of Satyaki. Satyaki did not care who came in front of him. He fought gloriously with Kritvarma. He was hurt terribly by the arrows of Kritvarma. His body was covered with blood. Satyaki was very angry with his cousin for attacking him. He hurt Kritvarma with his keen arrows. He harassed him. He covered him with his many arrows. Satyaki then took up a javelin and hurt the charioteer of Kritvarma. The charioteer was killed and he fell out of the chariot. The horses tried to bolt. But Kritvarma took the reins in his left hand and fought with his right. But before he could compose himself and resume his attack, Satyaki had gone quite some distance. Kritvarma attacked the Pandav army which had Bheem and the others in the front. His anger against Satyaki was still fresh in his mind. His fighting was therefore more than good. It was impossible for the Pandav host to bear his onslaught. The army was dispelled by him. Bheem, Shikhandi, Drishthadhum, all were hurt by Kritvarma. He routed the army of the Pandavs. They had to flee in all the directions, unable to face the great Kritvarma. Satyaki had now reached the boundary of the army of Kritvarma. He had crossed another river. First the river called Drona, and now Kritvarma. Many of the great heroes accosted him, and tried to impede his progress. But they might as well have tried to stop the fire from burning up a pile of dried leaves. Satyaki had reached the elephant army led by Jalasandha. The army was being destroyed at a fast rate. The field was quickly strewn with the carcasses of the immense elephants. It looked as though Bheem had been at work on the army and not Satyaki. Jalasandha approached the chariot of Satyaki. It was not an easy task to fight with Jalasandha. His arrows and javelins had been dispatched with great force. One of the javelins hurt Satyaki in his left arm. Satyaki rained a large number of arrows at Jalasandha. Jalasandha threw a sword at Satyaki. It cut his bow and fell on the ground. Satyaki took up another bow. He fixed 3 deadly arrows. They followed each other very quickly. The first 2 cut the arms of Jalasandha, and the third his head. Satyaki now proceeded faster than before. Drona came back to harass Satyaki. He had with him several of the brothers of Duryodhan, and the king too. They all attacked Satyaki. Duryodhan fought very valiantly. He broke the bows of Satyaki one after another. He hurt him too. But Satyaki was undaunted. He felled the standard of the king. He killed the horses of the king's chariot, and he made Duryodhan flee from the field. Seeing this from a distance, Kritvarma, who had just routed the Pandav army, came to the help of the king. There was again a duel between Kritvarma and Satyaki. The charioteer of Satyaki was hurt, and he fainted in his chariot. Satyaki caught hold of the reins and fought with one hand. He hurt the horses and charioteer of Kritvarma. He shot terrible arrows at him. They pierced the armor of Kritvarma, and he fainted in his chariot afflicted by the arrows of Satyaki. Drona came to challenge Satyaki. They fought for some time. Satyaki hurt the charioteer of Drona too. He saw the Acharya taking the reins in his hand. Satyaki hurt the horses now. Unable to bear the pain, the horses bolted, carrying Drona in the chariot. They careered on the entire field. Drona gave up his fight with Satyaki and went back to guard the view from further attack from the Pandavs. Satyaki had gone further into the army of the Kauravas. No one was able to stand the sight of this terrible man who was coursing through their ranks like a river in full flood. It was not possible to look at his glowing form. He was like the sun at midday. He hurt the eyes of all who dared to look at him. He was in no way inferior to Arjun. So thought the warriors on either side. There came to him Sudarsan, a very good archer and fighter. He was well known for his ability to handle all the weapons. He fought a duel with Satyaki. But Satyaki was too good a fighter. He killed Sudarsan. This impossible feat made the enemy host fear him more than they feared Bheem or his son. In a short time Satyaki had defeated Drona, Kritvarma, and Duryodhan. He had killed Jalasandha and Sudarsan. He had made Drona run away from the battlefield, and also his cousin Kritvarma. As for the army which he had destroyed, there was no accounting for the many deaths. Satyaki had slaughtered the armies of the Mlekas of Kasi, the Nishuds, Tankanas, Kalinas, Magads, Kakayas, Kamhojas, Yavnas and Vasatis. He was going fast towards the spot where Arjun was fighting with the guardians of Jaydraoth. With his snowy white horses galloping through the ranks, he looked like Arjun. The Yavnas tried to stop his progress, but he passed them soon. He was met again by Duryodhan and his brothers. They had with them a huge army. Satyaki was proving to be a holy terror. He had to be stopped. Satyaki shouted to his charioteer, "Look on this immense army of these men. It is coming with the intention of swallowing us. I will fight so wonderfully that my guru will be proud of me. I will today repay the debt of love I owe the Pandavs. I will show Duryodhan that there is no such thing as victory as far as he is concerned. I will make the earth drink the blood of these men who have become too lusty with their unrighteousness. I will prove to them that I am indeed the cousin of Krishn and the pupil of Arjun. You just wait and see how this army is going to suffer." The fight was as he had predicted. The entire army was routed. The king had his charioteer killed, and the terrified horses bore him away from the field as in the case of Drona. It was just a matter of moments before the way was clear once again for Satyaki. 19. Yudhishthir hears the Panchajanya. The Kauravas were furious. They had to stop Satyaki. It looked as though he was even better than Arjun. He had destroyed a larger portion of the army than Arjun had. Duryodhan and Dussashan sent a team of fighters who were skilled in warfare with stones. They threw so many stones at him. But Satyaki could stop all the stones and break them with his arrows. He killed all of the fighters with his arrows. There was a great shouting and screaming from them as the men fell down dead. The elephants and horses which had been brought by the other warriors were being killed in large numbers. Drona heard the noise. He spoke to his charioteer, "Satyaki is today more terrible than Arjun. I cannot fight with him at all. He has gone past me and Kritvarma. He is now harassing the army of Duryodhan. Take me to him. I will have to fight him again, though I have already fought innumerable duels with him today." The charioteer said, looking at the dead forms on the ground and the devastation all over, "What you say is right. It seems Satyaki is more powerful than Arjun. But, my lord, he has gone too far. You will have to be here to guard the army from the onslaught of the Pandav army. I think it will be better if you stay here." Even as he was saying this, the army of the king, or rather what was left of it, was led by Dussashan, who was coming straight to the presence of Drona. Drona said, "What is this, young prince? Why have you come here now? Having left the king and Jaydraoth, why do you come to me now? You are the Yuvaraja. You are the favorite brother of the king. In the courts of Hastinapur you spoke such brave words. Now I find you here. I see that you cannot stand and fight against Satyaki, who is just one against all of you. You send 1,000 arrows at him, and he is not killed. You then try to stone him to death. Still he is not killed. Where is your pride and your arrogance and your self-respect? Are you not ashamed of your cowardice? Why do you always depend on someone else to do your fighting for you? Why not fight yourself for a change? If the leader is frightened and runs away, how can he expect the army to be brave? You are setting a bad example to all the others. Today, looking at this warrior who is burning up your army, you are frightened and you run away. How are you going to face Arjun and the great Bheem? Dussashan, do not think that this is the palace where the game of dice was played, and the hall where the queen of the noble Pandavs was dragged to the court and insulted by you. You are, to a large extent, responsible for the growth of hatred in the mind of Duryodhan for the Pandavs. You cannot recognize the dice which have changed their forms, and become arrows which are bent on destroying you. You would talk so proudly of the many things you would do to the Pandavs when the war came. Let me see you do it. You will soon meet the Pandavs in fight. The very fact that you fled away from the battlefield shows that it will not be very long before Yudhishthir is installed as the monarch. Or else, if you want to live, go to your brother and confer with him. Return their kingdom to the Pandavs and live in your palace with the women round you. You can tell them how bravely you fought in the war. Do it before Bheem kills you and drinks the blood from your heart. I warn you. You are sure to die. Die bravely. Do not let the world call you a coward. Go back to Satyaki. If you are a man, challenge him and fight with him. You are ruining the confidence of the soldiers. You are supposed to be so brave. If you behave like this, what can your poor army do? Go back and fight. Duryodhan had the grace to look ashamed. He spoke nothing. He went and fought with Satyaki. He was quite brave and skilled too. But Satyaki was too good for him. Very soon Duryodhan was without his bow and without a chariot. Satyaki could have killed him then. But he did not want to shatter the dream of Bheem. He left Duryodhan and went away. Drona had been trying again and again to attack the Pandav army. Drishthadhum and Bheem were always guarding Yudhishthir. After the departure of Duryodhan, Drona tried once again to harass them. Some of the sons of Drupad were killed. Drishthadhum brushed away his tears and came to avenge their death. There was a duel. During the duel, Drishthadhum made the great Drona faint in his chariot. Seeing him unconscious and at his mercy, Drishthadhum left his own chariot and jumped into that of Drona. He took out his sword and tried to cut off the head of Drona. But Drona recovered just in time. Drishthadhum was disappointed. The duel continued. Drishthadhum was defeated. Drona went back to the Kaurav army and took up his stand as the guardian of the army. The king came with his brothers and fought with the Pandav host. He was fighting excellently. He accosted Bheem, Drishthadhum, Nakul, Sahdev and Bheem with Yudhishthir. He was in very good form. He was not frightened either. Drona came to his aid. It was a fairly long fight. Drona fought with Brihadshrita, the eldest of the Kakaya brothers. The Kakaya was winning the admiration of the warriors on both the sides by his excellent marksmanship. Drona was very angry with him. He sent the Brahmastra. To the great delight of the Pandav brothers, Brihadshrita counteracted it by sending the Brahmastra himself. Drona's anger was now terrible. He hurt the Kakaya with many sharp arrows and, in the end, with a single sharp arrow he killed Brihadshrita. Seeing this, Drishthadhum, the son of Shishupal, rushed on Drona. But after a duel of a high order he was killed by Drona. The son of the great Jarasandh was the next to be killed by Drona. The next to be killed was Kshatrayadharma, the son of Drishthadhum. It looked as though the entire host of the Pandavs was doomed to be destroyed by Drona. In the midst of all this, Yudhishthir was thinking of only one thing. His eyes were seeking only one thing, Arjun. He looked in all directions and could not get even a glimpse of the banner of Arjun. He could not hear the music of the Gandiv. He had sent Satyaki. There was no sign of him either. His worry had become double now. He was upset by the thoughts about the three, Arjun, Krishn and Satyaki. He thought, I am frightened about the fate that may have overtaken Satyaki. I should not have sent him alone into the views of Drona. I do not know what has happened to him. He was already tired when he set out on this dangerous mission. He had fought too many duels with Drona. I must send someone else to the aid of Satyaki. I will ask Bheem to go. Yudhishthir asked his charioteer to take him to Bheem. He said, Bheem, it is so long since Arjun went to the front. There is no sign of him anywhere. Bheem smiled and said, My dear brother, it is not right that you should worry about Arjun of all people. If you become so weak with fear, what are we to do? Tell me what I should do." Yudhishthir's eyes were full of tears. He said, "Arjun has not come back. In my worry about him I sent Satyaki. I do not know what has happened to them all. It is quite some time since he went. I do not hear any cheering noise from the front. I can only hear the shouts of the Kauravas. I am not able to think of anything else. I am sure that my brave Arjun has been killed by the many warriors as Abhimanyu was yesterday. I am sure I have sent Satyaki to his death. When Arjun is dead, do you think Satyaki will be allowed to live? Yesterday I sent Abhimanyu to his death. Today I have sent Satyaki to his death. I want you, Bheem, to go and find out what is happening there. If you see them alive, give forth your war cry like the roar of a lion, and I will hear it and rest in peace. Listen, can you not hear the noise of the Panchajanya now? I cannot hear the twang of the Gandiv. I am sure that Arjun is dead. Krishn is fighting now to avenge the death of his beloved friend. I am sure of it. In the name of the respect you have for me as your elder brother, I ask you to go and find out what has happened to them." Bheem smiled at the fears of Yudhishthir. He said, "When Krishn and Arjun enter the army, there can be nothing but victory for them. Satyaki cannot come to harm either. But I will obey your commands. I will go now and find out what is happening. Wait for my war cry." 20. Bheem's duel with Drona. Bheem went to Drishthadhum and said, "My brother is worried about Arjun and Satyaki. I do not think it is wise to leave him and go now. But he insists on my going. I have to go. I will go to the place where Jaydraoth is even now waiting for his end. Drishthadhum, you have to bear the burden alone now. I hope you will be able to baffle this Drona. I am afraid for Yudhishthir." Drishthadhum embraced his dear friend and said, "Do not worry, Bheem. I will stake my life and fight for the safety of Yudhishthir. Drona can take him captive only after killing Drishthadhum, and Drishthadhum cannot be killed by Drona since he has been born to kill Drona. Go in peace. I will take care of our army and our king too." Bheem took leave of his brother and set out towards the battlefield. They heard the blare of the Panchajanya once again. Bheem set out with all speed to help his brother and his friend Satyaki. Seeing Bheem set out, Drona set his horses in the direction of the Padma view and stationed himself at its entrance. The moment he left the Pandav host, Bheem was accosted by a team of warriors. They were all the brothers of Duryodhan, with Dussashan in the lead. Bheem was exhilarated at the sight of so many of the brothers of the king. He laughed at them and his war cry rose up as he began to fight with them. Dussashan hurled a deadly javelin at Bheem, hoping that he would be killed by it. It was broken by Bheem when it was halfway through. Bheem now set about killing them one by one. 7 of them were killed, bringing the total up to 31. The rest of them surrounded him completely and began to harass him. Bheem was enjoying himself thoroughly. Ever since the morning he had been tied to the front of the army. This was not to his liking. Now he had been allowed to come into the heart of the army, and the first fight was with the brothers of the hated Duryodhan. Bheem blessed Yudhishthir for having sent him along. He killed 3 more. The total came up to 34. The rest of them ran away from his presence. Bheem had now to tackle Drona, if he wanted to enter the view. Drona attacked the powerful Bheem with his arrows. He thought to himself that Bheem too would pay his respects to him as Arjun and Satyaki had done. He said, "Bheem, you cannot enter this view without my permission, or without defeating me. Your brother Arjun was afraid to fight with me. He paid his respects to me, and ran away from me without riding with me and defeating me. He managed to get past me by wangling permission from me. I will not allow you inside this view." Bheem laughed at him and said, "Listen to me. There is no one on this world or in the heavens who can defeat my brother. Arjun asked for your permission not because he was afraid of you. He paid respect to you because he still thinks of you as his guru, as one who deserves respect. But remember, I am Bheem and not Arjun. There was a time when I had immense respect for you. You were once a person who could demand respect from us. You were like a father to us. You were our well-wisher, our Acharya, who meant so much to us. We were all thinking of you with so much respect and affection. But now, all that respect is gone. You are the well-wisher of Duryodhan, and you are our enemy. The moment you promised to Duryodhan that you would capture my brother and give him up as a captive so that there may be another game of dice played, my respect for you as my guru died in a flash. You saw the game played once and yet you are willing to let it be played again. I am not your pupil anymore. Nor are you my guru. You have joined the enemies. You are the well-wisher, as I said before, of Duryodhan. You have announced yourself to be an enemy. You will get the treatment due to an enemy. I am not Arjun, who is too fond of things of the long ago. I am Bheem, the enemy of the sons of Dhritarashtra, and of all those who fight for them. Bheem's eyes were like live coals. He was mad with fury against the man who had dared to expect respect from him. Bheem jumped down from his chariot and ran towards Drona with his mace uplifted. Drona jumped out of his chariot just in time to save his life. The chariot and the charioteer were crushed beyond all recognition. The horses were dead too. Bheem, leaving the defenseless Drona behind, rushed towards the spot where Arjun was fighting. The path had been made easy for Bheem by Satyaki. Bheem went forward, cutting his way through the enemy ranks. The elephant army came in for its share of destruction. Like the sun emerging from black clouds, Bheem came out of that huge army of elephants. Here Drona came in another chariot and challenged Bheem. Bheem had no more patience with Drona. He jumped from his chariot and dragged the chariot of Drona hither and thither. Drona was thrown off to the ground. He mounted another chariot and went away from Bheem to the outskirts of the view. Bheem wiped his hands and with a smile got into his chariot. He went as fast as the wind towards the end of the view. No one dared to come near him and challenge him. He hurled a terrible mace at the enemy host and everyone fled at the sight of Bheem. Bheem followed the path that had been cleared by Satyaki. He had come to the end. There he saw Satyaki riding. Bheem hurried past him and went further to get a glimpse of Arjun. He went on. Suddenly he saw Arjun. It was Arjun. There then came a cry of triumph from the throat of Bheem, which was like the roar of a monsoon cloud. It was heard all over the field. It resounded in all the four quarters. Bheem had given the signal which Yudhishthir had asked him to give. His mind would have no more worries now. Bheem shouted with joy. On hearing his war cry, Arjun and Krishn were thrilled. They shouted out in return. They were eager to have a look at the brave Bheem, who had come so far into the field. Yudhishthir heard all the three voices, first the roar of Bheem, and then that of Arjun and Krishn. He was happy. He was so happy, he cried with relief. He told himself, Arjun is alive. Bheem, the dearest of all my brothers, has always pleased me, and today he has pleased me as he has never done before. Satyaki is alive and Arjun with Krishn is alive. There is no one so fortunate as I am. Bheem's war cry proved to the Kauravas that the Pandavas were coming to the help of Arjun. It was necessary to do something to prevent the help from reaching Arjun. Satyaki had come up and now Bheem. Arjun was there already. This trio led by Krishn would be formidable indeed. Radhaya came to challenge Bheem. Bheem's cry of challenge was irritating him beyond measure. Radhaya began the attack with a number of sharp arrows. Laughingly, Bheem waved them aside with his own. He covered Radhaya with a cloak of arrows. People were amazed at the sight. They had not seen the dexterity of Bheem with the bow so far. He was famed for his attack with the mace and for his wrestling. This was something wonderful. He cut the bow of Radhaya. Radhaya took up another bow and continued the fight. He was smiling all the while, like an indulgent father at the cleverness of his child. They presented a good contrast. Radhaya was cool, and his method had so much polish. Bheem's shots did not have the finish, that excellent finish for which Radhaya was famous. Bheem showed his anger too. Radhaya was unruffled. He looked just like Arjun as he stood there with a taunting smile on his lips. The smile infuriated Bheem. Bheem wounded him with his arrows. A frown of annoyance passed across the face of Radhaya, but he did not lose his poise. Bheem cut the string of the second bow of Radhaya. His horses and his charioteer were wounded too, and Radhaya jumped into the chariot of his son Vrishasena. Bheem was very pleased with himself for having defeated Radhaya. He shouted again since he was now free to go to Arjun. Radhaya came back. He was almost gentle in his attack. Bheem thought that he was not so good a fighter as he was reputed to be. But Radhaya was gentle because his heart was not in the fight. He remembered that Bheem was his brother, and this was his first duel with him. He had fought with Arjun. But Arjun was different. Radhaya's heart was full of affection for this wild and hardy brother of his. He wished that he were able to jump down from his chariot and embrace Bheem and say, "Let us not fight. We are brothers. I am also the son of Kunti. Come, let us go to our brother Yudhishthira." Poor Radhaya knew that it was just a dream of the heart. These feelings of love made him soft in his fight with Bheem. The fight became more impassioned. Radhaya had no time to continue his reverie. He had to protect himself from this powerful Bheem. Again Radhaya lost his chariot, and Duryodhan sent Dussila to Fadhya with a chariot. Radhaya got into the chariot and began to fight. Bheem cut the head of Dussila. Radhaya was beginning to get worried about Bheem. Duryodhan was watching the havoc caused in his Simi. He rushed to Drona, who was stationed at the opening of the view. His eyes were wild with desperate fear and anger against the Acharya. He said, "My lord, you had promised to us that you would not let anyone get past you. Now 3 of them have come to the very edge of your view. Arjun, Satyaki and Bheem have destroyed a very large portion of the army. The 3 of them are going to attack Jaydraoth. They are harassing all the heroes who have assembled to protect Jaydraoth. How could they get past you? It is incredible. I can more easily believe that the ocean has dried up. How did it happen, my lord? How could it happen?" Drona had had enough and more of this nagging. He had done his best. But the king was not pleased with the selfless devotion of his men. He was always finding fault with him. Drona said, "What has been done cannot be undone. Think of the next important thing to do." Duryodhan said, "Jaydraoth has got to be saved. Please make the proper arrangements. I am beginning to lose hope." Drona was disgusted. He had done so much for the king, and here he was scolding him for allowing these 3 into the view. His arrogance was intolerable. Gratitude was a feeling which was a stranger to the heart of Duryodhan. Drona had been busy since morning guarding the view. Surely he could not help it if 3 people were able to get past him. He was keeping the entire army of the Pandavs at bay. They would have rushed at the Kaudavas if it had not been for him. He was doing something which was beyond the power of human beings, and yet Duryodhan was dissatisfied. Drona was wild with anger. He said, "You are right. 3 of them have managed to get past me. But remember your own responsibility, and take proper steps to guard your precious brother-in-law. You have sworn that not a hair of his head will be touched. I have kept the entire Pandav army in check. You do not seem to notice that. Now you must do your duty, and guard Jaydraoth, who is a coward of the worst type." With the help of the boon of Shankar, he was able to defy the Pandavs for a single day. But now he is like a boat which has been abandoned in mid-water. When you and Shakuni played the game of dice, there was no question of winning or losing. There was no thought of that. It was all just winning on your part. But now it is not so easy to win. There is a possibility of losing even for the great Duryodhan, who has sworn to protect Jaydraoth. It is evident that the dice which you used against the Pandavs have changed their forms, and become cruel arrows which have turned against their owner. They are trying to make reparation for the sins they committed. Against Yudhishthir. Today the stake is the life of Jaydraoth, and the dice is not loaded. There is no Shakuni in the court of God. You will just have to play the game. The result is uncertain. I have tried to do my best. I can do nothing more. You go there and all of you do what you can. You are all great warriors. You are there and Dasashun and Radhaya are there. There are so many others. They have all decided to die for you. What more do you want? I have to stay here to prevent the army of the Pandavs from rushing on you all at once. It will not be possible to do anything after that. They are now just 3 against all of you. Go and do your best to save Jaydraoth from the wrath of Arjun. 21. Bheem and Radhaya. Duryodhan went back. He saw Abhimanyu and Abhimanyu. Duryodhan decided to tackle them. He attacked both of them. He fought well and managed to hurt the horses of one of them, those of Abhimanyu. But there was no chance of Duryodhan's winning against the pair. He had to get into the chariot of Salya and leave the brothers. The fight was going on between Radhaya and Bheem. Bheem wanted to abandon Radhaya and proceed towards the chariot of Arjun. But Radhaya would not let him go. His face was lit up by a charming smile. This smile of Radhaya was making Bheem feel discomfited. He could not bear it. He fought as fearfully as he could. Radhaya had broken the armor of Bheem. His fighting was effortless. His fingers had such precision and such sure aim. It was maddening for Bheem. He cut the bow of Radhaya and hurt him on his broad chest. Radhaya got into another chariot since Bheem had broken his, and went away from the presence of Bheem. In a few moments he was back again to challenge Bheem. His smile was gone and he looked very angry. The brothers of Duryodhan thought that he was sure to kill Bheem this time. Bheem and Radhaya fought as they had not till now. Bheem remembered all the sufferings of the Pandavs, and his mind was bent on killing this friend of his cousin. The bows of Radhaya were broken again and again. Radhaya was wounding Bheem without stopping. It was a terrible duel. Duryodhan was watching him. He spoke to his brother Durjaya. He said, "Durjaya, go and help Radhaya. That animal is harassing him too much. Go and destroy him." Durjaya went there to help Radhaya. He attacked Bheem. He did not know that the sight of a son of Dhritarashtra was the most wonderful tonic to the mind of Bheem. Bheem killed him in a matter of moments. Radhaya's eyes rained tears at the death of a brother of the king. His chariot was again broken, and again he had to take another chariot. This was repeated many times. Radhaya stood on the ground and continued to fight. Duryodhan sent his brother Durmakha. Radhaya ascended his chariot. Bheem ignored Radhaya and began to fight with Durmakha. With just 9 arrows Bheem was able to kill him. Radhaya was horrified to see that the brothers of the king were killed, all because they had come to his aid. It was making his tears flow continuously. For a while Radhaya felt faint. He could do nothing. Bheem's arrows were breaking up his armor. Radhaya was as angry as a serpent. He hurt Bheem in the left shoulder. The return of these hurts was terrible. It was not possible to bear the arrows of Bheem. Radhaya had to go away from there. He was hurt too much and he was too upset by the killing of the brothers of the king. Seeing that Radhaya was made to go away, 5 of the brothers of Duryodhan rushed at Bheem. They were bent on destroying him. Durmarshana was one of them. Bheem smiled to himself as a lion does when a number of deer come within his reach. He killed all 5 of them. Radhaya came back at the sight of the death of so many. The fight was now furious between Radhaya and Bheem. It was terrible to watch the two trying to destroy each ether. Again Radhaya lost his chariot, and again the foolish king sent some more of his brothers to help Radhaya. Radhaya had split the armor of Bheem. Bheem covered Radhaya with his arrows. It looked as though he would not be able to emerge out of it. Radhaya's armor had been broken. His right arm had been hurt. The brothers of the king came, and Bheem killed all of them. The score had mounted up to 49. Radhaya fainted away at the sight of the death of so many of his friends' brothers who had come to help him. The fight went on. All who looked thought they were both like Arjun. Both were just terrible. It made the hearts of Arjun and Krishn and Satyaki glow with pride to see Bheem fight. The heroes on both sides were watching the duel. Bravo! Excellent! Well done, were the shouts from all the watchers, Bhoorisravas, Drona, Kripa, Salya, Satyaki, Arjun, Krishn, Abhimanyu and Ultimaujas. Radhaya was again beaten. Duryodhan sent some more of his brothers. It looked as though Duryodhan was trying to stem the oncoming tide with sand dunes. 7 great warriors encompassed Bheem. But he laughed at them. With a cruel smile on his lips, Bheem began to kill them one by one, without any compunction. Vikarna was one of the 7 to be killed. It was only when he killed Vikarna that Bheem was sorry. He spoke to him, Vikarna. I had taken an oath that I would kill all the sons of Dhritarashtra. I have to kill you though I do not want to. You were the one righteous man in that crowd of sinners. When Draupadi was in the court, insulted by your brothers and Radhaya, only you were bold enough to speak in her favor. You were braver than our grandfather. But I have to kill you since I have sworn to do so. Curse this war and curse your brother for this. The fight continued. Radhaya was slowly gaining the upper hand. His fury against Bheem made him fight more furiously than before. He cut off the bow of Bheem and the reins of his steeds. He wounded the charioteer of Bheem. Bheem hurled a dart at Radhaya, it was cut by Radhaya. Bheem took up a shield and that was broken too. Next, Bheem threw his sword at Radhaya. That was cut to pieces. The old smile had come back to the face of Radhaya. Bheem was without a chariot, without a bow and without any weapons. But he would not leave the field. He saw the carcasses of the elephants all around him. He began to throw them one by one at Radhaya. He threw the shattered fragments of the many chariots, and anything that was within his reach served as a weapon. They were all futile. Radhaya had him at his mercy. He could have killed him. But he remembered his promise to his mother Kunti that he would not kill any of her sons except Arjun. So Radhaya decided to let him go unharmed. But he would insult him. Radhaya came near Bheem. He touched him with the tip of his bow and said, "You are a fool and a glutton. Do not try to fight with heroes like me. You should either stay in the kitchen as you did in the palace of Virat, or you must spend your days and years in the forest trying to collect roots and fruits. You are still a child. Go home, my child." Krishn saw this. He said, "Arjun, look. Look at the state of Bheem. Radhaya has defeated him, and now he is taunting him with his cruel words." Arjun's chariot came near Bheem. The arrows of Arjun began to harass Radhaya. But Radhaya turned his face away from him, and went away from the presence of Bheem. Krishn knew that he was trying to hide his emotions from everyone. Arjun returned to his place in front of the team, which was guarding Jaydraoth. Bheem got into the chariot of Satyaki and followed Arjun. Arjun was not prepared to let Radhaya go too easily. He sent some arrows towards Radhaya. These were intercepted by Ashvathama. Arjun turned his attention to the son of his gum. 22. Bhoorisravas. Satyaki had managed to reach the front. He had performed a great task. He had today destroyed the Kaurav army, and he had come in time to help Arjun. He was surrounded by a huge army headed by Dussashan. The fighting of Satyaki was a pleasure to watch. He looked as though he was dancing in his chariot. He stood where he was, but his arrows were flying in all the four directions. He crossed the entire army and advanced towards Arjun. Krishn was the first to see him. He said, "Arjun, your pupil Satyaki has come to you. He has crossed this entire army and reached you. You are very dear to Satyaki. You are dearer to him than his very life. He has baffled Drona and Kritvarma. Having performed tasks which sound incredible, Satyaki has at last come to your help." Arjun was taken aback at the sight of Satyaki. His thoughts flew to Yudhishthir. He did not know what was happening to him. He said, "Krishn, I am not very pleased at the coming of Satyaki. It is hard to think that Yudhishthir is safe without Satyaki. I had asked him to be by the side of my brother." Krishn said, "Can you not see why he has come? Your brother must have been worried about you, he must have been worried about your safety. He thought that something must have happened to you. He has therefore sent Satyaki to find out how you are and to help you. Whatever the reason may be, I, for one, do not feel sorry at the sight of Satyaki. I am glad to see him." While they were talking thus, Arjun said, "Look, Krishn, Bhoorisravas is going towards Satyaki to challenge him to a duel. Bhoorisravas is entrusted with the guarding of Jaydraoth. He has to stop Satyaki from reaching me. I have got to protect Satyaki from him. It is also evident that the sun is fast proceeding towards the west. Jaydraoth has got to be killed in a short time. Satyaki looks very tired. He is exhausted. His charioteer and his horses too look very tired. Poor Satyaki, in his affection for the Pandavs, has been gambling with his life. How can I repay his love for me?" Krishn saw the tears in his eyes and was pleased with them. Arjun was still talking. He said, "I can see that Bhoorisravas is anything but tired. But Satyaki is exhausted. But he has got to win this duel. I am angry with my brother for having exposed my friend to this danger." They were watching the duel between Satyaki and Bhoorisravas, and all the while, Arjun was fighting his own battle. Bhoorisravas had come and stood in front of the chariot of Satyaki. He said, "Now I have got a chance to fight with you. I have been wanting to fight this duel for a very long time. Unless you run away from the battlefield, you cannot escape me with life. I will today avenge the insult offered by your grandfather Sini to my father. Today you will see all your forefathers. Get ready to fight." Satyaki said, "Please do not be too sure of yourself. Remember you are talking to Satyaki, and not just anybody. I am sure you are eager to fight with me, and so am I. I too remember the ancient feud between your father and my grandfather. Let us fight. I do not believe in wasting time in idle words, like the autumn cloud which roars so much but never gives water." There was an ancient feud between the two families. Sura, the father of Vasudev, had a cousin named Sini. He was a very great hero. There was a Swayamvara held for Devki. The sister of Kansas Sini went to that Swayamvara and carried away Devki to make her the bride of Vasudev. There was a powerful king of the Kuru house called Somdat. He resented the act of Sini. Somdat was the son of Balika and the father of Bhoorisravas and Sala. He came to Sini and challenged him to a fight. Sini gained the upper hand, and in his great joy, he caught Somdat by the hair and placed his foot on his chest. This was a great insult to Somdat, he being a son of the Kuru house. He prayed to God and obtained a boon that his son would do the same thing to one of the descendants of Sini. Now Bhoorisravas was the son of Somdat, and Satyaki was the grandson of Sini. This was the ancient feud they were talking about. Incidentally, Krishn was the grandson of Sura. He was the son of Vasudev. Arjun was a grandson also of Sura, since Kunti was the daughter of Sura. The fight began. Bhoorisravas was a famous warrior. He had been a great devotee too. He commanded the respect of everyone on either side. He advanced towards Satyaki. They both fought furiously. Each had killed the other's horses. The charioteers were the next to go. Both were now without chariots. They were on the ground engaged in a duel with swords. It was a terrible sight. Arjun and Krishn were watching them. They knew that Satyaki was just worn out by the day's work. His energy was at its lowest ebb. Still he fought on. Krishn said, "My body is burning at the sight of Satyaki. He came all this distance for your sake. He had to undergo so many hardships. He has lost all the energy he had." Bhoorisravas is slowly and steadily gaining the upper hand. This is an unfair fight. They are not equally matched. Even as he was saying it, Bhoorisravas had hit a powerful blow at Satyaki. It made him fall on the ground with his senses reeling. He had lost his consciousness. Bhoorisravas advanced towards the fallen hero, and taking Satyaki's hair in his left hand, he placed his foot on his chest. There was terrible shouting in the ranks when they saw this outrage on a fallen opponent. Krishn saw this. He said, "Arjun, it is dreadful to see Satyaki in the hands of this man. Satyaki is tired. He is on the ground with his senses out of his control. Bhoorisravas is doing a wrong thing in insulting him like this. It is time you interfere and do something to prevent this insult to your friend." Arjun said, "He is just dragging him by the hair. He is not trying to kill him. Bhoorisravas is a fair fighter. He had to do this because of their enmity. Now he has done what he had sworn to do. He will leave Satyaki. He will not kill him." Just then they could see Bhoorisravas take the sword in his right hand, and they saw that he was trying to cut the head of Satyaki, who was unconscious. Arjun said, "I am harassed by everyone on all sides. I will protect Satyaki from Bhoorisravas. My mind does not like to interfere in a duel fought between others. I have to protect Satyaki, who has done so much for me. I do not know what I have to do now." Krishn turned a horrified look at Bhoorisravas and the act which he was about to perform. He said, "Poor Satyaki is certain to be killed today, now, at this very moment, by Bhoorisravas, who is bent on avenging the wrong done to his father by the grandfather of Satyaki. I am not pleased with his action. Harassing a tired mart who has fainted and killing him then is not fair fighting." Arjun realized that he had to interfere. Bhoorisravas was holding the hair of Satyaki in his left hand, and his right hand, which held the sword, was held aloft. With its descent, Satyaki's life would have been ended. Arjun took a sharp arrow and shot it at Bhoorisravas. He cut off the right hand of Bhoorisravas. It fell on the ground. Bhoorisravas was furious with Arjun. He said, "Arjun, you have today done a shameful thing. It is not right. You have attacked a man who was not prepared for your attack. How can you face Yudhishthir today? He is a righteous man. I am sure he will not approve of what you have done. Born in the noble house of the Kurus, you have today done something that will bring disgrace to all of you. I am sure that you, by yourself, are not capable of so much meanness. I am sure that it is that charioteer of yours who has given you this advice. Only a son of the house of the Vrishnas will stoop to this." Arjun became very angry. He said, "Please do not speak ill of Krishn. He is my lord and master. As for this interference of mine, I tried for a long time not to come between you and Satyaki, even after knowing that the fight was not fair. But you were trying to kill my friend. He has done so much for me. He was about to be killed when he was not in a position to defend himself. Do you think that I am such a heartless man as to sit and watch my friend being killed without lifting up a little finger for him? All these days, in the war, several duels have been fought. The moment one became weak, others have rushed to his help. It is but right that one should think of others too, and how can I watch my friend, my dependent, my disciple, my dear Satyaki being killed by you when he has not the strength to defend himself? I believe that all who fight for me have a right to be defended by me. It has been my rule. If I had just looked on and allowed the killing of Satyaki, sin would have clung to me. But not now. You attacked Satyaki knowing that he was not in a fit condition to fight. I could have cut your head off for this act of yours. You talked to me of them. You who stood by and watched while my Abhimanyu, chariotless, weaponless, without his bow, without any defense, was killed cruelly by all the great Kaurav heroes. Where did your righteousness go then? Did you say that it was unfair? No. Did you talk to your worthless nephews that they were doing something that was against the dharma of a kshatriya? No. You stood by and watched while that child was being murdered. I suppose you expect such a behavior from me, that I would stand by and watch my friend being killed by unfair means. I do not think that I was wrong in interfering. It has been my rule, which I have tried to follow, that I would always take care of all those who fight for me. I had to protect Satyaki if I have to be true to my principle. No one spoke a word. Arjun was overcome with pity for Bhoorisravas. He said, "My lord, I am sorry I have been born a kshatriya. I had to do this to you, one of the noblest of the sons of the Kuru house. I do not curse myself for this condition of yours. I curse Duryodhan for the sin of making you reach this end." Bhoorisravas listened to it all and bent his head down to the ground. He lifted up his other hand and acknowledged the words of Arjun. He had no more wish to live. He spread kusa grass on the ground and sat on it prepared to abandon his body by yoga. The army was breathlessly watching the immense drama that was being enacted. The great Bhoorisravas had renounced the world and had decided to die. When all eyes were turned in his direction, Satyaki woke up from his faint. He jumped up. He caught up his sword in his hand and rushed towards Bhoorisravas with the intention of killing him. There was great consternation at the sight of this. Arjun and Krishn turned horrified eyes in his direction. They tried to stop him. But he did not heed them. He rushed towards the form of Bhoorisravas and cut off his head. Bhoorisravas had turned his mind away from the war, and he was killed by Satyaki. He was defenseless. He had lost one arm, and he was sitting with his mind fixed on the other world. And in that state, he was killed by Satyaki, the greatest of the heroes on the side of the Pandavs. It was an unfortunate incident in the life of Satyaki, a life that was otherwise blameless. 23. The death of Jaydraoth. Arjun was very angry with Satyaki. But he did not say a word. Satyaki turned on all of them with a defiant look. He said, "All of you think that I have done a wrong thing. I do not think so. You all shout, 'It is not fair. He must not have been killed when he was defenseless.' I see that it is easy to teach them to others. Yesterday, when that child said, 'Come one by one, I will fight with you,' you never listened to him. Your righteousness had gone into eclipse then, perhaps. When Radhaya cut his bow from behind him, where was your righteousness? The great commander of the Kaurav army was the man who trapped Abhimanyu into that view, and he was the man who taught all of you the method of killing Abhimanyu. You never thought of righteousness then. Not one of you has any right to talk about them. As for my killing Bhoorisravas, it may look as though I have done something wrong. I do not think I did. I have taken an oath too that I would kill the man who insults me. This man insulted me by placing his foot on my chest. Arjun, in his affection for me, and with a desire to do what he has always sworn to do, cut off the hand of Bhoorisravas and robbed me of my glory. I have done just what I had sworn to do. Bhoorisravas insulted me, and he tried to kill me when I was unconscious. That does not seem like add harm to you. But my action looks wrong. I have done nothing wrong in killing a man who insulted me. The devas who had assembled in the sky to watch the course of the dreadful war spoke. There is no blame attached to Satyaki in this. It has been ordained that this had to be the way of it. No one should blame Satyaki. The gods have said that Bhoorisravas is to be killed only by Satyaki. What he did is not wrong. No one spoke after that. In his heart of hearts, Arjun did not approve of the action of Satyaki. But it was no use trying to say anything about it. Bhoorisravas had been killed, and there the matter ended. He had to think of something more important, the killing of Jaydraoth. Arjun said, "Krishn, it is getting late. We must hurry. Let us go near our victim. We have to hurry up." Krishn went fast towards the spot where Jaydraoth was stationed in the midst of all the heroes of the Kaurav army. The others on the side of the Kauravas hurried to the spot. Duryodhan, Radhaya, Vrishesana, Ashvatthama, Kripa, all of them were there. They wanted to stop the progress of Arjun and prevent him from meeting Jaydraoth in a duel. Arjun was now exactly in front of Jaydraoth. He could see him. Arjun looked at Jaydraoth, his eyes crimson with wrath. Radhaya came to Satyaki to engage him in a duel so that he might not be near Arjun. Arjun said, "Krishn, look at the courage of Radhaya. He has just seen Bhoorisravas killed, and yet he thinks he can fight with Satyaki. I do not want Radhaya to be killed by Satyaki. I want to kill him myself. Take me to Radhaya." Krishn did not want a duel between Arjun and Radhaya. He was afraid of the Sakti which had been given to Radhaya by Indra. So he said, "It is no matter, Arjun. Let him fight with Satyaki. I will think of taking you to Radhaya later. Actually, we have no time for that now. The sun will set in no time. Think of all those men around Jaydraoth. You have to cross all of them before you can get at Jaydraoth. Let us not worry about Radhaya now." Satyaki was without a chariot and without any weapon except the sword with which he had killed Bhoorisravas. The chariot of Arjun was about to proceed further. Krishn blew the Rishabha note on his Panchajanya. In no time the chariot of Krishn with its eagle banner came into sight. Satyaki smiled his thanks and got into the chariot to fight with Radhaya. The fight was wonderful. The skill of Derek in driving the chariot won the admiration of everyone there, even that of Krishn. The warriors on the side of the Kauravas had to come to the assistance of Radhaya. They all surrounded Satyaki. Radhaya had lost his chariot, and he ascended that of Duryodhan. Dasashun and the rest of them were all defeated by Satyaki. They were at his mercy. But once again Satyaki remembered the oath of Bheem, and allowed them to escape with their lives. The opinion on the battlefield that day was that only one could equal Krishn and Arjun, and that was the great Satyaki. There was no fourth. This was said by Ashvatthama and Kritvarma and others. Arjun went to the presence of Radhaya and said, "You killed my son when I was not there. Very soon, under your very eyes, I am going to kill your son Vrishesana. Let me see if you will be able to save him." The sun's rays had lost their intensity. He was almost setting. Duryodhan spoke frantically to Radhaya, "The sun has almost set. If you accost Arjun now, he will not be able to keep his oath. We must save Jaydraoth. You are the one person who can do it." Even as they were conferring, Arjun had advanced further into the view. There was no time for any duel. All the Kauravas defended Jaydraoth. Duryodhan, Radhaya, Vrishesana, Salya, Ashvatthama were the heroes who assaulted Arjun. Jaydraoth had to join them now. The sun had begun to take on a reddish hue. Arjun fought as he had never fought before. It was a very hard task for him to fight with all of them together. Arjun was using his astras. The fight was general. Bheem with Satyaki was helping Arjun, and the three of them were fighting the immense army and the heroes on the other side. With the help of his astras, Arjun was able to come very near Jaydraoth after destroying the army which surrounded him. He began to harass Jaydraoth now. Now that his death was so near, Jaydraoth fought very bravely. It was not easy for Arjun to defeat him easily. He was a great fighter, and he was fighting for time. If only they could prevent Arjun for a few moments from coming near enough to kill Jaydraoth, there would be no more need to fight anymore. The sun would set and Arjun would fall into the fire and kill himself, as he said. He would. With the death of Arjun, the end of the Pandavs was imminent. This was the thought that was present in the minds of all of them as they fought with Arjun. Krishn realized that it would not be possible for Arjun to kill Jaydraoth before sunset. He spoke to Arjun, "Arjun, I am afraid it will not be possible for you to kill Jaydraoth before sunset. It is terrible, but the fact is the sun will set in a few moments. I will have to use my yoga and do something. Arjun, do not worry. Listen to me and obey me implicitly. When I say shoot, you must shoot your great astra at Jaydraoth." Krishn thought of his chakra. He made it cover the disk of the Sunday. Darkness descended suddenly on them like a curtain. Arjun was unhappy. But there was great excitement in the Kaurav camp. All of them lifted up their eyes, and they were looking at the sun, which had set so suddenly to save the life of Jaydraoth. With a smile of triumph mingled with happiness and relief, Jaydraoth raised his head to look at the sun, which could not be seen. Krishn said, "Arjun, look." Jaydraoth has lifted up his head to look at the sky. He is off his guard. Shoot. Arjun took up his precious astra, the Pashupata which he had been worshipping all these years, and he shot this at Jaydraoth. It cut his neck and severed his head from his body. Before it could fall on the ground, Krishn said, "Arjun, make your astra take the head to the father of Jaydraoth and place it on his lap. I will tell you the reason later." Arjun did as he was told. The Kaurav army saw the head of Jaydraoth being borne in the sky by the arrow. The head was placed on the lap of the father of the dead man, who was performing his evening prayers near Samantapanchaka. When his prayers were over, he got up. The head of Jaydraoth rolled on the ground. The head of the father of Jaydraoth split into 1,000 fragments. The moment Jaydraoth died, the darkness lifted and the sun shone in all his glory for a few moments, as though he wanted to prove to all that he had not set. The sun then disappeared beyond the western hill. The Kauravs were sunk in gloom. They were so sure that they could avert the tragedy, and they could not. 24. Drona touched to the quick. Arjun recited the incantation for the withdrawal of the great Pashupata. As soon as it was withdrawn, a cool breeze blew on the field. It bore the perfume of 1,000 flowers with it. Krishn got out of his chariot and embraced Arjun. He was so relieved at the thought that Arjun's life had been saved. The Kaurav heroes had all left the place. They had not been able to save Jaydraoth. He had been killed even as they were all looking on. Duryodhan wept tears of humiliation. Bheem set up such a shout that the four quarters resounded in echo. Yudhishthir knew that Jaydraoth had been killed. He heard the Devadatta and Panchajanya making music. Arjun fell at the feet of Krishn and said, "Lord, this is all you're doing. Without you, no one can do anything. You helped me cross this great ocean and made me fulfill my promise to my child. With your grace, Yudhishthir will rule the world after the death of all these sinners. You are our guide in the path of truth." Krishn smiled a pleased smile at the words of Arjun. He showed the field to Arjun and said, "Today Satyaki, and you have destroyed 7 Akshohinis of their army. In fact, Satyaki has caused more havoc than even you. Look at the field." They hurried to the presence of Yudhishthir. On the way, Krishn told Arjun why the head of Jaydraoth had to be dropped on the lap of his father. He said, "Brahakshatra, the father of Jaydraoth, got this son after performing a great penance. He obtained the boon that his son could not be killed by ordinary men and by ordinary methods. He would be killed only by the greatest of heroes and by the greatest of all weapons." The boon was granted. Not satisfied with that, the father wanted another boon. He wanted the head of the man who made the head of Jaydraoth fall on the ground, to split into 1,000 fragments. That boon was also granted. That was why I wanted you to take the head of Jaydraoth to his father, so that he may be the one to drop it on the ground. They reached the presence of Yudhishthir. Yudhishthir jumped down from his chariot and hurried to embrace Arjun. His eyes were raining tears. "Thank God for this," said Yudhishthir. "Arjun, you are alive. Krishn, I am happy to see you alive." He embraced Satyaki and Bheem. He was delirious with joy. He said, "Krishn, you are the one person who has made this possible. I am sure nothing else is responsible for the success of Arjun except your grace." Arjun was able to keep his oath, because you had decided that he should not fail. His voice was choked with tears. Krishn said, "No, Yudhishthir, you are wrong. Jaydraoth was killed because of the fire of anger which blazed in your eyes yesterday. A good man's anger is more powerful than anything else on this earth. Your anger was the cause of the success of Arjun in this inhuman task he had undertaken." For the first time in his life, Duryodhan realized that the words of Bhishma were true, and that it was not possible to defy Arjun. Duryodhan was alone in his tent, thinking of the events of the day and the many days that had gone by. He realized that no one could equal Arjun. Not Drona, nor Kripa, nor Ashvathama, nor even Radhaya. No one could be called the equal of Arjun. He had crossed the army without anyone to help him, and he had destroyed the army. He had killed Jaydraoth while they were all watching, and no one could stop him. Depending on all these people, Duryodhan had treated the words of Krishn as foolish. He had warned him of all this when he was in Hastinapur. His uncle Vidur had been warning him again and again of the power of Arjun. But he had not listened to him. Duryodhan was speechless with woe. He went to Drona and spoke to him. He wanted someone to comfort him. Radhaya was just as unhappy as he was. Duryodhan was in the tent of the Acharya. He was in tears. He said, "Look, my lord, at the ruin wrought in our army by that single warrior Arjun. Look at the number of kings who have lost their lives for my sake. I made our grandfather Bhishma the first commander. He cannot die. Such a man has been made to fall by Arjun. Today Arjun and Satyaki have destroyed 7 Akshohinis. So many kings came to my help. They fought so that I may become lord of the world. And now they have all reached the abode of death. They have lost their lives for me, and I am alive. I am like a coward who cannot fight. I have lived to see the death of my dear friends. They have suffered for my sins. I know that 100 Asvamadhs will not wash off this sin of mine. I have failed my friend. I had promised to Jaydraoth that not a hair of his head would be touched. When I think of Jalasandha, that great hero, my heart is ready to break. Sudakshina is dead. Sratayus and Ashatayus and Sratayodha who was invincible are all dead. Vinda and Anuvinda, those valiant brothers are gone. Alambusa is gone. I am the cause of the death of all of them. I have nothing left to live for. I will avenge the death of all these friends of mine. I will kill all the Pandavs and the Panchals and satisfy the souls of the dead. I will kill them or I will die and join my friends who have reached heaven. I have to avenge the death of Jaydraoth and Bhoorisravas. I will go now." Drona was sorry for the king, who was so unhappy. He could not bear to see the tears in the eyes of Duryodhan. He said, "My dear Duryodhan, it is well known that Arjun is invincible. We are trying not to face the truth. It is not possible for anyone to face Arjun. Let us not think of the past. We can do nothing about it. I will try my best to please you. I promise you that I will not remove this armor of mine until all your enemies are killed. Either that or I will die. I will fight till there is no breath in my body. My son Ashvathama will also fight with me. I will not allow these people to sleep tonight. We will have a fight during the night also. I will fight to the best of my ability." Drona set out for the battlefield. Duryodhan and Radhaya set out together for the field. On the way, Duryodhan said, "Look how the view was broken by Arjun, and how Jaydraoth was killed. We were all guarding him, and yet he was killed. My army has been destroyed. More than half has been destroyed in one day by Arjun and Satyaki. I am sure the Acharya allowed Arjun into the view because Arjun is his favorite pupil. Or else, Radhaya, how could this have happened? How could Arjun get past Drona if he had not been allowed to do so?" Drona had given assurance to Jaydraoth that he would protect him, and he let him down by allowing Arjun into the view. If I had known this, I would have allowed Jaydraoth to go back to his kingdom. Last night, he was so frightened, and this man assured him that he would not be killed. And he has allowed Arjun to kill him. Look at this army. Every dead man bears arrows marked with Arjun's name. So many of my brothers have been killed today. I am very angry with Drona." Radhaya was not pleased with the words of Duryodhan. He said, "You must not talk like that about our Acharya. He is fighting as well as he can. He has tried his best. At his age, it is wonderful that he is doing so much for you. You must be grateful to him for that. That Arjun cannot be defeated by Drona. Arjun, with his chariot drawn by the white horses, with Krishn as his charioteer, has managed to elude the Acharya. I do not think it is fair on your part to blame Drona for that. We all fought as well as we could. But still it was not possible to protect Jaydraoth. I can only say that fate is more powerful than all the valor of man. Duryodhan, we try our level best to do something. But if fate has decided to do the opposite, there is no use in blaming it on each other. Fate watches our actions. But in the end it all ends as fate wants it to. Everything we have done so far has been frustrated by fate. We can only try our best. The result is in the hands of fate. It is no use trying to defy fate. We can only hope for the best. Come, my friend, cast off this depression and fight. We will fight. Whether we win or lose is not ours to decide." They had reached the boundary of the army. The Pandav army was ready to fight. The fight was on. It was a dreadful sight. There was no sun to light up the battlefield. The two armies met in the dark. Drona fought as one inspired. Drona, Kripa, Radhaya and Duryodhan attacked the army of the Pandavs with such fury that it was not possible for them to escape death. The arrows poured out of the bow of Duryodhan in an unending stream. Bheem came to the rescue of his army. The others were also at the front defending the army. A duel was fought between Duryodhan and Yudhishthir. It looked as though each was bent on fighting till the end of time. Drona interfered and made the fight general. The darkness was a great hindrance to both the sides. In the light of the stars they could see nothing. The arrows were sent just anyhow. No sure aim could be taken. It looked like blind armies fighting with each other. The javelins and saktis which were being hurled were looking like streaks of lightning illuminating the dark sky. Drona was trying his best to kill as many of them as he could. He wanted to be the sole destroyer of the army. Bheem was doing his share in the general slaughter. Some of the sons of Dhritarashtra came into his grasp. They were literally crushed by him. Somdat met Satyaki in single fight. He was very angry with Satyaki for having killed his son Bhoorisravas. The fight became dangerously intense. The old man had lost Sala already. He had now lost 2 sons in a single day. It was a terrible fight, and of course Satyaki was the more powerful of the two. Duryodhan had to go to the help of the old man. Drishtadhum came to help Satyaki. Somdat fainted and he was borne away from the field. Ashvathama came to challenge Satyaki. Ghatoat-kuch also came to meet Ashvathama. One look at the son of Bheem was enough to make the Kaurav army tremble with fear. His war cry at the sight of the army sent a shiver through the enemy ranks. Ghatoat-kuch had brought his team of Rakshasas with him. Night had come and their strength had increased. Ghatoat-kuch had begun to use his Maya tactics. Ashvathama was one of the few who did not care for this stunt of Ghatoat-kuch. He used his astras to dispel the Maya. This made it worse. Ghatoat-kuch began to fight furiously with Ashvathama. There was a wonderful duel fought between these two. Ghatoat-kuch's skill with the bow and arrow had not been seen by anyone so far. Ashvathama now hurled a chakra in the direction of Ghatoat-kuch with the intention of killing him. Ghatoat-kuch evaded it very nimbly. He rose up in the sky and tried his Maya tactics once again. But it was all just futile in front of Ashvathama. He had to descend and fight normally once again. The king was there. He was discouraged on looking at the team of Rakshasas. Ashvathama comforted him and said, "Please do not worry, my friend. I will be able to tackle all their tactics and their master too. You leave it all to me." Duryodhan returned to a spot where Shakuni was stationed. He sent Shakuni to fight with the Pandavs. Shakuni agreed and hurried to the front. 25. Radhaya and Kripa. This was the first time the Pandavs saw Ashvathama in a fury. He looked like Shankar when he was burning up the host of the Asuras. No one could stand up against his arrows. No one except Bheem's son. Ghatoat-kuch and the Panchal princes fought very well. But Ashvathama killed most of the Panchal princes. Ghatoat-kuch was hurt. He fainted away and was carried out of the field. The Rakshas army of Ghatoat-kuch suffered at the hands of Ashvathama. The fight became more intense now. Seeing so many of his sons dead, Drupad fought valiantly. A duel was fought between Bheem and Balika. Balika was the father of Somdat. No one was able to think of him as an old man when they saw him on the battlefield. He was so active. But Bheem was able to kill him by throwing a powerful mace at him. There was great consternation at the fall of this ancient Kuru veteran. He was actually the oldest man alive in that group. Even Bhishma was younger. The sons of Dhritarashtra came to fight with Bheem, and he killed some 10 of them. Shakuni had arrived with his army. Some of his brothers were killed by Bheem. Yudhishthir was destroying the enemy army. Drona came to the rescue of his army. Drona tried all the astras he had in his possession to harass Yudhishthir. But they were all counteracted by Yudhishthir. The astras presided over by Varun, Yama, Agni, Twashtar, Savita were all frustrated. Even Indra's astra was futile. In great anger Drona tried to send the Brahmastra against Yudhishthir. He sent it and it was warded off by the same astra by Yudhishthir. Everyone was watching the duel. Cries of joy could be heard from the side of the Pandavs when they saw the fine display of Yudhishthir. Drona had to abandon the fight with Yudhishthir and turn his attention to the rest of the army. The army was not able to stand the sight of this man who had become so very cruel. Arjun and Bheem came to the front and began to fight with Drona. They were attacking him on both sides. The army of the Kuru king began to melt now. The brothers were just raining arrows on the army manned by Drona. It looked as though it would all be gone in a matter of moments. Duryodhan said, "Radhaya, you are my only hope. You must stop this river of death from overflowing. I am unhappy at the way things are shaping." Radhaya said, "I will go and fight with them. Not even Indra can save them from me. Please cast off this worry. I will go and kill that Arjun and make you happy. If Arjun is killed, their power will be gone. I have my Sakti with me. I will use it on him, and he will be killed by his own father. I will go now and challenge the great Arjun. You can see me. I will rout their army and I will defeat the Pandavs. I will kill Arjun. Kripa was there listening to the talk between the two. He smiled disparagingly at Radhaya and said, "Excellent. Excellent. Your words indeed are wonderful. If it were possible to achieve everything with just words, then the Kaurav monarch has found the perfect man to steer him over these hard days." "Radhaya, you talk too much. You speak brave words in Duryodhan's presence, but I am yet to see the action that is meant to follow these words. You will certainly be defeated by the Pandavs once you meet them in battle. I have seen you in action. Hardly a few months ago you gave us the pleasure of watching you when you fought with Arjun on the outskirts of the city of Virat. Why do you talk so much? You could not meet just one man, Arjun, and now you are saying that you will meet all the Pandavs who are led by Krishn. If you are really a man of action, you must act without talking so much about it. Be silent and let your hands speak for you. You are like the autumn cloud. It roars so much but it does not give a drop of water. I know. You will talk about how brave you are, as long as you do not meet Arjun. Once you meet him, we can see that your talk is all just talk. They say that a Kshatriya is good at action, that a Brahmin is good at speeches. I know that Arjun is good at archery. As for Radhaya, he is good at building castles in the air." Radhaya was furious with Kripa. He said, "Roar? Of course I will roar. All heroes roar when there is a prospect of a fight ahead. I do not see anything wrong in roaring. But your remarks, my lord, are insulting. I am not just a talker. I am sure of fighting well with the Pandavs. I know that Krishn is on their side. I will try to defeat them all to please my king. I will win the world and lay it at the feet of my king, who is the only friend I have." Kripa said, "I say it again that you are just building castles in the air. I know that victory is theirs since Krishn is on their side. Arjun is invincible. The Pandavs cannot be defeated since they have always been righteous. Yudhishthir is the image of them. Arjun is a great hero. He is not an easy opponent. It is just a matter of days now, before Yudhishthir becomes lord of the earth. This is just bravado on your part. You will not be able to meet Arjun. Why then should I talk of your defeating him?" Radhaya said, "I agree with you when you say that the Pandavs are righteous, that Yudhishthir is the image of them, that Arjun is a great hero, that he is not an easy opponent. I grant all that. But I can defeat him. I have the Sakti which was given to me by Indra. It cannot fail. You dare not speak disparagingly of that too. If Arjun is killed, there will not be strength enough in the other brothers to defy us. I know that I can give this world to my king in today's fight. But you are partial to the Pandavs. You are always talking well of them and ill of us. Another word like this from you, and you will make me so angry that I will lose all control. I will cut your tongue out with my sword. You will then not be able to talk in this strain. War is an uncertain thing. Victory is a difficult woman to woo. She has been favoring the Pandavs so far. Bhishma has fallen. Several of the brothers of the king are gone. Heroes like Bhagadatt, heroes who were considered invincible, are all gone. I can only say that fate is against us, when I see so many of our heroes killed by the Pandavs. I do not believe that the Pandavs are more powerful. No. Fate is responsible for their success so far. Fate is the most powerful. I will fight with them as well as I can, and the rest is in the hands of fate. I believe that fate is superior to me, and not Arjun." Radhaya rushed at Kripa with his sword unsheathed. This was resented by Ashvathama. He rushed up to Radhaya and said, "I will kill you for the way you are talking to my uncle." Duryodhan came to them and stopped Ashvathama. Radhaya said, "Release him from your hold, my lord. He has always spoken like this to me. I will fight with him first." Kripa said, "Duryodhan, we have all been allowing this man to talk like this, since he is fond of you. Let Arjun punish his arrogance. I am not going to think about it. Duryodhan said, Ashvathama, please stop this. I beg of you. This is not the time for personal fights. I am depending on all of you to help me win the war. The army of the Pandavs is even now coming towards us. Please desist from this action of yours. I request you most humbly not to be angry with Radhaya. He is very dear to me. The son of the Acharya was able to control himself, since he was sorry for Duryodhan. Radhaya took up his bow and went towards the enemy army. 26. The Midnight Battle. The Pandav army saw Radhaya advancing towards them. They said, Here is Radhaya. His frown is terrible. He has always hated the Pandavs. He has decided to kill them. Radhaya rushed on the army with the intention of destroying it. He was terrible with his bow and arrows. The army suffered at his hands. His fury was like that of Indra when he fought with the Asuras. The army was being harassed by him. Arjun came up to defend his army. Looking at Arjun, who had come up to fight a duel with him, Radhaya's eyes lit up in anticipation. It was a splendid spectacle, this duel between the two. In the dark night lit up by just the stars and the streaks like lightning made by the many arrows and javelins, the two fought, each bent on killing the other. Radhaya was without his bow and chariot for a moment. Duryodhan was wild with Arjun. He said, I will fight with the Pandavs and kill all of them. He went to help his friend. Kripa rushed to his nephew Ashvathama and said, Duryodhan has gone to fight with Arjun. He thinks that he can destroy the Pandavs. You must hurry now and guard the king. Or else he will be killed in no time. In their anger against him, the Pandavs will burn him up, and it is essential that someone should go to his assistance. Ashvathama hurried to the presence of the king. He said, Duryodhan, when I am here, why should you fight? My king, as long as we are all alive, there is no reason why you should come to the front. I will fight with Arjun. I ask you to go back and watch. Duryodhan said, I am nervous. Your father, the great Acharya, protects the Pandavs since they are his favorite disciples. You have also been quite indifferent all these days. I thought that you are also like your father. Your prowess has been dormant so far. I am sure you are like this either to please Yudhishthir or perhaps his queen Draupadi. It is my ill luck that all those who have affection for me have all either been defeated or killed. I depend on you to destroy the army of the Pandavs. Please go and attack them. Make it a matter of moments before they all reach the abode of Yama. Ashvathama said, What you say is right. My father and myself are quite fond of the Pandavs. But we are just as fond of you too. We are able to keep our affections apart when we are fighting. Be assured of that. I am here. With Radhaya, Salya, Kripa, Kritvarma, and my father I will destroy the army of the Pandavs. You are of a very suspicious nature. That is why you distrust us. It is not right. I will fight to the last breath in my body. You will see my prowess today when I attack the Pandavs. He went out of the presence of Duryodhan to fight with the Pandavs. Ashvathama fought with fury. There was no one who could stand up against the son of Drona. Drishtadhum came to meet him. They hated each other. Ashvathama thought that he could avert the death of his father by killing Drishtadhum. Their duel with words was more intense than their duel with their arrows. Each was hurling insults at the other. Each was burning the other with his eyes, and their fight was terrible. The army of the Panchals had suffered a great loss because of Ashvathama. He defeated Drishtadhum by making him lose his bow and his chariot. There was loud cheering from the Kaurav host at the sight of this. The fight had become general once again. The king was bent on fighting with Yudhishthir. He was challenged by Bheem. The Pandav brothers on the one side and Drona, Duryodhan, and the rest of them on the other side were engaged in fighting a desperate battle. Somdat met Satyaki again. It was a wonderful duel. They fought for a long time. Finally Satyaki killed Somdat by sending a very sharp and strong arrow. Yudhishthir joined Satyaki in his fight. Drona came there. There was general slaughter on either side. Yudhishthir made Drona faint. Drona got up and sent the Vayavyastra. Yudhishthir counteracted it by sending the same astra. Krishn hurried to Yudhishthir and said, Drona is bent on capturing you. Why do you go to him often? There is a man who has been born to kill him, and that is Drishthadhum. Leave Drona to him. Bheem is fighting with the Kaurav monarch. Go there and join him. It is but right that a king should fight with a king. Yudhishthir agreed to it, and went to the spot where Bheem was fighting with Duryodhan. The darkness was impenetrable. The soldiers began to destroy each other thinking that they were all enemies. Drona and the king conferred and decided that the soldiers should hold torches, abandoning their weapons. They were all only too happy to do so. The field was suddenly lit up by millions of torches held in the hands of ordinary soldiers. The same thing was done by the Pandav army too. The fight was now to become a series of duels between the several heroes. Duryodhan commanded his heroes to guard their commander. He said, there is no one on the side of the Pandavs capable of hurting our Acharya except Drishthadhum. You must all prevent the two from meeting. There were a number of duels fought between the several heroes. It was a magnificent sight to see just the duels without the army to distract the attention. The field looked as bright as day with the many torches that were illuminating it. Satyaki killed a king called Bhuri. Ghatoat-kuch was defeated by Ashvathama. Bheem was able to defeat Duryodhan. Radhaya met Satydev in a duel. Satydev fought wonderfully. But Radhaya, in a few moments, had killed his horses and cut his bow. Satydev took up the sword in his hand. That was also cut by the great Radhaya, with a taunting smile lodged permanently on his lips. A mace was flung at Radhaya by Satydev. That was also stopped by Radhaya. Satydev jumped down from the chariot and caught up the wheel of his chariot, and was ready to throw it at Radhaya. With a single arrow Radhaya was able to arrest its progress. Poor Satydev was absolutely helpless and at the mercy of Radhaya. With a smile which was more a sneer, Radhaya came near Satydev and said, My dear child, do not attempt the impossible. Go and look for your equal and fight with him. It is not good for you to fight with your superiors. Radhaya could not kill his brother who was at his mercy. He touched Satydev with the tip of his bow even as he had done to Bheem, and thus insulted Satydev. Radhaya said, Your brother Arjun is fighting there at the front. He is a great hero. You can go and join him, or you can go home. Radhaya went away from the presence of Satydev. Amazed at the thought that Radhaya did not kill him when he could have, Satydev proceeded towards the army of the Panchals. Virat was defeated by Salya, and Arjun was able to defeat a king called Alanakul was able to defeat Shakuni, and Kripa vanquished Shikhandi. Drona and Drishthadhum met in a fierce duel. It would have continued longer. But remembering the instructions of Duryodhan, several of the heroes came to the defense of Drona. Drishthadhum too was joined by the warriors on his side. The fight became general. Radhaya was the star actor for the moment. There was nothing that could stop him and his arrows. Everyone suffered. Satyaki and Radhaya fought a glorious duel. Wherever the handsome Satyaki went, all eyes were turned on him. Radhaya and Satyaki were both familiar with all the astras, and the fight was interesting to watch. Their duel was not to be continued. There was help which came to both of them, and the fight became general. Radhaya heard the twang of the Gandiv. He went to Duryodhan and said, Arjun has begun to destroy the army. This continuous music can mean only that. I can hear the panic in our army because of his progress. Satyaki is with me. I will try to kill him. It will be quite easy. Please send some portion of the army to accost Arjun. We will try to kill Satyaki and Drishthadhum. Then nothing can stop victory from approaching you with open arms. Duryodhan and Shakuni went to attack Arjun. Radhaya went back to fight with Satyaki. The Pandavs had come to the help of Satyaki. The battle raged like a terrible storm. It had never been so fierce as it was that night. The prowess of Arjun on one side, and Radhaya, Drona and Ashvatthama on the other, was something that struck terror into the hearts of both the armies. Radhaya managed to defeat Drishthadhum. Arjun and Bheem put new life into their army and advanced towards Radhaya. Krishn was asking Arjun to do his best to bring courage into the hearts of the soldiers. He saw Drona fighting with extreme vigor. Radhaya was looking as though no one could stop him. He was working havoc. Everyone said, "It is not possible to face Radhaya. He is like the god of death. We cannot face him." So saying, they ran away from the field. If a blade of grass moved in the breeze, they thought it was Radhaya pursuing them. He had caused such a panic in the army of the Pandavs. Yudhishthir was terrified by this slaughter by Radhaya. Arjun said, "Krishn, Radhaya is terrible today. Yudhishthir is frightened of the prowess of Radhaya, and he has no hopes of the army surviving the night. I have to go to Radhaya. I have to fight him now. Our army is suffering from the shafts of this man. Take me to him at once. I have to kill him." Krishn was not for it. He knew about the Sakti which Radhaya had with him. In his fury, Radhaya was sure to aim it at Arjun. That would kill Arjun. There was no doubt about it. Krishn said, "Arjun, there are two people who can fight Radhaya. One is of course you, and the other is Ghatoat-kuch. He can easily defeat Radhaya. You can, in the meantime, fight with Drona and the others and prevent the capture of Yudhishthir." Unwillingly, Arjun agreed to the suggestion of Krishn. He had wanted to fight with Radhaya. But Krishn's warning about the safety of Yudhishthir was something to think about. He did not want any calamity to happen. It was also a fact that Ghatoat-kuch was good enough to fight with Radhaya. Arjun summoned Ghatoat-kuch. Krishn smiled at him and said, "We are all depending on you, Ghatoat-kuch, to help us now. Look at this army of ours. It is being destroyed by Radhaya. There is no one to oppose him except you. You are good at using Maya tactics. Try and destroy the army of the Kauravas. Fight with Radhaya with your divine astras and kill him. You will be doing a service to the Pandavs. I cannot bear to see the Pandavs being defeated by Radhaya. Arjun will be fighting with Drona and Ashvatthama, aided by our commander Drishthadhum. I want you to oppose Radhaya." Listening to the words of Krishn, Ghatoat-kuch said, "I will at once go and prepare for the fight." Arjun said, "My dear Ghatoat-kuch, you will have Satyaki with you. The two of you will certainly be able to work wonders." The great Ghatoat-kuch was very happy at the prospect of the fight ahead of him. He went to the presence of Radhaya. Looking at him, the Kaurav army was terrified. 27. Ghatoat-kuch. The fight between Radhaya and Ghatoat-kuch began in the middle of the dreadful night. Duryodhan saw the two ready to kill each other. He said, "Dasashun, Arjun has sent the terrible Ghatoat-kuch to fight with my Radhaya. You must go to help Radhaya. Take a large portion of the army with you and help Radhaya to withstand the Rakshas army of Ghatoat-kuch." Just at the time when he was talking to Dasashun, there came to the king the son of Jaydraoth. He said, "I want to fight on your side so that I can avenge the death of my father. He was killed by Bheem. I want to fight the Pandavs." His arrival was so opportune that Duryodhan was very happy. He said, "You are welcome to join us. Please go and fight with Ghatoat-kuch, the son of Bheem." The son of Jaydraoth hurried to the spot where Ghatoat-kuch was standing and began to fight with him. The fight was just as dreadful as that fought between Ghatoat-kuch and Alambusa, which took place in the morning. Both used Maya tactics. The newcomer was a terror. He was destroying the Pandav army at an alarmingly fast rate. Both the armies were now at the mercy of the two Rakshasas, and there was terror in the heart of everyone. The son of Jaydraoth was without his chariot, and he invited Ghatoat-kuch for a hand-to-hand fight. It was again like the wrestling which they saw between Ghatoat-kuch and the great Alambusa. Ghatoat-kuch thought that the fight had lasted long enough. He decided to kill his opponent. He jumped into the sky and descended from there. He had a sword in his hand and he swooped on his opponent. He cut the head of the son of Jaydraoth with one stroke of his sword. He lifted the head in his hand and went to the chariot of Duryodhan. With a smile on his red lips, Ghatoat-kuch placed the head in the chariot of the king and said, "They say that one should not visit a king without a gift. Here is the head of one who is related to you. If you wait a little longer, I will bring you the head of someone who is very dear to you, the head of Radhaya." Ghatoat-kuch did not wait for a reply. He rushed back to the presence of Radhaya and resumed his fighting. He was a sight to inspire terror into everyone with his huge form and his angry eyes. Radhaya was in excellent form. He was just amused by the Maya tactics of the son of Bheem. All the astras which were sent by the one were baffled by the other. The fighting stopped in many places on the field. Everyone was watching the encounter between these two. It was unique. Ghatoat-kuch was destroying the army with the help of his Maya. They were dying in thousands, and there was the noise of their desperate wails and screams all over the field. Radhaya was undaunted by the terrible warfare of Ghatoat-kuch. His Maya was aggravating in the extreme, and it was not easy for Radhaya to fight with one who was on the ground this moment and up in the sky the next moment. Radhaya was covered by the arrows which were literally being showered on him from the sky. Radhaya sent his divine astras to combat the Maya of Ghatoat-kuch. Ghatoat-kuch would assume various forms and harass the entire army. They could do nothing about it. As soon as his Maya was destroyed by Radhaya, he would descend to the earth and fight normally. But within a few moments he would jump into the sky and begin it all over again. There came to Duryodhan another Rakshas by name Alayudha. He had brought an immense army with him. He approached the king and said, "My name is Alayudha. Hidimba, Kurmira, and Baka were all my relatives. Bheem killed all of them. I have heard about this war, and I have come to you to let me fight on your side. I want to take my revenge on Bheem for all that he has done to us. He has taken Hidimbi, who should have belonged to one of us. I want to kill Bheem and the son of Hidimbi. Please let me fight on your side." Duryodhan was only too pleased to have this Rakshas to fight for him. He asked him to accost Ghatoat-kuch at once and kill him first. He could then kill Bheem. This Alayudha went and challenged Ghatoat-kuch. The Kauravas were very pleased with the arrival of Alayudha. They all cheered him as he proceeded towards the spot where the fight was going on between Radhaya and Ghatoat-kuch. Radhaya was far superior to Ashvathama, Kripa, Drona, and Kritvarma. He was better than all of them put together. This was evident to everyone. On the day of the tournament, when he was displaying his skill, Yudhishthir recognized his worth. He knew that he was the best archer in the world. That was the only cloud in his mental horizon. He had always been dreading the greatness of Radhaya. But Ghatoat-kuch was getting the better of him. He had now reduced the size of the Kaurav army. The panic in the army had to be seen to be believed. Duryodhan summoned Alayudha to his presence and said, "Look at this army of mine which is being harassed by the son of your enemy. The man who is fighting with him is Radhaya, the greatest archer in the world. You must go to his help and kill Ghatoat-kuch and save the army." Now there were two fighting against Ghatoat-kuch. Bheem thought that someone had to interfere. He saw that his son would find it difficult to tackle two strong opponents. Bheem went and hurt the newcomer with his arrows. Seeing him, Alayudha left the son and came to the father. They fought a duel. The Roxas attendants of Alayadha began to harass the army of the Pandavs. They were suffering to a larger extent than the Kaurav army, since the attacks were unexpected, and they had been feeling secure ever since the killing of Alambusa in the morning. Krishn said, "Arjun, you must go to the help of your brother. He is being harassed by this dreadful Roxas. Our army is also suffering. We must kill this Alayadha." The entire Pandav host led by Arjun went to Radhaya and the other Roxases to kill them if possible. Bheem was faring not too well in his duel with Alayadha. He had lost his chariot, and they were engaged in a fight with the mace. It looked as though Bheem might lose in the fight. Krishn went to Ghatoat-kuch and asked him to go and help his father. Ghatoat-kuch left Radhaya and went to the help of his father. The Pandav group was fighting with Radhaya. After fighting for a while, Ghatoat-kuch killed Alayadha. He cut his head too and took it to the chariot of the king and placed it there. He just smiled and came back without saying anything. Duryodhan was horrified at the sight of the head of the dead Alayadha. Ghatoat-kuch's war cry again filled the sky. He began his Maya tactics again. Again Radhaya had to counteract them all. Radhaya could make all his attempts futile. If the terrible Ghatoat-kuch rained stones on him, Radhaya would send the Vayavyastra. If he sent arrows on him from the sky, Radhaya would send the Indrastra and dispel the cloud of arrows. But still the army was caught in the grip of terror. The Kaurav soldiers were speechless with horror. They could not even stand there. There was a cry from everyone, "Radhaya, have mercy on us. Kill this terrible Roxas. We cannot stand on the field even for a moment. We are suffering as we have never suffered before. It is up to you to protect us. Arjun and Bheem are killing this by hundreds, but Ghatoat-kuch has destroyed most of the army. You must kill Ghatoat-kuch with the Sakti you have. That is the one weapon which can kill this Roxas who has killed so many." Radhaya heard it all. He realized that it was the only way. Ghatoat-kuch had caused too much havoc in the Kaurav army. Try as he might, he could do nothing with him. Not one of the Astras was able to kill him, and it was imperative that he should be killed within the next few moments. It had to be done. 28. The death of Ghatoat-kuch. Radhaya knew that fate was against him. He had hopes of killing Arjun, as long as he had the Sakti with him. But now that Sakti had to be given up since the army had to be saved. With a great sigh like the last breath of a dying man, Radhaya took up the Sakti in his hand. He remembered his getting it from Indra. Indra had said, "I will give my Sakti to you. You can use it on only one enemy. You can use it only once. It will certainly kill the person against whom it is aimed. But it cannot be repeated. It will at once return to me." Radhaya had said, "I need it just against one person, just once. It can come back to you later on. I have just one enemy." Indra had said, "I know you mean Arjun. But so long as Arjun is protected by Krishn, no one can harm him, not even my Sakti. Krishn, the incarnation of the Lord, has taken it upon himself to protect the Pandavs. Your power will wane before him." Radhaya had not paid any attention to the words of Indra. It all came back to Radhaya as he took the Sakti in his right hand to use it against Ghatoat-kuch. Yes, fate was indeed too powerful. He had no chance against it, absolutely none. All his dreams of killing Arjun were gone. The Sakti was the only thing that would have helped him. And he had to use it on this Ghatoat-kuch, or Roxas, to save the army of his friend. With a shrug of pain he pushed away the thoughts of tomorrow. He would die on the battlefield. He would be killed by his brother Arjun. His mother's wishes would come true. She wanted Arjun to live. So be it. Arjun would live and Radhaya would die. Krishn had sent Ghatoat-kuch to him just to make his Sakti futile. He could guess that Radhaya was now past all caring. He had to do his duty. He had to kill this Rakshas. He knew that the Pandavs could not be vanquished. He said to himself, "My dear friend, my beloved Duryodhan, you are ruined now, at this moment, when I kill Ghatoat-kuch with the Sakti. All your dreams of ruling this world will be just dreams. But I will be happy when I die. I will be really happy to be released from this human bondage. I am sick of life." Radhaya took the Sakti in his right hand. He looked at it for a moment. His tears blinded him. He hated to part with it. But he had to. Brushing his tears, Radhaya hurled it at Ghatoat-kuch. There was a great commotion in the sky and on the earth as the Sakti sped like a streak of lightning. It pierced through the cloak of Maya which was covering up Ghatoat-kuch. The son of Bheem knew that he was to be killed. The Sakti entered the mighty chest of Ghatoat-kuch. Even at the moment when he realized that he had to die, Ghatoat-kuch had thoughts of helping the Pandavs. He used his Maya for the last time. He made his body swell to immense proportions and, while falling, he fell on the Kaurav army and crushed one Akshauhini of it. The great Ghatoat-kuch was dead. He would no longer harass the army of the Kauravas. The king was proud of the achievement of Radhaya. He took him in his own chariot as a special mark of honor. There was nothing but joy in the hearts of the Kauravas. When Ghatoat-kuch fell down killed by the Sakti of Radhaya, Bheem was stunned by the death of his son. He went to his brother Yudhishthir and wept tears of anguish. He never dreamed that his Ghatoat-kuch would die. Just a few moments ago he had come to help him fight with the powerful Alayudha. He was so much more powerful than Bheem himself. How could he die? Bheem was not able to stand up. He sat on the ground with his head in his two hands and wept bitter tears. His grief could not be assuaged. Yudhishthir was sunk in woe. Ghatoat-kuch was his favorite child, and he had to die because of this war. Yudhishthir did not know how he was to comfort Bheem. He took his hand in his and wiped his tears, his own flowing in rivulets all the while. So they sat trying to comfort each other. Krishn, however, was wild with joy when he saw Ghatoat-kuch dead. He jumped up from his chariot and embraced Arjun again and again. It was unusual behavior on his part. Arjun did not like it at all. He was grief-stricken at the death of Ghatoat-kuch, and this joy of Krishn was unbecoming. It was indecent. Arjun said so. He said, "Krishn, just a moment has passed since Ghatoat-kuch was killed. We are all so unhappy about it. But you seem to be happy. It is not becoming at all. I cannot understand this untimely happiness of yours. You must tell me what makes you so happy." Krishn said, "Arjun, today is the happiest day in my life. The great Sakti, which Radhaya had with him, has now gone back to Indra. I have nothing to fear from Radhaya. I know now that Radhaya is dead. If only you knew the sleepless nights I have spent in thinking of that Sakti, you will understand my joy. Do you think you would have been able to oppose Radhaya when he had the Sakti in his possession? He is invincible. Everyone says that Arjun is the greatest hero and that he is invincible. They are all wrong. When I had been to Hastinapur to talk to Duryodhan about making it up with the Pandavs, he said, 'I have Radhaya. Just that one person is enough to help me win the war.'" Bhishma and Drona were smiling at him, as if to say that they did not credit Radhaya with so much power. But I knew that Duryodhan was speaking the truth when he said that Radhaya was enough to destroy the Pandavs. Duryodhan is very fond of Radhaya. And love gives a third eye which sees what the others cannot see. Duryodhan knew instinctively that his Radhaya is great. I know that Radhaya is the greatest of all archers. You are not his equal at all. Bhishma spoke at the beginning of the war. He said that, because he had lost his Kovach and Kundalas and because of the two curses, Radhaya was not as good as the other Maharatikas, and Bhishma classed him with Ardharatikas. But that old man was wrong. Radhaya with his Sakti was more powerful than all the gods in the heavens. If Radhaya had not lost his Kovach and the Kundalas, or if he had his Sakti with him, no one, not Indra or Varun or Kuber, could have withstood him in battle. He was invincible. You with your Gandiv, and I with my Chakra could not have done anything to Radhaya. For your sake, Indra asked a boon of Radhaya, and took away his Kovach and his Kundalas. But he had given him his Sakti. Now, without his Sakti, Radhaya is like a serpent with its fangs removed, like fire which has begun to lose its fury. Radhaya has lost his divinity, and he can be tackled. But even now, there is no one good enough to kill him except you, Arjun. Radhaya is a pious man. He has performed many good actions. He has honored those who deserve honor. His self-mortification is something no human being can do. He is very compassionate. He will show compassion even to his enemies. He is the greatest of all archers. Bhargav himself has said that he is his equal. I know the greatness of Radhaya, and Yudhishthir knows it. He knows that Radhaya is the one man to be feared by the Pandavs. Radhaya is like a lion in the midst of elephants, like the sun at midday. He cannot be seen because of his brilliance. You have never known or realized the greatness of Radhaya. But I know. You can consider him to be as great as Yudhishthir, if not greater. The great Radhaya has today become human because he has thrown away his Sakti. He can be killed by you in the war. I am so happy because you have been rescued from the jaws of death. But come, let us go to the front. Drona is attacking our army. They are also happy at the death of Ghatoat-kuch that they will fight as if they are intoxicated. Satyaki asked Krishn why Radhaya had not used the Sakti on Arjun all these days. Krishn said, every night in the camp they would all discuss the war. Dasashun, Shakuni, and Duryodhan would ask him to kill Arjun in the morning with the Sakti. Radhaya would agree. Every morning he would set out with the intention of challenging Arjun for a single fight, and killing him with the Sakti. But I was watchful, Satyaki. I would so maneuver the chariot that they would never meet, not long enough to fight a duel. I had also clouded the mind of Radhaya, so that he would forget his most powerful weapon. That is how I have been guarding my friend from Radhaya's Sakti all these days. Yudhishthir heard the noise of the attack of Drona. He spoke to Bheem, go, my child, and do your duty. There is brought to us the noise from the front. The commander of the Kaurav army is there. You have to go. I cannot. I am feeling faint because of the death of my dear child. I will not come to the front. Bheem, you must go. Bheem wiped away his tears and set out for the field. Krishn guessed that Yudhishthir would be very unhappy. He went to him and found him in a faint. Yudhishthir woke up from his faint and spoke to Krishn, with great sorrow in his heart. He heard Krishn say, do not give way to sorrow, my lord. You must be brave. This weakness is not fitting to a king and warrior. You must get up and try to bear this grief. Yudhishthir said, I know all that. I know the rules of war. I know that no life is certain on the battlefield. But my mind is grieving for my dear child. If I do not remember at least once all that he did for us, will I not be the greatest sinner on this earth? Ghatoat-kuch has always been fond of me, and I have loved him twice as much as I love Sahdev. When we were in the Kamayaka forest he came to us. He kept us company when Arjun was away performing penance. He was with us in the mountain Himavun. It was he who came to the rescue of Draupadi when she could not walk. He was the one who carried her all the way. Ever since the war began, he has been doing what was pleasing to us. Having lost him, how can I be happy? How could he have died with so many of you looking on? Abhimanyu was killed when no one could go to his assistance. But Ghatoat-kuch was killed under your very eyes. I have a feeling that the killers of Abhimanyu were not punished. Jaydraoth was killed with so much trouble by Arjun. It would have been better if he had killed Drona or Radhaya. They were more immediate causes for the death of Abhimanyu. Now, for the death of Ghatoat-kuch, no one seems to think of punishing Radhaya. I will go and fight with him, and avenge the death of my dear child. Yudhishthir rushed towards Radhaya in a fury. Knowing that it was not a wise thing to do, Arjun and Krishn followed him in their chariot. Vyas met Yudhishthir and spoke to him. He said, Yudhishthir, do not be so unhappy at the death of Ghatoat-kuch. It has been ordained that he should die, and so he had to die. Fortunately for you, the Sakti which Radhaya was keeping for the death of Arjun has been used up by him. He cannot harm Arjun any more. I can now tell you that 5 days from today you will be lord of this earth. Go back to your army. Vyas disappeared from the presence of Yudhishthir. 29. Drona harassed by Duryodhan. The fight began again. The two armies clashed and there was a great slaughter. The night had advanced far into the middle hour. All were overcome with sleep. The war had been raging since morning. This was the first time they fought after sunset. Sleep was the one thing they all longed for. No one thought of the war. They could only think of sleep. All the soldiers were just collapsing wherever they stood, overcome with the magic of sleep. Looking at them, Arjun was overcome with pity for all of them. In the middle of the fight he suddenly raised his voice so that it could be heard by all, and said, Everyone on the battlefield is tired. All of us are exhausted. The darkness is very thick. We can see nothing. If you on the opposite side are also willing, I wish to suggest that we rest on the battlefield for a while. Let us relax our limbs for a while. When the moon rises, we will resume the fighting. His suggestion was accepted, and it was wonderful for the soldiers to lie down and sleep where they could. Everywhere the field was strewn with sleeping soldiers. All of them on either side blessed Arjun and said, Arjun is the only man who can think of others with compassion. God will reward him for his righteousness. The battlefield was silent now, like a child which had cried itself to sleep in its mother's arms. Everyone was under the spell of sleep. They might have slept for an hour or more. The moon rose up in the east. Red, like a newly opened lotus, the moon stood in the eastern sky scattering her beams on the dreadful battlefield. The moon, red when she rose, began to lose her redness and very slowly began to ascend in the heavens. She gleamed soft and white like the neck of a beautiful woman. The battlefield was lit up as though the sun had risen, so white was the light from the beautiful moon. They all woke up from sleep one by one. Suddenly there was the noise of all of them getting ready to fight once again. It was indeed an inhuman thing to have made the soldiers fight in the night. They were not quite awake, and they had to fight once again. Drona had lost compassion for all human beings when he became the commander of the Kaurav army. This inhuman fighting was not done when Bheem was alive. But no one could complain. It was all in the day's work. Just 1/4 of the night was left. The battle began once again in the white light of the moon. Soon that light waned. The east was now a glowing furnace of copper red, and the sun rose in all his glory. There was joy in the heart of every one when they saw the sun rise. Every one of them descended from his chariot and saluted the sun. The 15th day of the great war dawned. It was the 5th day of the commandership of Drona. In the light of the sun both the Kauravs and the Pandavs saw the devastation that had been caused in their armies. But there was no time to think of all that. They had to continue the fight. Just when the moon rose, there was a discussion between Duryodhan and Drona. As usual, Duryodhan began to accuse Drona of being partial to Arjun. He said, "You are our commander. You have so many astras that can help you win easily. Still, there is so much ruin caused in our ranks today because of the Pandavs and Arjun in particular. There is no one who can equal you in archery. Not the Pandavs nor anyone else from the heavens. Still, it is our special misfortune that your honored self is more fond of the Pandavs. You are fighting softly with your dear Arjun. You are siding with him all the time. As he sat there listening to the harsh words of Duryodhan, Drona thought of his position. His entire life came to his mind's eye. He thought of his boyhood and his friendship with Drupad. He thought of his Ashvatthama and his desire to taste milk. Drona came to Panchal with the hope of living happily in the court of Drupad. That desire was very foolish. It was then that he first became acquainted with the arrogance and selfishness of kings. He should have been sensible then. He should have gone back to the forest, to the good, peaceful atmosphere, where goodness was contagious. But he had taken the wrong turning when he was at the crossroad. He allowed anger to enter his heart, anger against Drupad, and a desire to teach him a lesson and kill his arrogance. That made him go to Hastinapur. Bhishma had given him a clue as to how the future of the Kauravas would shape itself. When Drona told him about the humiliation he had experienced in the court of Drupad, and added that he had come to Hastinapur to find a way of taking revenge on the haughty king, Bhishma, the wise old man, had smiled and said, "You have come to the proper place. I have hundreds of grandchildren who are eager to learn archery." Bhishma's voice had been full of pain and sarcasm when he said that. Drona had thought that he had done a wise thing in coming to Hastinapur. It was the most foolish act of his. Life in Hastinapur made him lose all the gentleness and sweetness that should have been part of him. Instead, he became a man with an obsession, the desire to punish a man who had been proud enough to insult him, the great Drona. He realized now that he was just as proud and arrogant as Drupad had been. In his desire for revenge, he had committed moral suicide. He had become just a paid servant at the court of Hastinapur. Arjun punished Drupad for the sake of his guru. But Drona had lost the power to enjoy it. His anger was gone. It was just the principle of it. As soon as he saw Drupad, he said, "I just wanted you to learn a lesson. Let us now be friends." He thought that these few words were enough to wipe out a decade of hatred. But he had forgotten that others were also capable of hatred. Drupad had prayed for a son who could kill Drona. Drona had seen the increasing hatred between the Pandav boys and the sons of the king, Dhritarashtra. He should have been more careful. He was watching it, and he did nothing about it. When the education of the princes was over and his revenge had been taken, he should have left Hastinapur and gone back to the forest. He should have shed this cloak of worldliness and emerged out of it. He did not do it. He saw the tragedy that was taking shape. When the game of dice was being played, he knew that it was unjust. He did not dare to give even his opinion then. He allowed the injustice to the Pandavs. When they had been sent to the forest, Duryodhan had come to him. He was afraid that a war would be fought. Drona had told him that he would fight for him, and asked him not to be afraid. That was a foolish thing to have done. But he had taken the first step in the road of sin. He had to go on. There was no turning back. Now Bhishma had fallen. Drona had taken up the commandership of the Kaurav army. The honor paid to him turned his head. He impulsively asked Duryodhan to ask a boon of him. Duryodhan wanted him to bring Yudhishthir to him as a captive. He could have refused. But he did not. Bheem's words had burnt him like fire. It was all true. That was why he could not fight with him. Truth is so difficult to face. He had done a terrible thing. Yesterday he had killed a young child in cold blood. The words of Duryodhan the other night had stung him to the quick. In his anger he had promised to kill one great warrior on the side of the Pandavs. He had formed the Padma-view, knowing that the child Abhimanyu would get caught in it. It was a crime for which he would never be forgiven. He had wronged his dear Arjun. He had broken his heart. And yet Arjun spoke to him with affection. He had said, "You are my guru. I am like a son to you. In fact, there is no difference between me and your Ashvatthama. You have said so once." The brave and noble Arjun was yesterday engaged in fighting with these sinners, and he tried against all odds to avenge the cruel murder of his son. Drona had been asked to prevent this act of justice. He had agreed to it. And now this tirade from Duryodhan. Drona's mind was suddenly disgusted with the entire proceedings. His heart was just being churned up by the many memories of the past and the present. He had committed so much sin for this man Duryodhan, and here he was accusing him of being partial to Arjun. His arrogance was intolerable. Gratitude was a feeling which was a stranger to the heart of Duryodhan. Drona sat listening to Duryodhan. Suddenly his eyes flashed, and he said, "You just exasperate me with your words. I have been doing my best, you know that. In your desire for victory, you are speaking like this to me. It is not right to send an astra on poor innocent soldiers who do not know it. But if you command me to do so, I will, since I am bound to obey you. I have already taken an oath that I will not remove this armor of mine until I kill all the Panchals and the Kakayas. I will be killed, but that is not of any importance to you. But if you think that Arjun can be defeated, I can only say that you are entertaining fond hopes. He cannot be defeated. There is no point in my telling you about the prowess of Arjun. You will not like it. But I tell you for the last time, Arjun cannot be conquered by anyone." Duryodhan hated this praise of the enemy. He was sick of hearing it from all of them again and again. He said, "We will defeat him. I am here. My Dussashan, Shakuni and Radhaya are also here. The four of us can easily defeat him." Drona smiled scathingly but said nothing. Duryodhan continued, "Let us divide the army into two. We will take one portion of it and attack the Pandavs with your favorite pupil. You can fight if you wish to, or you can stay away from the field thinking of the greatness of Arjun." These harsh words of Duryodhan were too wounding. Drona still did not lose his poise. He said, "Duryodhan, I wish you well in this tremendous enterprise of yours. There is no one who is able to defy Arjun. Try it yourself. There is nothing like finding out for yourself. You have always been full of sin, and you are ever cruel and suspicious. You can never recognize those who are fond of you, and who are interested in your welfare. Go and fight with the great Arjun. You are a Kshatriya born in the illustrious house of the Kurus. You are just aching to fight. Go then and fight. Why did you cause the death of so many kings for your sake? Why did you stay away from the fight all these days? After all, the great war that is being fought on this Kurukshetra is being fought to please you and your willfulness. It is but right that you should fight too. This sinful Shakuni, this breeze which fanned the spark of jealousy in your heart into a blazing flame of hatred, this man is the root of all this destruction. I hope there is a special hell for him. He will suffer for his sins. I am sure of that. He is a Kshatriya too. He is very intelligent. This man, who is skillful in playing the game of dice, will certainly defeat Arjun. Surely he can do what no one has been able to do so far. This cheater can easily defeat the Pandavs in open warfare. Why? In the court at Hastinapur I have often heard you say, we three, Dussashan, my dear Radhaya, and myself can easily kill those cousins of ours. I have heard this again and again, in every discussion about the Pandavs, and God knows how many discussions there used to be. Right then. Do what you promised to do. There they are, every one of them, ready to meet you. Duryodhan, be a Kshatriya. Use your weapons of steel, and give your tongue some rest. After all, you have lived a full and happy life. You have performed many good acts too. You have tasted the cup of joy. You have drained it to the last drop. You have enjoyed power as no one else has done. You do not owe anyone anything. You have cleared all your debts. You have enjoyed life to the full. It is but right that you should go out and fight with Your enemies. Death at the hands of the Pandavs will indeed be a crowning glory to your eventful life. Do your duty at least now and fight with your enemies. Your death will be glorious. Drona stopped talking. He divided the army into two and set out to the battlefield to fight for this ungrateful man till the last breath lingered in his body. 30. The one lie. Krishn saw the two divisions of the army. He told Arjun, I think it will be better if you go towards the left wing where your enemies are all together. Bheem too saw the two portions and said, Arjun, Arjun, please let us accost our dear enemies. We will now be able to do what we have sworn to do. Thus prompted by Krishn and Bheem, Arjun began to attack the army. The four Kauravas faced Arjun as they had sworn to in the presence of Drona. They were not finding it as easy as they thought. It was not easy to fight with Arjun. The sun could not be seen because of the arrows and dust that were rising up in the sky. That half of the army was routed in no time. Drona had gone to the northern side of the field, and there he was harassing the Panchals, the Matsyas and the Kakayas. He looked like a heap of fire burning without any smoke. So full of luster was he that every one trembled at the sight of this fiery Brahmin. The Panchals, the old enemies of Drona, were faring badly. Drona killed 3 of the grandsons of Drupad. This was a terrible blow to Drupad. He rushed on Drona, and Virat came to his help. The two veterans were engaged in fighting with the terrible Drona. They fought for a while. But Drona was not just angry today. He was furious with the world in general and with the Panchals in particular. He took 2 sharp javelins and with them he killed Drupad and Virat. There was a great shout in the army of the Pandavs when these 2 great men fell. Drishthadhum saw his father and his sons killed at the same time. He rushed at the terrible Drona with the words, If I do not kill this man today in the battle, I will lose all the punya I have acquired so far. He attacked the army of the Kauravas. The Pandavs with Arjun rushed to the help of Drishthadhum, and the Kauravas led by Duryodhan came to the help of Drona. There was great anger in the heart of all the Pandavs. The battle that was fought was the most dreadful. Drishthadhum could not face Drona, so well protected was he, and he was himself too fierce. Bheem looked on for a moment and said, It looks as though the oath of my dear friend is going to be false. Drishthadhum, you have taken an oath in the hearing of all the heroes that you will kill Drona today. If you cannot do it, I will help you. I will kill this sinful man. Bheem rushed towards the Kaurav army and joined the others and fought, trying to get at Drona. The battle that was fought on the 15th day of the Great War was the most terrible of all. Drona had lost all sense of them. He was an incarnation of fire today. He was more angry than Bhishma was on the 9th day of the war. The destruction caused by Drona in the Pandav army was something unimaginable. No one could be been. Everyone was enveloped in the gloom caused by the arrows of Drona. Radhaya, Drona, Arjun, Yudhishthir were all there, but no one could be recognized. There were some duels fought. But in the presence of Drona and his fury, in front of this carnage, no one had any spirit to fight duels. Duryodhan fought a duel with Nakul and he was defeated. Dushashan fought with Sahdev and he too was defeated. Bheem fought with Radhaya. He fought very well but he fainted away in the end, unable to bear the arrows of Radhaya. He had to go away in the chariot of Nakul. The most spectacular duel that was fought was the one between Drona and Arjun. It was the most wonderful duel. It was a grand display of all the divine astras which both had in their possession. Arjun could not win and neither could Drona. It was a terrible duel. In his mind Drona was appreciating every shot of Arjun, but he had to keep on fighting. To the consternation of the entire army, Drona took up the great Brahmastra. It caused a great commotion of the elements. The earth quaked in fear and the sky became dark. Drona sent the Brahmastra towards Arjun, and a miracle was seen. Arjun sent the same Brahmastra, and the two astras destroyed each other. Drona gave up fighting with Arjun and turned his attention to the Panchal army once again. Drishtadhum and Dasashan fought a duel. Dasashan was made to go back defeated. The fight became general once again. A duel was fought between Duryodhan and Satyaki. It was very interesting, and it was memorable because of the conversation between the two. Both were raining arrows on each other. Both were smiling, as was the custom of heroes. When they were facing each other, the smile was more pronounced since they had been friends once upon a time. Duryodhan thought of the many incidents that had happened to them when they were together. He felt angry with himself since he had to fight with a friend of his youth. He said, "Satyaki, what a hateful thing it is that I am doing. I hate myself for my anger and my pride, my arrogance and my love for the kingdom. These things and the fact that I am a Kshatriya make me fight with you and you with me. There was once a time when you were dearer to me than my very life, and so was I to you. Satyaki, I suddenly think of the many happy days we spent together. Now we are facing each other on the battlefield, and all the happenings of the long ago have become old and sere. If it had not been for my avarice, we would not have been fighting as we are now." Duryodhan brushed away his tears and continued to fight. Satyaki was returning his arrows, and while fighting, he smiled at Duryodhan and said, "My dear Duryodhan, my friend, this is not the Sava where we used to sit and talk. It is not the home of our guru either, where we would all play together when we were young and carefree." Duryodhan said, "What a distance of time. Where are those games we played then? I find that we are now fighting this dreadful duel with each other. What a ruthless thing it is, this thing called fate. If only I had not been so full of avarice, this would never have happened. I feel that fate is the most powerful opponent I have. Radhaya is right. There is nothing that can be done if fate has decided our future." Satyaki said, "This is the rule set down for all Kshatriyas, to fight, without caring whether we are friends or not. A guru has to be killed by his pupil, and a friend has to be killed by a friend. If you do really hold me dear in your heart, Duryodhan, please kill me soon. If I am killed by you, I am sure to reach the heavens meant for good people. I cannot bear this agony in the mind of a friend. Please use all your power and kill me." They set their minds on the duel and spoke no more. Satyaki defeated Duryodhan in the duel and went away from his presence. This duel was too much of an emotional strain for Satyaki. He had seen the proud Duryodhan eaten up with pride and arrogance. He could bear that. But this Duryodhan was new to him. This man, who was remembering the past, was hurting him too much. Satyaki could not bear to see the tears in the eyes of the Kuru monarch. The moment was too sacred to him. He would not talk about it to anyone. Satyaki went away to another part of the field. He would not risk meeting Duryodhan again. The fight had become general again. The Pandav army was just helpless in the grip of Drona. He had dispatched his terrible astras against the army. 20,000 men were wiped out in a single moment because of the Brahmastra he had dispatched against the soldiers. The army was being tossed about like the waves of the sea in a raging storm. Everyone was looking to Arjun to save the army from this upheaval. It was not possible for anyone to face the glow on the face of the great Drona. The Pandavs spoke to one another. They said, "It is not like our Acharya at all. This man who is fighting is someone who has become so different. It is not Drona. It is some devil which has entered into him, and is making him behave in this inhuman fashion. No one can face him. He is blazing like the fire at the time of the end of the world." Krishn saw the panic in the army. He saw that Drona was fighting an unjust war by using the divine astras on men who were strangers to them. He said, "Yudhishthir, this man cannot be defeated in the war. If he is allowed to continue, you will not have a single living soldier in your army by the time evening falls. Unless something drastic is done, there is no hope for us. Unless he is made to lay down his weapons, we cannot kill him. I am sure he will stop fighting if he is made to throw them down. of his own accord. My dear Yudhishthir, Drona has today adopted unrighteousness in his fighting. We will also use unfair methods to kill him. If the oath of Drishthadhum is to be true, we will have to do something to make him throw away his weapons. I have a feeling that he will do it if he hears that his beloved son Ashvatthama is dead. Drona will give up all thoughts of fighting if he realizes that his son is dead. Let us tell him that Ashvatthama is dead. Arjun did not like this suggestion. Others did approve of it. Yudhishthir approved of it with great difficulty. Bheem went into the heart of his own army, and with his mace he killed an elephant by name Ashvatthama. He came to the presence of Drona, and with shame suffusing his face exclaimed, Ashvatthama is dead. Hearing his words, Drona was upset. He felt faint. But soon he recovered himself. He thought of his son. He felt that no one could defeat Ashvatthama. He would not believe Bheem. Drona shook off his worry and continued to fight with Drishthadhum. He fought with double the vigor he was using till now. His fury took on a dreadful form. Again he invoked the Brahmastra, and against all codes of fair fighting, he sent it to destroy all the army of the Panchals and the Samakas. There was an inhuman slaughter of the army, and the rishis, who were in the sky watching the progress of the war, now came to Drona, unseen by human eyes. They had with them Bharadvaja, the father of Drona. They said, Drona, you have begun to fight in a manner which is not righteous. The time has come when you should die. Your end has come. Look at us and lay down your arms. After seeing us, you should not continue this cruel deed. You are a master of all the Vedas and the Vedanas as befits a Brahmin. You must not be a Kshatriya any more. It does not become a great man like you to be cruel. Abandon this curtain of ignorance which clouds your vision. Set your mind on the eternal. The period of your sojourn on earth is ended. Your sending the Brahmastra is not a good thing. It is a wrong thing you have done. Lay down your arms. Listening to their words and remembering the words of Bheem, Drona became suddenly dispirited. In front of him he saw Drishthadhum, the man who had been born for the sole purpose of killing him. Drona turned his eyes on Yudhishthir and said, My child, I want you to tell me if it is true that my son is dead. He was sure that Yudhishthir would never speak an untruth, even if he were to get the entire world because of that. Ever since he was a child, Yudhishthir had not spoken a single falsehood. On that certainty, his guru asked him if it was true that Ashvatthama was dead. Krishn had already anticipated this emergency. He had told Yudhishthir, if this Drona fights for half a day more, I can assure you there will be nothing left of your army. It is your duty to speak this lie for the sake of saving your army. I know that it is a sin to tell a lie. But under these circumstances you are allowed to tell a lie. This lie spoken by you for saving the lives of so many will not be a lie. The sin will not cling to you. I will assure you of that. Yudhishthir had agreed to speak the lie. Bheem said, I went and killed the elephant of the king of Malava. The elephant is called Ashvatthama. I went near the presence of the guru and shouted that Ashvatthama is dead. But he did not pay much heed to my words. You must listen to the words of Krishn. You must tell our guru that his son is dead. He will certainly believe you. He has so much respect for you. Yudhishthir agreed to speak the untruth because that was the only way to save his army. When the great Drona asked him, My child, I want you to tell me if it is true that my son is dead, Yudhishthir said, Ashvatthama is dead. Softly he added, the elephant called Ashvatthama. It is said that the chariot of Yudhishthir was always 4 inches above the ground because of his dharma. But now, as soon as he spoke these words, his chariot descended to the earth and touched the ground. Yudhishthir was today like any other mortal on the earth. He walked like other men. Hearing the words of Yudhishthir, the great Drona lost all interest in fighting. He fell down in a faint. When he roused himself up and resumed the fight, his heart was not in it. Drishthadhum approached him. All the time he had been stationed in front of Drona's chariot. He shot a sharp arrow at Drona. It was not counteracted with as much power as before. Drona saw that his hand, which had been raining arrows in an unending stream till then, had suddenly become fatigued. He could not summon his astras either. They would not do his bidding as readily as they used to. Drona was very angry. He took up another bow, a strong bow, the gift of his guru Angaras, and began to cover his opponent Drishthadhum with arrows. He almost regained his lost power of fighting. He fought a fierce duel with Drishthadhum. Drishthadhum's bow was cut, his horses were killed, and he was without a chariot. With a sword in his hand, Drishthadhum rushed at the chariot of Drona. He had every intention of killing him. Drona broke his sword with his arrows, and also his shield. Drishthadhum was absolutely helpless, and without any defense. Drona shot arrows at the defenseless man. These arrows were very short. They were called Vaitasmikas. They were meant for an opponent who is very close. There was no way of fighting these arrows. There were only a few people who knew about the Vaitasmikas. They were Kripa, Arjun, Drona, Radhaya, Krishn, Pradyumna, Satyaki and Abhimanyu. Drona had every intention of killing Drishthadhum with these arrows when he was absolutely at his mercy. Satyaki was looking on, and he sent 10 arrows from his bow. These 10 arrows cut the arrows of the Acharya. Satyaki released Drishthadhum from the death grip of Drona. Arjun and Krishn shouted for joy. They were too far away to interfere in the duel between Drona and Drishthadhum. Arjun was busy keeping the other Kaurav heroes at bay, even as he was on the 10th day when the great Bhishma fell. Arjun said, "Krishn, Satyaki pleases me immensely. Look how skillfully he is plying his chariot, so that he may be near at hand to help his friend. He is the favorite of all of us. Yudhishthir, Nakul, Bheem and Satyav love him as much as I love him." Satyaki was stealing the show that day when the duel between Drona and Drishthadhum was being fought. As was the usual practice with them, the Kaurav heroes began to surround Satyaki on all sides. 31. The Fall of Drona. In spite of the words of the rishis, in spite of the fact that his son was dead, Drona was not ready to die. He fought like a young man of 16. He went on with the destruction of the army. He destroyed 24,000 Kshatriyas, and still he was not satisfied. His anger clouded his mind, and again he took up the Brahmastra in his hand. Bheem rushed to Drishthadhum, who was without a chariot or weapon. Bheem placed him in his chariot, and the two of them began to fight with Drona. They counteracted all his astras, and still the man was not vanquished. Satyaki had taken the place of Bheem. Now Bheem advanced to the chariot of Drona. He stood leaning against the great Drona's chariot. He was as angry as a lion. Bheem looked at the Acharya and said, "If Brahmins had continued to practice their dharma, without taking up the work of Kshatriyas, the race of Kshatriyas would not have been destroyed at all. They say that being compassionate and refraining from hurting others is the virtue of the highest order, and that the Brahmin is the home of all virtues. But you are different. You are a great Brahmin. But you are a Brahmin just by birth. By profession you are a butcher. You have been killing thousands and thousands of men who have all been faithful to their professions, unlike you. You are too fond of wealth, and you are blinded to the true value of things by your ignorance. Why do you want all this wealth? Is it for the sake of your wife and children? Your only son is dead, and still you are continuing this work of a butcher. You teach them to others, and you will not follow it yourself. Are you not ashamed of yourself?" Bheem's words could always hurt Drona. He was the one man who was frank enough to say what he felt. On the battlefield, when he was trying to guard the view, Bheem had spoken words which hurt him. And now, today, it was unbearable. In a moment, Drona realized that all the words of Bheem were true. He realized that he was himself in the wrong. Suddenly Drona decided to give up fighting. He dropped his bow and arrows. He called out the names of Duryodhan and Radhaya. He said, Radhaya, Duryodhan, Kripa, fight very carefully from now on. I am laying down my arms. I am not fighting any more. Guard yourselves against the Pandavs. Drona sat down on the terrace of his chariot. His mind was bent on giving up his life. He assumed the position adopted for the practice of yoga. Drona became blind and deaf to all that was taking place around him. His concentration became intense. Drishthadhum advanced with his sword in his hand. He had every intention of killing Drona. Arjun was overcome with pity for his acharya. He shouted, "Do not kill him. Do not kill Drona. Capture him, bring him alive as a captive, but do not kill him." Arjun's words fell on deaf ears. Drishthadhum went near the still form of Drona. With his sword Drishthadhum cut off the head of Drona. There was a glow which ascended to the heavens. Drona had joined the rishis who were assembled in the skies. Sanjay, who had been granted the power to see everything which happened on the field, saw it. The others knew nothing, with the exception of Yudhishthir, Kripa and Krishn. Drishthadhum's body was drenched with the blood of Drona. He held the sword in one hand, and the head of Drona in the other. He jumped down from the chariot. In the midst of shouts of horror from the heroes on either side, Drishthadhum threw the head of the great Drona on the ground. The oath of Drishthadhum had been fulfilled. As soon as he descended from the chariot of Drona, Bheem rushed up to him and embraced him very warmly. They danced together in ecstasy. Bheem said, "My friend, happily, your oath has been accomplished. I will embrace you again when the Suputra Radhaya is dead, and again when Duryodhan is killed." 32. Discussions in the Pandav camp. Duryodhan would not believe that his commander was dead. It was not possible for anyone to believe that Drona had suddenly decided not to fight, and was killed. He was the one man who could keep all of them hopeful of winning the war. With the death of Drona died all hope in the heart of Duryodhan. It was evident to him that they would never be able to kill the Pandavs. The Kauravas lost all hope. The Pandav army presented a contrast to this depression. Duryodhan was more unhappy today than he was when Bhishma fell. The Acharya had done so much for him. He had told him again and again that he would not remove his armor until his last breath lingered in his body. In his selfishness Duryodhan had caused his death. 5 days after the fall of Bhishma, Drona had died, and with him died all the power of the Kauravas. Duryodhan was desperately unhappy. The Kaurav army was retreating in panic. It was then that the great Ashvathama advanced with his army. He could not understand why the army was in such a panic. He looked at Duryodhan, whose face was pale with anguish. Ashvathama saw that everyone looked as though a great calamity had befallen them. He turned his puzzled look on Duryodhan and said, "What is the meaning of this? Radhaya looks as though he has lost the war. All of you seem to be laboring under some great sorrow. What is the matter? Has anyone dear to you been killed? Who is gone? With my father to command your army, what could have happened? Tell me." Duryodhan could not tell him. He looked at Kripa and said, "You will have to tell him. I cannot plunge him in grief. I cannot bear to tell him." Gently, Kripa broke the news to Ashvathama. He told him about the outrage committed by Drishthadhum. He told him how the others had tried to stop him. He told him about the lie spoken by Yudhishthir. He told him everything that happened. Ashvathama's anger was terrible. Even the Kauravas winced under his fury. He said, "I am ashamed of Yudhishthir and his falsehood. War is a very uncertain thing. Lives will be lost. If the fight had been fair, there would have been no regrets. If my father had died in a fair fight, I would have reconciled myself to the fact that it is the rule of war that people should die. But I cannot bear this insult to my father. He died fighting and he has reached heaven. I know that. But I will punish the man who insulted my father. I will kill that Drishthadhum. He will suffer for what he has done. I will punish the eldest of the Pandavs who spoke a lie to save himself from my father's fury. This earth will drink the blood of those sinners Drishthadhum and Yudhishthir. It is terrible to think that my father should have been killed like a man who has no one to love him, when I am here. What is the use of my prowess and my power over the divine Astras when I could not use even one of them to protect my father? It is not good to talk about oneself. But I have to. Let the Pandavs and Krishn see me today. I am going to destroy them all with a single astra of mine. Even if they try to escape into the nether regions, they cannot escape death. I will cause a dreadful storm that will kill all of them in a moment. I am sure of that. Let them try and protect themselves and their precious Drishthadhum. I will laugh at their helplessness. I have with me the great astra called Narayanastra. It was given to my father by the Lord himself. It should not be used on innocent people. But I am going to use it. I am not worried about the consequences. I will see the Pandavs dead. That is enough for me. I will be terrible today. Duryodhan, you will be lord of the world in a matter of moments. I can assure you of that. The words of Ashvathama put new life into the Kaurav army. They began to blow their conchs and trumpets and, led by Ashvathama, they proceeded towards the Pandav army. The Pandavs were roused out of their complacency by the sound of trumpets and conchs. They could hear the approach of the army. Yudhishthir said, "When Drona fell, the enemies were downhearted. It looked as though they had given up all hopes of defeating us. Now, suddenly, I hear them returning. I cannot guess what has given them new life. I can hear the roar of someone. Who can be leading them back to the front?" Arjun said, "I know who he is. It is Ashvathama, the son of our guru. The most terrible man to oppose, he is coming to meet us in battle. He is like the god of death. He is more powerful than Indra or even Vishnu. Pi has been born by the grace of Lord Shankar. He is like Shankar, with his bow like the great Pinaka of the Lord. He is coming to punish us for the killing of his noble father. Ashvathama has heard about the insult offered by Drishthadhum to his father. In your desire for victory, my lord, you have spoken an untruth. Our guru thought that you would never tell a lie, and so he asked you if his son was really dead. You have today done a very unrighteous thing. That was why he threw down his bow and sat in meditation. You made the Acharya weaponless. You allowed the outrage on him by Drishthadhum, who was his pupil. Try and do what you can to protect Drishthadhum from the wrath of the son of the Acharya. Not all of us together will be able to do it. I tried my best to prevent Drishthadhum from doing it. But he would not listen. I am sorry to say that you have not been doing right today. Drona was very fond of us. He treated us like a father. For the sake of ruling the kingdom for a few years, you have caused the death of our guru. I think we should have abandoned our everything rather than hurt our beloved guru. You are doomed to hell for this unrighteous act of yours. Your name will always be tainted because of this falsehood you have spoken." All the heroes, who were listening to the tirade of Arjun, stood silent. Bheem was speechless for a moment with anger. Then he looked at his brother with red eyes and said, "You disgust me with your words, my brother. You talk like a forest dweller who has abandoned everything. I do not like your words. You are not a Brahmin and you talk like one. What is the meaning of the word Kshatriya? It means, one who rescues others from injuries. You are powerful like Indra. You are capable of winning the entire world at the point of your sword. Please do not behave like a mendicant whose only glory is his humility. I am happy to see that you are at least following your profession. You talk to our worthy brother about righteousness. When did he swerve away from righteousness? I want you to answer my question. His kingdom was taken away from him by means which were not righteous. Draupadi was dragged to the court by that animal Dasashan, and she was insulted before our very eyes. Yudhishthir was banished to the forest by means which were unrighteous. He was made to wear tree bark and deer skin, and this saint among men spent 12 years in the forest. He spent another year in the court of Virat as a courtier. Can anything be more terrible than that? This king, who had the entire earth to himself, this our brother who has performed the Rajsya, and who had been adored by all the kings of the world, this king, I say, allowed himself to be hit on the forehead by an ordinary man, and yet he spoke not a word in protest. Was it cowardice, or was it because he was righteous that he went through all that suffering? Tell me that. When you and I and all of us were clamoring for war, this saint among men asked for 5 villages. Was that cowardice? Do you say that it was fear for Duryodhan that made him ask for those 5 villages? Or was it his gentle and righteous nature that abhorred war? Do you call that righteous or do you not? Tell me that. You dare to suggest that he spoke that untruth in his desire to rule the kingdom. You dare to accuse this man of unrighteousness. This man, who is so full of compassion that he cannot bear to see even his enemies killed. When the Gandharvas were in the Dwaitavan and when they captured Duryodhan, was it unrighteousness which made him send you and me and the twins to rescue him? You have always been saying, when the war comes, we will do our utmost to right the wrongs done to Yudhishthir by the sons of Dhritarashtra. Depending on you and your words, I had hopes of avenging the many injuries done to our brother. I had hopes of punishing these men. I was quiet all these days because the saintly Yudhishthir thought that it would not be righteous if we fought before the expiry of the 13 years. You have heard Radhaya speak to me yesterday. He called me a glutton and a fool, and that I should stay in the kitchen. How is it your blood did not boil at those words? You did not seem to mind it, evidently. Radhaya is still alive. After all these years, you have suddenly begun to talk of righteousness. Do not dare to speak to Yudhishthir like that, to Yudhishthir who is the image of Dharma. If you are so upset by the death of that sinful Brahmin who was absolutely heartless, you are welcome to it. I do not have any respect for a man who is not true to his profession. It includes you too, if you are going to be a virtuous person all on a sudden. You have Krishn by your side and yet you have the audacity to praise the son of that Brahmin, this Ashvathama. How can you insult the greatest man that has been born on the earth? You do not deserve the friendship of Krishn. He is the Lord and he has approved of the lie of Yudhishthir. You think that you are wiser than the wisest. I am sorry, Arjun, but your words are not the words that ought to be spoken by a younger brother to his elder brother who is the greatest guru. I do not approve of you and your assumption of virtue. Bheem became silent after this. Yudhishthir was touched by the speech of Bheem, his favorite brother. He embraced him and said, "You are indeed my child. My fearless Bheem, I thank you for your words of love. Hurt by my action and the words of Arjun, I find so much comfort in your love for me." Bheem spoke again. He said, "Arjun, if you have so much respect for Ashvathama, you can sit here and sing his praises. I will go and fight with him. I am not afraid of him and his astras as you seem to be. It amuses me to see the great Arjun who is called Jishnu, sitting here and saying that there is no one who can defy the son of his beloved Acharya. I am able to defy him. I will do it." Drishtadhum spoke. He said, "Arjun, you say that your Acharya was great. How was he great? Let me tell you the 6 duties of a Brahmin. He should assist at sacrifices. He should perform sacrifices. He is allowed to give away gifts. He is allowed to receive gifts too. He must teach. He must himself be a student. These are the duties of a Brahmin. Can you tell me honestly which of these duties were performed by your guru? He taught, but not the Vedas. He studied, but not the holy books. He performed a sacrifice and he assisted in a sacrifice. But it was not a sacrifice to please the gods. It was a sacrifice to please that most sinful of all men, the great Duryodhan, and he has sacrificed all the human beings who came to help you in this war. He is a cruel man who has adopted the profession of a kshatriya. Even there, he is not a righteous kshatriya. He has been killing the army using divine astras. This is a thing which no kshatriya will dare to do. He has transgressed the rules of fair fight. He used ad harm to kill thousands and thousands of men, and I used unrighteous means to kill this one sinful man. I did it so that so many people may be saved. Why do you keep on blaming me for the killing of Drona? I was born to kill Drona. You know about it. The world knows it. Drona knew it. You know that for the last 15 days, I have been stationed in front of the chariot of Drona just for this. You did not say anything then. Now, after I have killed him, you try to blame me instead of congratulating me. For the killing of just one son of yours, for the killing of Abhimanyu, you took such a dreadful oath and killed Jaydraoth. I do not think the setting of the sun was very righteous. It was unrighteous. You cheated Jaydraoth and killed him. I have a father killed. My brothers were killed. My sons were killed. All this was done by this one man, and when I avenged the death of all of them by this one act, you turn against me and blame me. This Drona was an unrighteous man. He was fighting an unrighteous war. I do not feel that any sin will cling to me or to Yudhishthir for this act we have done for the good of the army. Even after killing him, my fury has not abated. I have lost all those who were dear to me because of the Acharya, and I have avenged their deaths. You say that a kshatriya should not kill his guru. But it has been the dharma of a kshatriya not to remember his relationship to his opponent. Was not the great and noble Bhagadatt, the friend of your father Indra? He was your guru and you killed him. The great Bheem was your guru, and he was your grandfather. He was more than a father to you. He was your guru, Arjun. Did you not kill him when he had abandoned his weapons? Why then do you call my act wrong? If you think that you did the right thing when you killed Bheem, why do you taunt me who has done the same thing? For a kshatriya, no sin will cling to him if he kills his near and dear people if they oppose him in war. You are left alive, Arjun, with my forgiveness for your words because of Draupadi, my sister, and because of her sons. I would otherwise have killed you for this. Satyaki could not bear to hear his dear Arjun being insulted. He sprang up and said, "Listen to me, Drishthadhum. I am not going to allow you to insult my friend and my guru. You have done a sinful thing. And you boast about it in the midst of righteous men. You killed your guru when he was weaponless, and you insulted him by throwing his head on the ground. You and your ancestors will be in hell for this dastardly crime. How can you say that Bheem was killed by Arjun when he was without his weapons? He himself wanted to be slain. He had told them as much. He was killed because of your brother and not because of Arjun. It was because of Shikhandi that Bheem threw his weapons down. Do not dare to speak a word about Arjun. If you do, I will split your head with this mace of mine." 33. Discussions in the Pandav camp 2. Drishthadhum laughed loud and long at the words of Satyaki. He said, "I have heard you. I have even forgiven you for these words. Satyaki, it has been said that forgiveness is the greatest of all virtues. Hence I am trying to assume it. But let me assure you, it is not easy. This is the most amazing thing in the world, an unrighteous man trying to accuse another of a sin the like of which he himself has committed. You who killed Bhoorisravas when he had turned his mind away from thoughts of battle, you, I say, dare to talk to me of my actions. What a hero you are. Bhoorisravas had his arm cut by Arjun, and very bravely you cut his head though everyone said that it should not be done. When he had you under his power, he insulted you. You should yourself have punished him for that. Yon borrowed the help of Arjun for that and killed Bhoorisravas. Do not talk to me about righteousness. You make me sick. I do not want to justify my action. But I have to say this. These men, the Kauravas, have been steeped in sin. Ever since they tried to kill Bheem with poison, they have tried all methods and all unrighteous to kill the Pandavs. You know it and I know it and everyone knows it. Think how Salya was lured away to the side of Duryodhan. That was not right or just. Bhoorisravas was killed by you. That was unjust on your part, but we did not mind it since it looked so insignificant in front of their other acts. You were first insulted by him. You bore him an ancient grudge. We did not condemn your act since we knew that you had been provoked. Satyaki, you must realize that righteousness is a very difficult word to define. We in the Pandav army have had to do several things which may not be called right by people who enjoy splitting hairs. But then, the term unrighteousness is just as difficult to define. The end and aim of war is victory. Considering that the cause of the Pandavs is righteous, we have all been fighting so that they may be victorious. We had to face the sinful Drona for days together. When he began to lose all his good qualities, something had to be done about it. Yudhishthir did not speak a lie in the usual sense of the word. For the sake of the good of his army he sacrificed his good name and his reputation. He must be honored for that lie. It is a great lie that has been spoken by a man who sets his life and all this world as equal to a handful of dust. Such a man has been accused by all of you. You had a family feud with Bhoorisravas and you killed him. And I had a feud which has been there with this man since the time of my father. So I killed him. I have been accused of unrighteous behavior. That by Arjun. I cannot fight with him because he is the husband of my sister. But I am not bound to you by any such bond. I can fight you without any compunction. Come, let me see you break my head with your mace. Satyaki rushed at Drishthadhum with his mace uplifted. Bheem jumped down from his chariot and caught him from behind. He was dragged along for 5 paces. The 6th step was controlled by Bheem. Sahdev approached the 2 heroes and said, "Please do not be angry with each other. You are both dear to us, and we need the affection of both of you. You are both friends too. I know it. Satyaki, you must forgive the words of your friend, and your words also must be forgiven by Drishthadhum. Drishthadhum, you are as dear to the Pandavs as your sister is. You must not be wroth with those who love you. Satyaki, you are like Krishn to us. It is not right that there should be dissension amongst ourselves about something which is now swallowed up in the river of the past. Let us now forget it and think of the future." Krishn and Yudhishthir joined in the entreaties of Sahdev, and peace was brought about with the greatest difficulty. They had to think of the approach of the Guru's son. He was advancing on the Pandav army like the sea, which has forgotten the restraint which nature has imposed upon it. 34. The Narayanastra. The Pandavs prepared themselves for this new danger. Ashvathama had invoked the great Narayanastra. In a moment the sky was covered by millions of arrows and shining discs which descended on the army. Everyone was terrified. People were just being burnt up. There was no escaping the fury of the great Astra. Yudhishthir saw all that was happening. He addressed all of them, "I think you should all try to protect yourselves. Drishthadhum, if you value your life, run away from here. Go back to your country. Satyaki, you must go back to Dwarika. Take all your army with you. Krishn, you know everything. I do not have to tell you what you should do at this juncture. Please desist from fighting, all of you, and try to save yourselves. I will enter the fire and kill myself. Arjun's anger against me will thus be appeased." Yes, Arjun, I killed the great Acharya, the beloved Guru of all of us. I killed the man who, you say, was affectionate towards us as a father. It was this man who made 6 warriors kill my dear child Abhimanyu because he did not have the strength to withstand the prowess of that child. Your Acharya should have protected him from the others, but instead, he taught them how to kill him. This was the man who was loving us as a father does. It was this man who sat and watched while Draupadi was dragged into the court of Duryodhan. When she asked him if she was really a slave of the sons of Dhritarashtra, it was this affectionate guru of ours who sat silent, indifferent to her pleadings. It was this guru, affectionate as he was towards us, who swore to Duryodhan that the oath of Arjun would become futile as far as Jaydraoth was concerned. He covered Duryodhan with the divine armor and made him face you, so that your oath might become futile. It was with the affection of a father that this man watched us all walk along the streets of Hastinapur and spoke not a word in our favor. It was because he loved us like a father that he assured Duryodhan that he would fight for him, and gave him his word that he would guard that man against the Pandavs if war were to be declared. This was 14 years ago. It was with the affection of a father that this man fought last night, making the tired soldiers fight. After a day of dreadful fighting, all because he could not bear to see the tears in the eyes of Duryodhan. Jaydraoth has been killed because of the goodness of Krishn, and this father-like guru of ours wanted to punish us for it. He began the inhuman war in the night, when nothing could be seen by anyone. It was because he loved us like a father that this guru of ours sent the powerful Brahmastra against our army. He tried to kill Drishthadhum even after he had been asked by his own father to lay down his arms. With his last breath our guru said, Radhaya, Duryodhan, guard yourselves against the Pandavs. I am laying down my arms. Arjun, you say that he loved us like a father. He might have loved you. He was always partial to you. But as for his fatherly affection which you speak about, it was the privilege of Duryodhan to enjoy that affection. I was told by Krishn that it was for the good of the army that I should speak that untruth. I have always hated lying. But I did speak a lie. Krishn has been my guide, philosopher and friend. You may consider that Drona as your guru. But I consider Krishn as my guru. I am proud to have obeyed him. I told a lie. But I am proud to have spoken that lie. It has saved the lives of so many people. I have been able to do so much good. I am proud of my lie. Do you hear that? I am proud of it. If I go to hell because of this lie, as you have predicted, I am not worried about it. I have lived a righteous life to the best of my ability. I have never thought a single sinful thought. I have always tried to walk in the path of truth. This lie of mine seems to me to be without sin. If I feel that something is not sinful, then really, it is not sinful. I have today done a great deed. I am proud of myself. I am now prepared to die. I have never been fond of the kingdom. Unfortunately, I have been born a Kshatriya. I have thought out everything. If my death will satisfy you, who are so grieved about the killing of your Acharya, I am prepared to die. Nothing will please me more. But do not expect me to be sorry for the falsehood I spoke. I am not sorry. No one could speak after this impassioned speech of Yudhishthir. Bheem was sobbing with emotion. Krishn thought that the time was critical. He said, Yudhishthir, let us not talk of dying or turning away. I know this astra. If you all throw away your weapons and give up all thoughts of opposing it, it will pass over your heads without harming you. The more you oppose it, the more powerful it will become. Take my advice. All of you, please throw away all your weapons and prostrate before the great Narayanastra. The entire army was on the ground, prostrated before the glow and power of the Astra. All of them fell down. All except one, that was Bheem. He would not bow down to the Astra. He said, I will not prostrate before an Astra thrown by Ashvathama. I am not a coward. I will fight. It was a magnificent sight. The entire army was down and this one man stood like a tall solid tree, undaunted by the raging storm. Something terrible happened. All the arrows which had been seen in the sky seemed to descend on Bheem, and he was completely enveloped by it. He began to glow with the power of the terrible Astra, which was trying to destroy him. His head looked like a furnace. It was dreadful to see him. Still he stood. Arjun was frantic. He did not know what to do. He dispatched the Varunastra, which was able to quench the fire to a certain extent. But it was not enough. Bheem was roaring and shouting with pride. He would not give in. He looked like the sun at midday with 1,000 rays of fire emerging from him. Still he stood. Krishn and Arjun rushed to the great hero. They pulled out with all their might the weapons he had on his body. They pushed him on the ground and by force made him stay down until the Astra passed him by. Bheem was saved. Krishn said, "What is this you are trying to do, Bheem? You say that you hate the Kauravas and yet you were ready to die so that they may live. What foolishness is this?" It was all over. The great Narayanastra had passed over their heads, and the wisdom of Krishn had saved them all from entire annihilation. Duryodhan saw what had happened. He asked Ashvathama to send it again. Ashvathama smiled ruefully and said, "That is not possible. It can be sent only once. If I try again it will kill me and us. But it is no matter. Duryodhan, they have all fallen at my feet. It means that they have admitted defeat. Death and defeat mean the same to a Kshatriya. Their life is such a shame to them from now on since they are all cowards." This comfort was not enough for Duryodhan. He wanted to see them dead. This moral and spiritual death meant nothing to him. He said as much to Ashvathama. He said, "If you cannot send this Astra, send something else. You have so many of them at your command. I must see them killed." Ashvathama attacked Drishtadyumna now. It was like the death grip of a lion on an elephant. The fight raged for a long time. All the heroes were trying to help their dear commander. But it was no use trying to fight with this man who was mad with grief and anger. Arjun came up to him and said, "Let me see the prowess you seem to be so keen on displaying. I have heard of your power, Ashvathama. I have heard of your wisdom, your valor, your bravery. I know too about the affection you have for the sons of the king Dhritarashtra, and your hatred for the sons of Pandu. If you are really as powerful as you are reputed to be, let me see some of it. Come and fight with me." Ashvathama took up the challenge of Arjun. The fight was wonderful. Both were the disciples of the same master, and it was a pleasure to watch them fight. Ashvathama was becoming impatient. He wanted to finish off Arjun soon. The Astra belonging to Agni was invoked by him, and he sent it against Arjun and his army. The army was beginning to be burnt up. Arjun was wild against this man who fought against all codes of chivalrous fighting. Arjun invoked the Brahmastra and sent it to quench the fury of the fire. A cool breeze blew and the fury of the two Astras had abated. Ashvathama went away from the battlefield. He wanted to be alone with his grief. There, when he was alone, he met Vyas. He asked Vyas, "My lord, why did my Astras fail? Why did they? How could they?" Vyas said, "Ashvathama, you sent them against Nar and Narayan, who have been born as Arjun and Krishn to rid the world of her troubles. It is not possible to defy them or to destroy them. You are foolish in trying to do the impossible. Your father has reached the heavens. There is nothing in it for you to grieve. Go home, my child, and think of tomorrow." The army of the Kauravas was withdrawn at the end of the day. With a grateful sigh, the Pandav army too went back to the camp. They could sleep tonight. That was the first thought in the minds of all the soldiers. The Kaurav army camp was sunk in gloom. Bhishma was gone, and now on the 15th day of the war, they had lost Drona. He was like a great fortress which had, so far, withstood the attack of the Pandav army. But now he was gone. Duryodhan was not able even to think. His mind was almost unhinged because of this dire calamity which had befallen him. Radhaya and Duryodhan tried in vain to comfort him. So passed the dreadful night. End of Drona Parva.